A signal pulses across the land, from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology, no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network with every... network. With every connection, we empower business. We strengthen partnerships. We shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Здесь влюбляются, вдохновляются, начинают новый этап. Здесь свой уголок, свои люди и первые шаги. Мы хотим, чтобы таких мест было больше. Поэтому строим дома, школы, больницы, мосты, парки, стадионы. Мы строим среду для человеческого потенциала, чтобы развиваться и расти вместе. BI Group. Ваша среда для жизни, комфорта и развития. Пора купить машину. Eurasian Drive – первый автокредит нового поколения, где все онлайн. Начинаем постановку на первичный учет. Госномера и техпаспорт на изготовлении. Услуга доступна у официальных дилеров «Алюр» по всей территории Республики Казахстан.
Раз. Пусть стоит. Добро пожаловать, уважаемые друзья. Generative Hall буквально через 20 минут начнется панельная сессия «Стратегии в венчурной экосистеме Центральной Азии. Зачем покупать стартапы?». Құрметті достар, қош келдіңіздер. 20 минуттан кейін бұл залда жаңа панельдік сессия басталатын болады. Орталық Азияның венчурлық экожүйесіндегі стратегиялар, стартаптарды не үшін сатып алу керек? Бұл панельдік сессияның спикерлері Мұрат Абдрахманов, MA7 Ventures негізін қалаушысы, Тимур Турлов, Freedom Holding Corporation компаниясының бас атқарушы директоры, Багдат Мусин, Қазақтелеком. Багдат Мусин, Қазақтелеком компаниясының басқарма төрағасы, Елжан Күшекбаев, MA7 Ventures венчурлық инвесторы және серіктесі,
Managed connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time. With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands. Segregating operating environments. Differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management. Detailed usage reports. Access in-depth data about visited websites and applications. Dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities, including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 24/7 support. We've got you covered via multiple channels. For regular inquiries, please submit your requests via the ticketing system or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks. And more. Wherever your journey or mission takes you, stay in control with IEC Telecom.
Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
Kazakhstan has so many incredibly beautiful places to spend your holidays. To find them before, you had to search the internet or ask friends. Now there's a new section in Kaspi Travel, Kazakhstan, where you can choose a place for your vacation at great prices. Choose your holiday destination in Kazakhstan with the Kaspi KZ Super App. Kaspi KZ, made in Kazakhstan.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Here, people fall in love, find inspiration, begin new chapters. Here, you can find a place to belong, your community, and your first steps. We want there to be more places like this. That's why we build homes, schools, hospitals, bridges, parks, stadiums. We build environments where human potential can grow and flourish together. BI Group, your space for life, comfort, and growth.
Пора купить машину. Eurasian Drive – первый автокредит нового поколения, где все онлайн. Начинаем постановку на первичный учет. Госномера и техпаспорт на изготовлении. Услуга доступна у официальных дилеров «Алюр» по всей территории Республики Казахстан.
Қайырлы таң, құрметті Digital Bridge қатысушылары. Сіздерді біздің бірінші панельдік сессиямызда көруге қуаныштымыз. Орындарыңызға жайғасуды сұраймыз және бір өтініш телефондарыңызды дыбыссыз режимге немесе мүлдем сөндіруді сұраймыз. Алдын ала рахмет. Добро пожаловать, уважаемые друзья. Буквально через 10 минут мы начнем первую панельную сессию в этом зале. Просим вас выключить телефоны или поставить их на беззвучный режим. Спасибо.
Managed connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time. With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands. Segregating operating environments. Differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management. Detailed usage reports. Access in-depth data about visited websites and applications. Dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities, including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 24/7 support. We'll got you covered via multiple channels. For regular inquiries, please submit your requests via the ticketing system or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks. And more. Wherever your journey or mission takes you, stay in control with IEC Telecom.
Уважаемые друзья, буквально скоро здесь начнется первая панельная сессия «Стратегии в венчурной экосистеме Центральной Азии. Зачем покупать стартапы?». У нас сегодня очень классный звездный состав спикеров. Среди спикеров сегодня представлены Мурат Абдрахманов, основатель MA7 Ventures, Тимур Турлов, главный исполнительный директор Freedom Holding Corporation, Багдад Мусин, председатель правления АО «Казахтелеком», Ельжан Кшекбаев, венчурный инвестор и партнер MA7 Ventures, Гусейн Махмудов, руководитель направления внешних инноваций в Паша Холдинг, управляющий партнер в Inmerge Ventures. И у нас сегодня также представлен Алмаз Чукин, управляющий партнер инвестиционной компании Визер, друзья.
Просто выбрать место для отдыха по выгодным ценам. Выбирайте отдых в Казахстане в приложении Каспий KZ. Каспий KZ сделано в Казахстане.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business. We strengthen partnerships. We shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Здесь влюбляются, вдохновляются, начинают новый этап. Здесь свой уголок, свои люди и первые шаги. Мы хотим, чтобы таких мест было больше. Поэтому строим дома, школы, больницы, мосты, парки, стадионы. Мы строим среду для человеческого потенциала, чтобы развиваться и расти вместе. BI Group. Ваша среда для жизни, комфорта и развития. Пора купить машину. Eurasian Drive – первый автокредит нового поколения, где все онлайн. Начинаем постановку на первичный учет. Госномера и техпаспорт на изготовлении. Услуга доступна у официальных дилеров «Алюр» по всей территории Республики Казахстан.
Құрметті достар, көптен күткен панельдік сессияны бастауға дайынбыз. Орталық Азияның венчурлік экожүйесіндегі стратегиялар, стартаптарды не үшін сатып алу қажет? Спикерлер, құрметті достар, ду-қол шапалақ біріншіден. Бүгін спикерлер бірден сахнаға шақырамыз. Мұрат Абдрахманов, MI7 Ventures компаниясының негізін қалаушысы, Тимур Турлов, Freedom Holding Corporation компаниясының бас атқарушы директоры, Багдад Мусин, Қазақ Телеком компаниясының басқарма төрағасы, Елжан Күшекбаев, MI7 Ventures венчурлық инвесторы және серіктесі, Гусейн Махмудов, Паша Холдинг сыртқы инновациялар жетекшісі InMerge Ventures басқарма серіктесі. Және Алмаз Чукин Визер инвестициялық компаниясының басқарма серіктесі. Құрметті достар, спикерлер, Мурат, предоставляю слово вам.
Murat, the floor goes to you. Good morning, everyone. It feels like it's late night already. I'm very glad to welcome everyone at this great forum organized by the Ministry of Artificial Intelligence. Our panel today is dedicated to a very important topic, strategies in the venture ecosystem of Central Asia, why acquire startups. Because in the venture market, we do not really have any problems with the founders. We do not really have any problems with the financing. We at least have the seed rounds of financing. And I believe that in the future, we will have no problems at the round A and B. The problem is that we do not have enough people who would have a good strategic thinking, and we are here today to talk about the strategies. Why are they so important for both parties? You can probably show my presentation on the screen. Just wanted to say that today, if we look at the M&A market globally, we will probably see the 25% growth that happened during the first quarter of 2025, which in principle means that the venture winter observed in the market since 2022 is almost over. It lasted for 3 years. And now we see the start of the M&A and IPO seasons. During the first quarter, 918 deals have been concluded in the amount of more than $100 billion globally. And the landmark deals included the acquisition of Wise by Google, as well as the M&A of OpenAI. If we look at our market, instead of the US market, we see a so-called revival of the M&A market. We see lots of M&As by Freedom Holding. And Timur, I would like to thank you personally, because more than $200 million were already spent, and we're going to tackle this with Timur once again today. There was another M&A of Avita, HR Messenger. Halyk Bank bought it in Uzbekistan. It bought Click, Picasso. Freedom has a plethora of different deals with Aviata, Ticketon, Arbuz, and etc. We also see different transactions in other markets. We are very happy for our neighbors in Uzbekistan. This market is also getting more and more revived. There were landmark transactions reached there as well, which means that the corporations are trying to develop their midterm plans in order to protect themselves from so-called disasters and to better strengthen their positions on the market. Now I would like to pass the floor to our panelists. During our panel session today, we'll be able to listen to Hussein. Hello. Hussein is the managing partner at Parsha Holding, and he's in charge of external innovations. It is really interesting to listen to our neighbors in order to learn more about what's happening in the neighboring countries, for example, in Azerbaijan. So please, could you please highlight what strategies Pasha Holding adheres to? What do you why are you doing all of these things and what is your vision? Thank you very much, Murat. Hello, friends. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really happy to be in Kazakhstan again. Before I answer your question, with your permission, Murat, I wanted to bring in more context. And I wanted to tell you about Pasha Holding briefly. It is one of the largest private organizations in Azerbaijan and regionally. And the Caucasian region in particular, it is one of the biggest private organizations. Our main assets are in Azerbaijan, in Georgia, in Turkey, in the southeastern Europe, and we recently entered the market of Uzbekistan. The total value of our assets account for more than 15 billion US dollars, and the headcount of our personnel is more than 20,000 people. You probably know this, it's not a secret. When you achieve such a scale, you lose your flexibility and speed. And you increase the bureaucratic, you add to your bureaucratic load, and it is quite logical because in order to manage a large corporation, you need to have certain processes and mechanisms in place, but you sacrifice your speed, your flexibility, your momentum, and in order to prevent this from happening, in 2020, Pasha Holding launched the program of innovations, and initially this program was dedicated to corporate acceleration and incubation, which would cover only the personnel of Pasha Group. And I'm talking about those 20,000 people working for us. We had several objectives. First of all, to create additional value for business, because our employees, including the frontline employees, were familiar with the processes and they knew about the bottlenecks. They knew about the needs of the clients. And in order to have a platform for experiments, in order to create new products and projects, the corporate incubation and acceleration program was developed. And then it led to other activities or events like those you, Murat, mentioned. And today, this program serves as a platform for startups, for innovators, regulators, investors, in order to exchange experience and inspire leaders, inspire youth, in order to experiment and integrate innovations in the respective projects or corporations. What's the value for Pasha Holding? Of course, we see the business value here, but an important role here is also played by the corporation in the development of the culture of innovations. And for that, we have other projects. For example, venture clienting, where we work in close cooperation with some foreign startups, as well as some domestic startups, in order to integrate cutting-edge technologies and products, and in order to resolve current business problems. But the goal is also to develop this agile structure and impose them to the personnel, so to say. It is not an easy process. It takes lots of time and efforts, but it has the cumulative effect. Thank you. I would like to give the next floor to Timur Turlov. Freedom Holding in recent years demonstrated an enormous growth of capitalization, and I think that it has more than 3 million users, even though Kazakhstan is a red ocean in finances. All of our banks are quite advanced in this rather competitive market. showing high indicators. Timur, could you please share your vision and your strategy? Because we observe this hashtag on the internet saying Turlov will buy, which means that you're a good buyer and a good strategist and you're a savior of our market. So the floor goes to you, Timur. Okay, thank you. Actually, since early age, I got interested in investments and I tried to figure out how to evaluate companies, how to understand the value of a business. And from this standpoint, I think that the history of startups is not really clear for lots of investors because you do not really understand what you're buying and how you're supposed to evaluate this. It is good if you're buying a market share. And when we concluded a number of deals, we tried to look at it consciously, trying to buy the market share, which certain people managed to gain in their segments. And our deal with Paybox, with Ticketon, and with Aviata included relatively mature companies when we bought them. Of course, they didn't really have big profitability, but they seem to be quite noticeable players in their respective markets. Ticketon came first, and Aviata was the second company that came together with Choco Travel. And Paybox was quite visible. It wasn't that big then, but it was one of the leading players in the market of e-commerce of Kazakhstan. Nevertheless, in addition to the market share that the companies try to get, it is possible to buy the revenues and profit, and it is really important to look at the dynamics of the revenues and profit in order to see how much a company can potentially make tomorrow or in the future. And we always try to look at the synergies that could emerge across companies or between companies. And we eventually understood that we were buying the loyal clients or audience, which eventually become our clients. And in my opinion, one of the reasons why the Freedom Super app has been holding leading positions in the last 10 months, being first among other applications in the App Store, means that we have several business lines, starting with the sales of tickets for the game of Kairat or the concert of J-Law, and finishing by stocks, sales of the new iPhone, release of new tires, and a great deal of other services, including the banking products and services that we implement on our platform. This actually means that we're creating more reasons for a client to come back to us and change their habits. And Murat was actually right when he said that our market is highly competitive and people already develop their digital habits. We want to change those habits, and this task is quite trivial because all else equal, when you offer a more convenient new service to your clients, and I try to remind my people of the fact that even if something seems to be very convenient to you, it may not be convenient at all to others. Habits die hard. If you are used to using one interface, you rarely switch to other interface by default until you get used to it. So you have to give certain goals or purposes to people, and it's clear that the audience in the service of sales of air tickets, the tickets are much cheaper there rather than the tickets sold in the banks. And when we try to buy the audience, we realize that maybe we will not be able to return the money spent through the net cash flow, but at least we will be able to have 1 million or 1.5 million people who in the next few years will probably use other services. And we can measure the cross sales and see how much investments we need to make right now in order to get the ROI in several years later. And it seems to be the lower market boundary, and we need to we try to understand how the digital ecosystem is competing against any other standalone businesses. We've observed this in 2024, when not only we saw the decrease in our market share, but also we saw the decrease in our revenues. But after the integration of everything else into the super app, we managed to improve our indicators, and we realized that even the second market player will not be able to survive if it does not become the part of the ecosystem, because the competition is very high. And competition starts to go up in the sense that not only you have to be the best one among others, but you have to be a part of this leading super app in order to survive. But again, there is the third element to this matter. We observed a separate deal on the venture market. We've tried to measure its value. In any business, the most important thing is people. Why, in separate cases, startups can get very high valuations. Maybe at seed or pre-seed, some businesses can get the evaluation of 20 million or 30 million US dollars, even if the startups have nothing right now. It seemed to be very wild to me, but actually things are simple. If for some reasons you believe that this founder is really cool and you're ready to pay tens of millions of dollars, then it makes sense. Simply speaking, you are hiring a very talented group of people with entrepreneurial spirit, goal-oriented and focused, and you don't really pay cash. You pay, or you give them a more comprehensive incentive by offering a greater share in the business that you finance. But you have to perceive this as a very high salary to be paid to a founder. And do you think that this approach is justified? And of course, human resources are key. And in our ecosystem, it was important for us to attract a lot of talented people. And it is even much more valuable than the audience or the revenue.
And to get the synergy that you want. But here the corporation must have a similar culture, and I believe that we're still a company that can integrate people correctly, and we still have been able to maintain our matrix, basically, where trust is very high, where trust is the main currency, and where we don't have hard rules, but where we create an environment for people's creativity, and we don't have any hierarchies here. And I believe that my main achievement as top manager is that when we've bought a lot of startups, which are now number one or number two in the market, we were able to preserve their teams, and they're still part of our holding. And now inside the holding, they understand that we are the enablers, and because they are much better off inside the holding than outside it, and they can still grow their business and resolve many outstanding issues, including integration. Next, Baghdad Musin, CEO of Kazakh Telecom. Baghdad, with your move to Kazakh Telecom, we see that the company is now reorienting towards startups, and you are doing this as a matter of policy. We see that the quasi-government sector is quite inert here, unfortunately. So you're the exception rather than the rule. So could you please maybe explain why you do that? What Kazakh Telecom will go out of it? You already have an activation hub under your umbrella. You are opening doors to startups. That's a very good example that I hope many other QGCs will follow. Why do you need it in the first place? Could you explain that to us? Thank you very much, Murat. I will answer your question, but reflecting on what Timur has just regaled us with, and when he talked at length and ad infinitum, if not ad nauseum, about ecosystems, I guess there is a issue where we don't know what's going on, and that is how ecosystems develop. You can't really measure how ecosystems develop, how much how much people spend time inside ecosystems. I think that will be a very good metric to have because startups, when they look for who can buy them, they need to understand to what extent they will be able to integrate into that ecosystem. So it has to be a two-way street, not just the added value that you will bring to the ecosystem, but what value added you will get out of that ecosystem. So if you are a startup, you have to be strategic about your choice of who will buy you. I will give my personal example. I am friends with Turlov. I am friends with Lantadze, and my project, which I was implementing in 2018-2019, somebody else bought it, not the two large ecosystems in Kazakhstan, even though I am friends with Turlov and Lantadze. And as founders, we decided to go with that third ecosystem, with that third buyer, because we saw more value added in being bought by that third ecosystem for both us and for the ecosystem. So it wasn't freedom, it wasn't Kaspi. We were in negotiations with Turlov, but we asked him to suspend the negotiations, and we decided to go for a third buyer because we thought that value added was greatest in both ways with that third choice. So as a startup, you need just not to look for somebody who will buy you, but what's going to happen with your startup in that ecosystem. That just reflecting on what Timur has said. And to answer Murat's question, I would like to say that Kazakh Telecom is a classic telecom operator. In the year 2000s, and Murat, you know that better than me, we were growing like mushrooms. EBITDA, ARPU, everything else was growing very fast. And in essence, everybody was looking at telecom as a high-growth market. But right now, it's a highly competitive, low-margin market. But telecom players, telecom operators have become so large that inside the corporation, it's not just us, but everybody else. We are a huge bureaucracy, and reinventing yourself, that's very expensive. Transforming a telecom operator is very difficult. You can actually automate 10 government services before you can transform a telecom company, a telecom operator. That's why acquiring startups gives us an opportunity to look at ourselves from a different point of view. It gives us feedback. It gives us new revenue and cash stream. It gives us opportunities to grow somewhere beyond our what we now define as core activities. And from the launch of Activation Hub, I believe that was in April 2024, so maybe I'm mistaken, but nevertheless, we've received 200 applications at Activation Hub. And what we have understood, we structure startups along structural pillars. For example, the Ministry of Health. We work very closely with the Ministry of Health because in rural areas we lay fiber optic, we build virtual doctor's offices, but actually we ask ourselves the question, why do we have to lay fiber optic in rural areas? So a computer will be set up and some kind of a medical client will be installed on that computer, and that's it. So we have become a conduit of medical startups for the Ministry of Health. There is a project called ASCO, that's e-doctor. We've installed it in about 30 polyclinics, ambulatory care units, and we have plans to install it in all medical health services providers in Kazakhstan. Why we can't do that? That's number one. Number two, video tokens for physician's assistants. We didn't create that visual talking. We bought something off the shelf from Samsung, for example. The hardware we got it from Samsung. Analytics we also bought it off the shelf out of the box. But by integrating all of that, we now have a product that we can sell on the market for physicians' assistants in rural ambulatory care centers, where there are no doctors. To provide a layer of physical protection for physicians' assistants, because sometimes they are assaulted and cursed at very often. So that's a project that we have in a pipeline right now. There is also a mechanism whereby people come to us. We sign a non-disclosure agreement. We want to work with them, but the startup goes to the market and gets money, and they use the fact that they are in talks with us as a selling point to drive up their price. So as not to create such a situation, we work with all the startups. Our doors are open, and Activation Startup is just a name that gives opportunities for startups to come to our corporation. As a startup myself, I tried to work with Kazakh Telecom, but I couldn't at that point. Because Kazakh Telecom wasn't ready to tap into startups as a potential growth point. But now that I am at the helm of Kazakh Telecom, we are reorienting Kazakh Telecom towards startups, and we are trying to blaze the trail here for other quasi-government companies what to do and how to harness startups as a growth point, because nowhere else can you get this type of shot in the arm in terms of creativity, in terms of spirit. It's a two-way street. Not only do we use startups, but startups use our ecosystems. Kazakh Telecom, we sell to all the government clients, and we open doors, and we can offer bundles, not just internet, but also added services which are created by startups. And there are multiple examples of that. I just would like to take advantage of this opportunity and say that we are open. We have 100,000 clients B2B, 2 million clients B2C, and now we are working with a startup so that we can also include in our bundle gaming services. And such bundles are multiple. We would like to become a player. When you buy internet, you can get a discount for other value-added services that can strengthen our ecosystem. And as a former minister myself, I also can say that it's very different what we have right now into 2025 compared to 2020. There are many more founders. The VC market is growing as well. At least it's showing signs of being alive. But ecosystems or strategies which buy startups for large money, I hope we'll have more of them. And in this difficult situation, the fund of funds probably will come to the rescue, which is being promoted by the AI ministry. Because to set up a startup such as Kixel, which is geared towards outside players, and to sell yourselves to America, that is our Kazakh dream, so to speak. But if we don't have inside strategies who will buy, then everybody will be looking at abroad for money. And I think that's okay. It's not a problem in and of itself. And again, my opinion is that those digital nomads who are abroad and who work for tech giants and for VCs, they are Kazakhstan's ambassadors abroad, and they promote the brand of Kazakhstan because we have more and more techs who work for tech giants, and that is a growth point that we can tap and rely upon in the future for our startup market to grow even further and even stronger. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to give the floor to Almas Chukin, Kazakhstan's famous economist, managing partner at Visi Capital. About 7 years ago, Aidan Karizhanov actually, he said about our VC market, he said that it was at the level of statistical error. I remember that very well, but a lot of time has passed since that assessment. Almas, I know that you have your personal experience in venture investments. You're one of the largest private equity funds in Kazakhstan. You are a hardcore professional. Your point of view as a venture capitalist yourself, what role can startups play long-term and short-term for Kazakhstan's economic development? So I guess I will be confrontational from the very onset because Murat asked me to be entertaining. So I will tell you a little about what I am and who I am. We are a private equity fund. We are not a VC. We are a private equity fund. And our approach is very professional to these things because we don't buy minority portfolios. But about 9 years ago, we made about a number of investments abroad, portfolio investments, but the rate of success is about 20%. I have 3 points. I understand that I'm limited for time, so I will tell you about some things. We don't have a VC market in Kazakhstan. Don't delude yourself. We have Kaspi, Freedom, Halik, which have bought startups at final stages. VC is from pre-seed or A, B, C, D, etc., etc. That's VC. Halik and Kaspi and Freedom are not VCs. And a little bit about why we don't have VC. Because without VCs, there will be no startup development. So number one about risks. We have to understand that any investment is risky, inherently risky. So a number of slides which I've prepared actually is very interactive, and you'll be able to get immediately what I'm talking about, what I'm trying to drive at. So this map was presented in 2016, almost 10 years ago. Companies that we talked about, so that's just fintech, and it's divided into subsectors. So we asked ChatGPT to analyze what happened with those companies in the 10 years since then. We just looked at one sector as not to as not to make it very difficult. So that's payment services and banking services. And you see the picture. 1/3 of them is dead. 1/3 is still marginally profitable. 4 went for M&A and 4 went for IPO. So that is the final stage. Imagine a marathon. Thousands of people start and only a handful finishes a marathon. 4 went for IPOs. Also, venture capital, that's capital, and capital must appear out of somewhere. It can appear out of nothing. And for that capital to materialize, you need to have institutes that collect capital and then find ways to invest it. How it happens in the West. Endowments, life insurance, cash value life insurance, they need to find some way to invest. Pension funds cannot go and run after startups, but they can allocate 10% of their money towards startups. They look at venture capitals. In Kazakhstan, by law, pension funds cannot invest. Banks are not allowed to invest in venture capital. I don't know who else can do that. So we don't have the financial basis for venture capital to grow. The only thing that is saving us is Freedom and Kaspi. They just risk their own money, and they function as angels. MA7, Murat Abdrahmanov, I'm not sure what 7 stands for. You're 7 friends or whatever. But with all due respect, you're not a venture capital fund. You are a club of private investors. To become a VC, just look at how a VC is structured. It has different divisions. It has different flows. They have subject matter experts. They have sectoral experts. They have people who sell, etc., etc. And to conclude, I am all for venture capital development. We are ready to get down to it, but let's not forget what was the quote that was said. That venture capital in Kazakhstan is within the margin of error. It is still within the margin of error. So our usual activity is 5 million per month. That's definitely within the margin of error. A good shop actually has more turnover than that. So let's not delude ourselves. So thank you for being confrontational. Thank you for waking everybody up. And now I would like to give the floor to Yelzhan Kushukbayev, partner MA7. So we actually believe we are a venture capital fund, a VC fund. No, you're just a club of friends. Yelzhan, just as a venture capitalist yourself, would like to take your view, to get your view on what startups need to do in order to sell themselves to a VC fund? Or do you expect people to come to you and you will be just lying on the sofa and eating popcorn? Thank you very much, Murat. So you are absolutely correct, Murat. The venture capital market in Kazakhstan is infinitesimally small. Last year, VC activity was only 95 million. For a country of middle size with 20 million people, that's peanuts. We invested about $14 million, so that is about 10 to 15% of the overall market. Yes, you are correct, but we need a deeper market. Right now, the VC pool is very shallow, and I would like to begin by saying that top 10 companies of the world, the so-called big tech. Why they are top 10? Because the main element of their strategy is mergers and acquisition, the so-called M&A. We all know about such examples. Meta, Facebook, they bought Instagram for $18 billion. Everybody thought that they overpaid, and now Instagram is more than 50% of Meta's cash flow. Microsoft bought Azure, and now it's 30% of Microsoft's cash flow. So successful companies become successful because they go for M&As.
And they can quickly change their strategies because the world itself is changing quite rapidly. And globally, the acquisitions are quite an understandable process, whereas in our market, it is developing at its initial or primordial stage. And we have Freedom Holding that understands that it is possible to achieve quick results through M&As. Why startups can do something better than the corporations? Colleagues talked about this a lot today. They say that the speed is much higher, and Timur underscored the fact that a super talented person is just being paid a very high salary just because he's able to implement the idea. When we meet with different startups, who are the founders of startups? Usually, these people are experts in their respective fields, and therefore they create startups. And maybe there are just a few people who can implement certain ideas and relieve certain pains. But these people can do this work at a lower amount of money, and they try to attract people of offering a lower salary. So startups with their limited resources can create a competitive product, which probably would be much more expensive in the corporations. So corporations buy speed and buy talents much faster compared to startups. Again, we're at the very early stage, but we see lots of projects through different verticals, whether this is B2B, fintech, or just tech. Therefore, this market is small, but it is growing. if in 2024 there were 100 millions, maybe in 2025 the markup will be 30, 40, or even 50% in addition to those 100 million. This is the situation right now. Thank you. Thank you very much. We don't have much time left, so I have one more question, and I'll try, and I ask you to be very brief. Hussein, the question is for you. Pasha is one of the largest holdings in the country. So could you please tell us whether or not you had some M&As or other deals and transactions? Maybe you're working on an accelerator. What are you doing in this regard right now? And maybe, in your opinion, Kazakh startups can enter the Azerbaijani market? Can they hope for support there? Yes, thank you very much, Murat, for your question. I will begin with the second part of your question. We're very happy to see Kazakhstani startups. We already have them in our market, and we as a holding try to help offering our resources or our capabilities or contacts. And again, for us, it's not just a business. It's being a part of the ecosystem. And as Timur said, it is really important to pay attention to competition because there will be no progress or further development without competition. When you get a big piece of a pie, it's one thing, but if you want to increase the size of the pie, that's a completely different story. Speaking of what we have done so far, yes, we had some M&As in 2019, and in 2020 we've acquired Compero from Ukraine, which was successfully integrated, and it occupies the biggest part of the digital sales. Of course, it doesn't occupy the entire market because we have enough servers in Azerbaijan. And the digital wallet M10 was also acquired by us, which, in order to create the additional value, which was intended to create the additional value for clients, for banks, and for insurance companies. So we bought additional data points to be more aware and to have more information about the clients. I would like to reflect on why we're doing these things at Pasha Holding. Compared to Kazakhstan, the Azerbaijani economy is much smaller, even though we have a good history of venture investing. There are two other funds that are being launched right now in Azerbaijan, and it is pity to hear that in Kazakhstan the market is also relatively small. I personally see lots of really cool founders with really cool projects, and I believe that there is a need in capital. Why so? Well, we're talking about the technological startups here today, right? What are the innovations? Innovations are something brand new, and innovations are all about uncertainties, but we try to work with things that are predictable, that are certain. But if these startups, these tech companies have no access to capital, the nation itself, the government, the country itself will not develop or progress in the future. So, lots of top companies in the US, for example, the largest, the cutting-edge technological organizations from the US or from other countries, at one point tried to stick with the venture practices, which means that not only we need to diversify our economies, but we also have to build up this pipeline of companies for them to be able to go outside the region, which would serve as an additional impetus for the development of our economy. Thank you very much. I have a provocative question to Timur. In the last 3 years, Freedom Holding increased 3 times from the standpoint of its evaluation. Do you see any link between the acquisition of startups that are loss-making? And my question number 2, the holding is at the stage of digesting those startups that you have acquired. Do you plan to start the new season of acquisitions? What's your point? Thank you very much for your question. Actually, we're not a venture fund. And yes, I used to be an angel investor for some projects, and we've invested in some companies for many years before we acquired them. First of all, we are an enterprise, and I sincerely believe that freedom is the best investment overall. I try to invest most of my resources in those areas that provide the multipliers effect and allow us to grow faster. All of the startups that we have invested in and acquired were actually acquired with our financial interest because we wanted freedom to grow. We wanted the value of the stocks of freedom to increase. And eventually, the ecosystem, the acquisitions within our ecosystem made sense because they actually help services gain more. And our revenue can be measured by banking, insurance. If 5 or 6 years ago we used to serve as a broker, right now we are a 90% insurance bank and broker, and most of the revenue is generated there. The idea was relatively simple. If a client costs $1,000 or $2,000 from the standpoint of its lifetime value, e-commerce is much cheaper. And if you can buy it at $50 and then integrate it into the bank of a client, this traffic, this interest, if it's integrated, then every next brick increases the resilience of our ecosystem. It is hard to say for sure what results are being generated exactly by Naimi, Arbuz, Tikiton, or Aviata, or by any other services that we have integrated into the ecosystem. It is really hard to say what is their exact capitalization. But the whole point is that they bring in more people that start consuming our banking services and insurance services or broker services, and they eventually attract clients to the high margin segment, which is really cool because people then get interested in the traffic, and this audience shall be somehow monetized. I've seen lots of different cases when large entrepreneurs, corporations, and even funds would invest hundreds of millions of dollars and eventually get some traffic. Even if you have several million clients, if you don't know how to monetize them, what's the point? And the pros here are about the financial services in Kazakhstan that are very marginal or profitable, sorry. I believe that it is really cool to have some services that attract clients, but if you want your consumer ecosystem to survive, then it is really important to create reasons for the clients to come back and to consume these services. In other words, you just need to change habits, and you have to create an excellent experience of interaction with the ecosystem. And last but not least, trust is important. For example, in our country, we have a great deal of financial resources observed both in the private and the government sectors. These resources are not spread out evenly, but let's be honest. In the US, the situation is similar. There are just a few countries in the world where the resources are allocated evenly. And we're not an outlier here. We're just like any other country, but the overall level of trust is still low. The level of professionalism went up both in the private sector and in the public sector. However, if we look at the evolution of large enterprises in recent years, well, it seems like they decided to focus on the high-income segments, and it's good that we have such segments in Kazakhstan. And the access to these segments is what everyone is trying to get. What's the point of fighting for startups if you can offer the loan to the Ministry of Finance at 17% of interest rate? It seems to be a simpler way to become successful. And a lot of people choose this path because it makes no sense for them to bear lots of risks if in the short term one can get a large income and remain a capital owner. But in the longer term perspective, those who can trust people, founders that are trying to change the world, and who can pay big money even if the return is not that clear. This is what helps us prioritize our long-term goals over short-term goals. And the country can achieve tremendous results. The venture industry is going to go up. The banking industry is going to go up. As long as we survive the world financial crisis, just like in 2008. Maybe many of you sitting here today do not even remember that crisis, but a lot of people in the world still cannot really survive that crisis of 2008. We're still trying to survive the stress of 2008 and still trying to minimize the risks, even if 20 years have passed by already. And in fact, we have a huge opportunity to take a leap. And the situation right now is different than the situation 20 years ago. We have a younger population, hundreds of thousands of educated people. And of course, we need to educate millions of people. And this is enough already to move this ecosystem forward. And this potential shall be fully disclosed, of course. Thank you very much, Timur. We have just some time left, so I have two questions. Baghdad, the question is for you or to you. You provided details about how you invite startups to cooperate and try to sell some additional services through your infrastructure. My question is, can startups consider Kazakh Telecom as the strategist, as the buyer? Is there any possibility for that? Can we send startups to you, in other words? Short answer is yes, in any way. If the startup is mature and we know how to integrate it into the infrastructure, for example, if there was a media startup before the platform was created, it would be easier to buy this platform if there was a media startup. But Kazakh Telecom decided to create this product internally, and undoubtedly this was fraught with some nuances in terms of high cost, approaches, and etc. This is the first thing. Second, I will try to underscore one more thing once again. We can sell products of startups to national companies, to government entities. I just understand how difficult it is to work with such entities. If you own some technologies or algorithms, but you cannot go through this government red tape or routine, we sell internet to government entities and if we see some growth points and see that it is actually compatible with our infrastructure, why not buying? We'll consider such options anyway. But again, just like the National Bank did with the biometrics, in order to ensure the operation of several biometrics platforms through the pipeline of the National Bank, we would like to become that kind of an operator that provides equal access both to startups, to clients, in order to grow faster. But the strategy will eventually emerge. And I think that the private market here has more opportunities to become strategists compared to the government players because we have certain frameworks that we cannot go beyond. And it is quite normal because everyone has a role to fulfill and we're ready to fulfill our role, to play our role. One more thing. Probably we will see a greater audience because we've signed a contract with the government, and in 2 years we have to lay the fiber optics to 3,000 villages. in the matter of 2 years, which means that we'll have a bigger client base, bigger clientele. So maybe the startups shall focus also on the Kazakh-speaking audience, because the Kazakh-speaking audience is growing and the future generation speaks Kazakh mostly. There are lots of school graduates that speak Kazakh, and their number prevails over the Russian-speaking students or population. So we have to pay greater attention to the population that speaks Kazakh, and we need to focus on this audience and try to help them, and we can do that. Thank you. I just want to say a few words. Yes, Baghdad Batarbekovich, it seems to me that even if you don't buy a startup yourself, you will be able to sell a startup to someone else. Excellent, Baghdad, thank you very much. Last but not least, I would like to give the floor to Almas once again. Almas, you are a very experienced investor, and you represent one of the oldest traditional or classical companies. So we would like to see more professionals in the market. Do you have any plans to open the venture wing? When can we send our startuppers to you for you to help them build the infrastructure so that we could invest through you into this very promising market? Well, first of all, I would like to compliment the startuppers, and I have one critical remark to share. If the founders understand, of course, we need to realize that the startups as the phenomenon have to have 50% of professionalism. Professionalism is important, but people fail to understand two more things. That's luck and time. Luck means that we, out of different ideas, choose the best ones. For example, Google created the Google Glass 5 or 6 years ago, and there was the catastrophic failure. John created the Google Glass, but it happened a bit earlier. The technologies were different, batteries would die too soon, but Meta now did almost the same thing, but with a much greater success. So Google did this in the wrong time. And second important thing, and we are ready to make a contribution. But if we make a contribution, we have to understand that we need certain teams, certain groups. I'm not going to discuss something technological myself because I lack expertise. So I believe that we have to filter. And ventures can be different depending on their maturity and on their mission. For example, your fund issues checks up to $1 or $2 million.
And after that, a company goes through several stages, and you need checks for 15 or 20 million, which we don't do, because at this stage, a VC fund will be a bridge to other stages. So at stage 1, I can sit down with you and give you a critique and feedback and support you, but not with money, unfortunately. But sometimes it's better to say no to people, so as not you spend 2 years of your life with nothing to show for it at the end of the day. You need to be at the right time, in the right place, with the right people, with the right product. A lot will have to fall into place for a startup to be successful. This concludes our session. Thank you very much. Now, a family photo. Please, our photographers on the ready. Excellent session, very insightful, very thought-provoking. Thank you very much to all the speakers. A lot of people had to stand in the back, and they were standing throughout the whole session. Thank you very much.
Болады. Бірнеше спикерлер, бірінен бірі асқан спикерлер келетін болады осында. Әр сессия 30 минуттан болатын болады. Бізде бүгін бұл залда әрі қарай келесі шынайы бизнестің капитализациясы IT арқылы қалай арттыруға болады. Каспи бүгін және болашақта әрі қарай Қазақстанда жасалған супер қосымшалар, қазақ Казақстан үшін Venture Mindset деген сессиялар жалғасатын болады. Бірер минуттан кейін келесі сессия басталады. Рахмет. Уважаемые медиа, СМИ, просим давать дорогу спикерам. Спасибо большое.
Можно убрать нахрен отсюда все.
Ленты вытаскиваем из запасных?
Нет, мы сейчас будем делать.
Поставляем до входа.
Құрметті достар, бірер минуттан кейін келесі панельдік сессия осы алаңда жалғасатын болады. Шынайы бизнестің капитализациясын IT арқылы қалай арттыруға болады? Как увеличить капитализацию реального бизнеса благодаря IT? Спикеры и модераторы уже здесь. Буквально через пару минут мы продолжим. Уважаемые гости, если есть возможность разместиться, то, пожалуйста, просим найти свободные стулья. Проведите Мурата Абдрахманова. In a couple of minutes, we will continue other session here, how to increase the capitalization of the real business with IT. Да, конечно. Уважаемые гости, мы планируем начать следующую сессию, если это возможно. Я прошу прощения. Все, разгоняемся, ребят, расходимся. Спасибо большое. Все, Виталий, да, начинаем. Оскар тут. Все, тогда я объявляю. Фарсайч. Құрметті достар, келесі панельдік сессияны бастауға дайынбыз. Бұл аланда шынайы бизнестің капитализациясын IT арқылы қалай артуға болады деген панельдік сессия басталады. Мы начинаем следующую панельную сессию «Как увеличить капитализацию реального бизнеса благодаря IT». Модератор этой сессии Виталий Валенюк, основатель и директор Digital Business Казахстан. И гостем этой панельной сессии всеми популярный Оскар Байтасов, основатель лайфстайл-экосистемы ABR+ и ресторанного холдинга ABR. Please. Да, давайте, друзья, поприветствуем наших гостей и модератора. Коллеги, передаю слово вам. Спасибо.
Құрметті ханымдар, мырзалар, сәлеметсіздер ме? Қалайсыздар? Бәрі жақсы ма?
Ladies and gentlemen, are you doing okay? My name is Vitaly. I will be the moderator for this session. I would like to welcome everybody here, especially Kazakh speakers. So let's begin, shall we? I guess I will switch to Russian now. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to present our next fireside chat with Oskar Baitasov. Oskar is one of those entrepreneurs who invest millions of dollars into AI and IT. But I have a question. Here we've been talking a lot about the changes that AI will trigger in different sectors. In the banking sector, definitely we're seeing this already. But in the restaurant sector, in the hospitality sector, what kind of change can in effect? Because people go to a restaurant for the ambiance. Are restaurants really going to be transformed by AI? Is that for real? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you. So you actually now put on the table your trump card. But to talk about traditional restaurants, it's unlikely that a lot will change, at least on the surface. But to answer your question from the point of view of our management model, just the other day we discussed at a meeting this issue, that we want to translate the emotion, the experience that people get from a restaurant into a digital experience. So it's important to move that to the phone, and so that people use their phone to find their next leisure destinations. And it's important to institutionalize that. So the experience is the foundation. Yes, the experience must be the foundation. But how are you going to translate the experience through the phone? So we say that the experience must be unique. In talking about AI, we will have our own content fabric, and we will mine our own unique content. So the way we see how guests can enjoy our restaurants and how can they create their own experiences. And it will be very hyper-local. Hyper-local meaning you can use ChatGPT or other AI in order to forecast your day, what to do, put together a schedule, where to travel, how to fill up your day. So this is hyper-local information, and that's what we've done in our content factory, so that we can churn out that highly local content for people who live in the area about what kind of experience destinations they can enjoy, and for them to choose our restaurants as their experience destination. I think that's a very important idea that personalization because of AI, because of big data. Your restaurants serve about 7 million people, so you definitely get a lot of data. But experience must be very personalized, and can AI help there? Yes, absolutely. And we are putting together a content factory, and we will use that data. We depersonify that data to make it very safe, and then we feed it into our content factory. So at the end of the day, we can churn out experience options for people to choose from. Do you have 5 people working on that content factory, or is it all AI? So right now we use a hybrid approach. We use AI, LLMs, and people because we choose the content that is interesting. We then feed it into LLMs, and but humans have to be the judge of what is interesting and what is a good experience at the end of the day. And you are a representative of this type of classic business, but you invest a lot in IT. In one of your interviews, you said that because you plan to invest 5 million into IT. Is that relevant? Yes, we have already invested 3 or 4 million into IT. And actually, I said that about 2 years ago, and definitely by the end of the year, we will clear that threshold of 5 million because we are expanding our offer lineup. So do we have 5 people from IT here in the audience? So please a round of applause because you're creating jobs for our IT people and well-paying jobs, I hope. But at the same time, you don't outsource that. You have your own in-house team. Yes, that's our own team. We registered at Astana Hub. We have about 40 people who work in our IT HQ. But we're changing because our vision of our product also is changing. And we believe that definitely we will increase our IT payroll maybe 20 times. So that's excellent news for our IT sector that you are actively looking for people to hire. And from the point of view of product, I understand you have 2 products, ABR Plus, your application that many people have used, I believe, and in the pipeline that's so it's some kind of ERB, as far as I understand, which will cover all the restaurant processes, marketing, analytic, HR, etc. So a little bit about your products and. IBR Plus, that's our guest application. You will have used it. It's pretty intuitive. It's very user-friendly. ABR Cloud or BIS, we call it our management module. The management module collects information in real time from our whole infrastructure. And what is our infrastructure? That's all of our restaurants. We call it our infrastructure because we understand IBR and that's is highly profitable. But why did we go down that path? Because we don't manage our restaurants. We have a franchise agreement with our restaurateurs. We don't manage our restaurants directly, but IBR, we don't manage our restaurants. In this module, IBR Cloud is necessary for us to centralize management decisions, pull data from restaurants so that we can get information in real time. How many people are we going to have working today? How many guests are we expecting? What has been bought? All the costs at the end, at the opening and close of business. So this management module, ABR Cloud, is one of the key propositions that we have, and it's key from the point of view of scaling up in the future. We have 17 or 18 concepts today with 50 points throughout Kazakhstan. And this module will enable us to expand the number of concepts and also scale them up throughout Kazakhstan and not just in Almaty and Astana. we also have another friend who is involved in restaurants, and he said that he is a franchisee, and he says that there is a centralized also management module that enables franchisors to manage their restaurants better. So you're talking about four, but the only product that we don't have, which is ours, is our ERP module. That's ICA. That's our restaurant management module. We now have built up everything from our own, so the procurement module, etc., etc. ERB, we're thinking about this, whether to change it for us something homegrown or not. And two products, our own product and ERB, off the shelf, of out of the box. And in your interview, said that there is no analog for RB Cloud in Kazakhstan or abroad. When actually read such quotes, it's like you've invented the perpetuum mobile. So what is unique about your product? You must have heard that interview about 2 years ago. That was, yes, 2 years ago. But now we have more and more management modules. But when we were creating our management models, there are no analogs. But now actually you can get something out of the box. And what was your question again? What's unique? What is unique is that it's a hybrid module. So an offline business can get information in real time, and we can pull that information from an offline business again in real time. 2 years ago, there was nothing similar. So that's why we had to create something of our own. And you're saying, why reinvent the wheel? I ask myself the same question every time. So we look at market benchmarks. So why reinvent the wheel when we already have benchmarks? We invented our RB Cloud because there was nothing similar, because it's always a risk. So we are moving in the right direction because similar management modules are appearing, mushrooming left and right. So I guess life has validated our choice. This year you will have invested 5 million in IT. That's pretty big money for Kazakhstan. But from the point of view of your average check, capitalization growth, and this kind of multiplier for your value and for your net worth, so what has those 5 million given you in terms of return? Probably we couldn't even give you an answer without that software, because we need to have that information. We have to have a matrix. We have to have statistical information in order even to give you an answer to your question, what it has given us. For holding companies with a lot of franchises, it was very difficult not even to grow, but to maintain their presence in the market. How many restaurants do you have? About 51, 50.
Respectively, this gives us control, and it is really difficult to measure the return on direct investments. We already see some dividends, but with the 2x cost next year, we may have lower dividends next year. But we need to look at it from the standpoint of influence on infrastructure, to be more down to earth. If you're not ready to go to an Italian restaurant, probably during the week you will try to order sushi or have some Georgian food, and our soft allows to choose from a variety of options and book places that you want to visit. So it provides the choice. We try to observe these dynamics and see that the guests try to choose different options, because it is impossible to consume the same food again and again every day. You asked about the average check. Within within our application, it's about $29. As for the average check outside the application is 20% lower. We see that the quality is much higher within the app. The payments through our app account for 75 to 80% throughout our chain, and that's one of the highest indicators in the industry in terms of the penetration of QR payments. Most of our guests prefer to use our application. 20% of our guests prefer to use delivery, and our clientele is about 600,000 people. We've exceeded 500,000 in the beginning of the year. We see again so active users on a monthly basis account for 150,000 people. We see some income from the fees for tips and different services. We haven't included the fees for booking a table. We tried to issue the paid booking during the fourth quarter, and we tried to integrate subscription function as well. We want to retain our audience within these 600,000 users because we want them to use our own infrastructure. But don't you regret about digging so deep into the IT? No, not for a second, because we believe that in the future, ABR Tech in the next 2 to 3 years will be able to increase its income compared to our initial income. And we believe that there are more prospects in this regard. I'm being very optimistic, but when I say about the 3-year period, but within the next 5 years, we'll be able to increase our significantly. IT experts, let's try to support them. We've been working in the hybrid mode in the last 2 to 3 years, switching between online and offline, but the balance is more inclined towards online, and we believe that the tech is going to grow in the future. From the standpoint of upscaling, I have 2 short questions. First question, you have ambitious plans for Astana and for Tashkent in terms of scaling up your chain of restaurants. And second question is about the upscaling of IT products beyond your chain. Are you planning to enter the open market? Yes, of course, we have such plans. We actually plan to launch 2 places or 2 facilities in Bishkek next year, and we're holding negotiations on Tashkent. Have you started your place in Tashkent? Not yet. We haven't even signed the agreement. We're still in the process of selection of a location. I'm looking in parallel at different locations. We will try to approve the new concept, and Aul, Spirus, and Jinau are going to open up in Astana next year. These brands are more popular in Almaty, and we'll try to test different concepts in Almaty. You know, Almaty is our basic site. We test things in Almaty first, and then try to scale up such projects in other cities. But we mostly focus on Almaty, Astana, and Tashkent in terms of our investments. What about the IT products? How are you going to scale them up? Are you going to go beyond Central Asia? We do plan that, but probably in terms of our strategy, we'll try to work more actively on this point 2 years later. Our first objective is to deploy things here. We already have delivery and QR payments, and now we also integrate ticketing services. We integrate different deep tests in Almaty because let me try to paraphrase this. We view our ABR Plus app in the following way. We'll probably do rebranding next year and maybe change the name in order to turn this into the open ecosystem, and we will change the name as well as the positioning. We are trying to involve external partners that are not a part of ABR chain, yes. And we believe that we'll have more partners from hospitality industry, from our restaurant industry, from museums, from ticketing industry, from industry of cultural activities, from the industry of tourism, and etc. We believe that our application will turn into the leisure-based service because restaurants are a part of leisure. or entertainment, because you usually go to restaurants not only to eat food but to get some emotions. So it will gradually transform into the leisure, lifestyle, or entertainment service. Yes. And that can become your core business. Yes, that's our vision. So you're going to turn into the IT entrepreneur soon. That's a plan. Okay, then another important question for the audience, especially for those ones who are in the real sector. You've reached a lot in terms of your digital transformation. What key lessons learned, or one or 2 points can you provide here? What needs to be done and what shall not be done if the business owner or a top manager wants to digitalize a business? You see, with our case, there are similar companies abroad that are trying to do the same thing, and I see the mistakes that they're making. I would begin with simple things that a guest will be willing to use on a daily basis. And I'm talking here about the payments, about booking. 80% of bookings take place in our app. These are the basic things that ensure greater convenience for our guests. We have integrated the model prior to restaurants. If you're ordering delivery through the app, you can see the orders on the iPad, whereas our orders are received by the kitchen directly, and the kitchen, once it receives the order, starts working on the order. This integration allows to ensure greater convenience for guests, and now we realize that with each new function, we need to make sure that these functions are actively used by our guests. So you are 100% customer oriented. Yes, we focus on here and now, on what is popular right now. Then my final question, what is the biggest mistake or biggest lesson learned? The biggest mistake, well, we thought that, we mentioned Beast, it was the external market product. We wanted to create a similar modular system. And we realized that it's not good because the market is not ready for such a deep analysis, for such dashboards or the managerial module. And we got out of that business and we reallocated our resources to create the lifestyle ecosystem. It was our mistake then. So don't be in a rush with your spin-offs and focus on your core business. Yes, focus on your core business and create the high-quality product that will be consumed by most of your guests. I think that this is an excellent recommendation for startups. Askar Baitasov, ABR Holding, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you for your thoughts, and I wish you the best of luck in your digital transformation. Please join our participants and let's take a photo to remember this day by. I'm going to have a VIP photo album at the end of the day.
У нас продолжится следующая сессия Каспи сегодня и в будущем, друзья. Конечно же, спикером будет Михаил Ламтадзе, сооснователь и председатель правления Каспи КЗ. Буквально через пару минут мы начнем. Құрметті достар, бұл алаңда келесі сессия жалғасатын болады. Каспи бүгін және болашақта. Сессияның спикері әлбетте Михаил Ламтадзенің өзі болады. Каспи КЗ компаниясының тең құрушысы және басқарма төрағасы. Уважаемые гости, если есть возможность найти место и присесть, да, убедительная просьба поискать места свободные. Да, действительно, панельные сессии очень интересные. Все хотят послушать. На Digital Bridge абсолютный успех Digital Bridge, большое количество людей. Поэтому просим отнестись с пониманием, да, гость. Спасибо большое.
Ну что, мы можем продолжать, да? Дайте команду.
I think we can continue. Yes, Vitaly, we can continue. We're starting the new session with Kaspi today and in the future. Vitaly is still the moderator of this session, founder and CEO of digitalbusiness.kz. And we will have now Mikhail Lomtadze, co-founder and CEO of Kaspi.kz. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to see you here. Mikhail, please take a seat. When I was preparing my questions for you, I decided to begin with the words of gratitude. 3.5 years ago, I arrived in Kazakhstan from Belarus, and just like any other expat, I began with onboarding when I needed to get the SIM card, digital signature, the banking card, or some financial tool for carrying out payments. And when I went to Kaspi, I received my Kaspi card, and I was under the wow effect. I remember there were lots of bonuses if one paid QR, but we no longer have these bonuses. But I still have this wow experience, and I want to thank you for a very easy and smooth onboarding here in Kazakhstan. Now let's be more to the point. In the summer of 2025, if you haven't read this, but since everyone here understands English, you'll probably be able to read this article about Kaspi at Harvard Business Review. And this article says that Kaspi today has 75% of the market share in Kazakhstan, or 75% of the population of Kazakhstan use Kaspi. And I believe that those 25% either have no smartphones or still use these very old phones. And by the way, Nokia phones are available at Kaspi. You can buy one there. So high penetration rate. And let me quote you. If a similar platform operated in the US, it should have included PayPal, Amazon, Capital One, Booking.com, Instacart, and all of these services would be available in one app. How do you explain this? How can you reflect on your success? What was the reason for this phenomenal success of Kaspi that led to a very high penetration rate and the great broad coverage of services? Good day, everyone. Hello. When we have such a diversity of services available in one application, for ordinary people, it is really important to have the quality of services provided. Why quality of services? Why is it so important? Business is like your friend. Let's imagine that a business is a human being. If you trust a person, you want to talk to a person, you believe his point of view, and if this person offers you something else next time, you will accept it. And respectively, you will keep talking to these people or to this person in the future. Same thing with companies. If your very first service is of a high quality, then your clients will prefer to consume your other services. And the quality of services is one of the fundamental factors when you have such a diversity of different services. And the only comparison here can be made to the Chinese WeChat, because we want to have one application that we use to buy food, to deliver food, to start a deposit account, or to wire money, pay for the government services, use the government services, buy the airline ticket, the railroad ticket, and etc. And this set of services are not available in one application elsewhere. And again, the country, from the standpoint of a market size, is relatively small. And again, the market of Kazakhstan accounts for 20 million people only. And Kaspi didn't have another option if we wanted to develop a great number of services, given our mission that reflects our values, because we wanted to create innovative services that improve their life. In order to create these innovative services, we realized that we shall not focus on boundaries. There were no boundaries. In order to be successful and in order to attract clients, they have to be in love with your app and with your services. And the greatest mistake made by companies in large markets, let's say there is a market of 100 million people. In such markets, you can grow and show good growth, but at the same time, you can lose a lot of clients, even if you are showing some growth for some time. Kazakhstan doesn't have such an opportunity. If a million clients do not love you, then you don't have any chances to launch another product. So therefore, for us, every client is invaluable. And if we fail to do something, we try to correct our mistakes very quickly. And whenever we launch a service, we try to launch a service on a very good level in order to impress our clients, and we get very upset if something fails. Thank you. So there are three pillars: quality, trust, and small market that may not give you the second chance, and you have to justify their trust at your first attempt. Let's talk about the product development. There is a popular concept in the startups when the product has to be launched as quickly as possible, and you have to get feedback as soon as possible and move on. I see that Kaspi has its own path. You do not deploy CRM products. You test these products internally first. Can you tell us more about the laboratory of the generation of new products? How does it look like? Our approach to the launch of products is as follows. First of all, the product needs to be of a good quality. We cannot afford ourselves experimenting too much with our clients. We experiment with ourselves, not with our clients. And we cannot really afford ourselves experimenting too much because we have a lot of clients that we care about. And it is really important for us to make sure that every client is happy. Clients are very valuable. So whenever we develop products, everything starts quite simply. With the company mission, we try to improve our products, and any service or any product that we launch shall be in line with our mission. Every product has a certain team or a certain person assigned to it. And we can describe our product in 3 pages, roughly speaking. In 3 pages, we try to provide a description of our product, saying about the client's experience before we launch the product or a service, what experience the client is going to get after the launch of this product or a service. We write down about the questions, 10 frequently asked questions coming from the clients. Why is it needed? How does it work? How can we turn on, off, and so on and so forth? Very simple questions. We also try to cover such questions as businesses shall work fast, make decisions in the real-time mode, and so on and so forth. And usually this is a 3-pager. So if you read this 3-page document, you would understand what service we're planning to launch. Service. Is it a really complicated one? Is it a technological one? But since we use a very simple language to describe the service, even these high school students reading this description will be able to understand what the service is about. And we try to describe this service in an understandable way, and then we get down to prototyping, to development, design, and we try to spend from 3 to 6 months to launch the service depending on the degree of its complexity. And once this service is launched, we begin our relationships with the clients, and then we get into this continuous process of confirming the quality, getting feedback, measuring the loyalty index, and we improve again and again. We repeat this cycle every 3 months. So it seems to be very simple, but we have really cool people working for our company, and the things that I'm telling you are reflected in our products that we launch. and offer it to our favorite clients. So this 3-page document serves as a good filter as far as I see, because you don't want to launch raw products or unnecessary products, and this allows you to think about what you do and what for. Yes, in order to write down this 3-page document, sometimes it takes you weeks to do so. The simpler is the document, the simpler is the language, the more complicated it may get. It is easy to write a document consisting of lots of complicated words or terminology, but people will not understand you. And if something works well or doesn't work well, it is hard for you to explain why this happened. So we try to simplify things as much as possible. And companies have such a tradition. And this serves as the guarantee of the success and quality of our products. If one cannot use a simple language to explain what you want, and if your client doesn't understand you or your offering, then it means that you don't have this understanding yourself. And you just lack the understanding of the product that you're planning to launch, which means that the likelihood of success will be very small.
Следует вот из нашей беседы вопрос. 75% охват рынка.
So we have 75% of market coverage. Unfortunately, our market is not growing that fast. Population is growing, but not at the same tempo. And where else we see growth points inside Kazakhstan? Or can we just keep the leadership position and that's it? No other ambition. You know, we have services which we develop pretty actively and with geometric progression, and we're talking about SMEs. That's our next growth point. We try to help with our technologies. SMEs, it's difficult for them to invest in technologies themselves because it costs a lot of money, especially now. People are strapped for cash. We at Kaspi, we invest hundreds of millions per year, and I'm not talking about tenge, but dollars. But then we can give access for a fee to SMEs to these technologies that we develop. So anything that touches SME, that's huge. That has huge potential. As for everything else, pretty much every business is staying put and they're growing. But in Kaspi, you know, we don't track financial indicators really. The only thing we're worried about is quality and how popular such services are. We don't track financial indicators, and if the financials are not there, we axe services. We don't do that. Actually, it's always very intriguing because EBITDA revenue, who monitors that when if your people don't have KPIs? We have a number of people that includes me, our chief operating officer, our chief financial officer. We just keep our fingers on the pulse of the financial health of the company just to make sure that we don't go under, that our financial fundamentals are healthy and robust, especially considering that we're a publicly traded company and we have to satisfy a lot of public disclosure requirements. But everybody else, they are oriented at serving clients and developing products. We don't have financial KPIs for them. If our clients believe that something is important, then we have somebody on the inside at Kaspi who will be the advocate for that point of view. So you have more than 10,000 people on the payroll right now. Out of those 10,000 people, how many are IT? A lot, but again, we don't think about this type of divide. But the key fundamental of our company, as I said, is product development. And each product has its own team attached to it. And on top of that, we also have important people and roles in our company who make sure that these products function correctly. For example, when you call, then your call will be answered immediately, either by a virtual assistant or by a human. People who are involved in product development, that's about 2,500 people. That includes whom? Engineers, first of all. Of course, naturally enough, data scientists, people who work with data, because that's a key function, and those are unique people with unique skill sets, and they're all from Kazakhstan. We all grew them here internally. We didn't import anybody from Russia or anywhere else. And designers, of course, and depending on the product, other roles as well. But product development, product support, data scientists, we have about 2,500 people. If it were a standalone company, I think that would be the largest IT company in Kazakhstan. Your IT department, I'm talking about your IT department. About AI, so let's have this conversation, because that's the main gist of these 3 days. People who call and get feedback, are those robocalls or are those people? Because I know that it's mostly robocalls from other banks, but what about Kaspi? Are those robots or people? We have a virtual assistant that helps our clients, but we always introduce ourselves. So when our virtual assistants speak so well, it's impossible to tell them apart from a human. But again, you talk to our virtual assistant, but our virtual assistant will always disclose that. And if you prefer to talk to a human, you can do that. Where else do you use AI on top of client interface? Pretty much everywhere, across the board, when it comes to decision making, the decision making process, working with our clients, interfacing with clients, and a simple process, for example, but just for you to understand, with unbelievable accuracy, for example, we can forecast how much money should be in a given ATM. That's one example. Or AI can, for example, tell us what is the most optimal route for a carrier to deliver something to you. So right now we use AI in order to forecast our next steps with unbelievable accuracy, and these technologies we are developing right now, and we're focused on them, and we're very satisfied with our beta testing, in-house beta testing, and we are working right now in order to offer AI technologies to our clients and partners for a fee, and we believe that will be a big revenue stream, and the future belongs to that, by providing AI assistance for a fee that will help you with your routine, with your scheduling, etc. But when you use such technology, the human must be the decision maker, and so it's very important for AI to be smart and to become smarter. But again, the decision will always has to belong to the human being at the end of the day, and we give you all the tools to make sure that you will be in the decision making chair. So AI should be an assistant. It should not replace the human being, and the human will stay in charge. But how do you use AI? Do you, for example, query ChatGPT with your business questions? ChatGPT, in order to work with technology, you have to use those technologies in order to understand technology. So I use ChatGPT. For me, ChatGPT is just an assistant. The same way I read a book. If I have a target, if I have a goal, I find information. I read books, I find articles, I talk to people, but I also can query ChatGPT. It's another source of information, and ChatGPT can summarize and recap a ton of information that would have taken days or weeks before. Now I can get it in a matter of minutes from ChatGPT. I use it. For example, I can ask ChatGPT a questions good at Digital Bridge, and yes, ChatGPT said the questions were good. So your answers are also good. But you know, ChatGPT always panders. That's what's been accused of, that it panders in the answers. So I've been given a signal that we don't have a lot of time, but one final question. When Kaspi will become a global company, when Kaspi will become a reality not just in Kazakhstan but beyond and far beyond, that it's, are you going to become a global brand? Do you have such an ambition? You know, we've already invested a lot of money in Turkey, by the way. To answer your question, we bought the second e-commerce platform in Turkey. Recently, we went on an M&A spree, and we've been working on a platform in order to launch Kaspi services in Turkey, and that's why I hope that our clients, and actually Turkey is one of the most popular holiday destinations for Kazakh nationals. So when you travel to Turkey, you'll be able to use Kaspi Bank services, and hopefully you'll be proud that a company that was born in Kazakhstan has now global reach. So thank you very much, and actually that's a very good bridge to our next panel discussion, and Mikhail also will be on that panel. We'll talk about brands in Kazakhstan that now have ambitions to become global brands. Don't go anywhere. We will move on to our next panel discussion in a matter of minutes.
Үлкен рахмет, құрметті достар, керемет панельдік сессия аяқталды. Бірер минуттан кейін келесі панельдік сессия басталатын болады. Қазақстанда жасалған супер қосымшалар және спикерлер қатарында Тимур Турлов, Арсен Томский және Михаил Ламтадзе. In a couple of minutes, we will continue at a panel session. Super apps made in Kazakhstan. Guys, please, in a couple of minutes in this hall, we will continue discussing IT, startups, and AI.
У вас по банку еще не закрыта сделка, там еще идут процедуры, да, по Рабобанку? Да, мы это одобрили. От регулятора? Там сейчас будут сидеть. Да. Да.
Они же пустовали только что.
Нет, сейчас новые спикеры придут, их команда будет рассаживаться. Құрметті достар, бірер минуттан кейін жаңа панельдік сессия Қазақстанда жасалған супер қосымшалар, спикерлер тізімінде бұл аланда Тимур Турлов, Freedom Holding Corporation компаниясының бас атқарушы директоры, Арсен Томский, InDrive компаниясының негізін қалаушы және бас атқарушы директоры, және де Михаил Ламтадзе, Каспий.kz компаниясының тең құрушысы және басқарма төрағасы достар. Өте қызықты панельді сессия болайын деп жатыр. Егер бос орындар болатын болса, сол орындарға жайғасуды сұраймыз. Жаңа келген қонақтарға ұялы телефондарыңыз сөндірулі немесе дыбыссыз режимде болуын сұраймыз. Алдын ала рахмет.
Очень активное предпринимательское культура. И у них производство, они же в этой части мира два производственных центра. Всякие там. Все, что касается текстиля, одежды, очень много Ну, я думаю, что где-то, да. Ну и казахстанский на Турцию. Вы тоже полностью занимаетесь, да, или вы там ну, продуктами. Это самый важный же продуктами занимается. Это же самое главное. Спать успеваете? Спать успеваете? Да, стараюсь. Благо этот пояс еще не сильно, 2 часа, наверное, разница в остальном. Да, 2 часа.
Уважаемые друзья, буквально скоро мы начнем новую панельную сессию. Убедительная просьба выключить телефон или сделать беззвучный режим, чтобы не отвлекать спикеров. Спасибо большое.
Коллеги, мы ждем на сцену Тимура Турлова, и у нас будет комплект, полный состав, и мы будем стартовать.
Құрметті достар, келесі панельдік сессияны бастауға дайынбыз. Спикерлер жиналуда. Уважаемые друзья, начинаем новую панельную сессию. Суперприложения, созданные в Казахстане. Модератором сессии является Виталий Нюк. Гостями, спикеры данной панельной сессии встречайте Тимур Турлов, главный исполнительный директор Freedom Holding Corporation, Арсен Томский, кофаундер и основатель компании InDrive, Михаил Ламтадзе, сооснователь и председатель правления Каспий.kz.
Джентльмены, у нас ровно час.
And gentlemen, we have 1 hour. Let us try to use this 1 hour as much as possible. I'll do my best as the moderator. Timur, we're just on time. We were waiting for you, so let's begin with you. I have a question. Ever since the last digital bridge forum, Freedom became a decacorn, a company that is worth more than 10 billion US dollars. I think that you deserve the round of applause. So we have 2 decacorns and 1 unicorn here on stage. Arsen, when will you join this group of super fighters? If we look at the financial indicators of Freedom, the company has a high multiplier. If we look at your income and your evaluation, it's 20x times bigger. Mikhail may correct me, but with the cap of 15 to 16 billions and the profit of 2 billion, the multiplier at Freedom is x20, 20x. And you, as the CEO of the holding, can you tell us about what is your growth potential in Kazakhstan and what is your key potential for growth in the foreign markets? You know, I was always interested in evaluations, and I was always interested in understanding what can justify one or another logic of evaluation. One of the important metrics is how many clients do you have in your ecosystem that you can monetize. And for digital banks, it's about $1,000, $2,000 per client, and it is considered a normal metric for a digital bank, even if there is a very small digital ecosystem. Profit can be managed in a different way. You can give profit to shareholders. You can invest profit in your further development. There are many companies which at different points of their life cycle could invest in their further growth and development when they have some positive metrics or very serious vision. And they may invest much more than they earn. Of course, Amazon shareholder made a joke on this point because he said that Amazon used to be one of the biggest loss-making companies for 20 years, and after a 20-year cycle, Amazon finally reached a high profitability level, and Amazon transformed itself and entered a brand new segment of the market. We still remain profitable, even if our B coefficient or B ratio is volatile, and last year, there was a significant one-off. We changed the credit monetary policy, and the state securities got cheaper, and we overestimate them in our portfolio. Majority of our profit was eaten by cheap securities. Securities got much cheaper. We still got profit, even if this profit reduced slightly. If we look at the normalized profit, and if we look at the reevaluation from January of 2025, during the last 2 quarters, our profit shows the ratio less than 20. Nevertheless, the growth rates are extremely important. When Facebook went to IPO, it was evaluated at $100 billion US dollars. And a lot of people asked me, you recommended to buy Facebook when it was worth $100 billion US dollars, was the profit of 1 billion. But it was very strange. How come you recommended this? Because after the IPO, they went down by 40%, and it was 12 to 13 years ago almost. It is obvious that the profit over 100 years, it was the profit over 100 years, but Facebook made about 40 billion US dollars a year. 100 billion US dollars 10 years ago seems to be very expensive, but we were in top 3 in terms of the downloads in Kazakhstani App Store, and we are one of the fastest growing application, there are other apps, there are other companies whose apps are being used even more often. And I can't even guess which company you're talking about. What's the metric of the super app? What's the profitability of the super app today? It's 1.6 million US dollars. But again, we are one of the most frequently downloaded internet application. How many downloads? About 3 millions, a bit more. And what's the growth potential in the internal market? Well, you see, if we look at the structure of our revenue, 30% comes from the banking business, 30% comes from the broker business, and 30% comes from insurance. We actually have lots of business lines that remain very important to us, and they are not the crucial ones in the e-commerce or the banking segment. 60% comes from insurance and brokerage. And we as an ecosystem provide services to 11 million clients, and these clients go to our super app very quickly. So the rapid growth of super app actually means that we spent 7 years preparing for it and to make it happen. And the overall loyalty program, the overall authorization leads to the fact that we have about 2 services per client, and these services are actively used by a client within 1 month. So lots of metrics, even in the core banking, which is the most profitable segment, increase by 10% every month. These are these enormous growth rates that I haven't observed except for the period of pandemic. One more question. There is more room for growth in the internal market, but what about the external markets? How are you planning to grow? Can you repeat the success of the super app there? Because 1.5 million is a lot. Can you achieve same success beyond Kazakhstan? It seems that it's possible. We completed our processes in Tajikistan and received the approvals. There were a few other markets that we're focusing on, but in Central Asia, for example, or in the countries of Caucasus, we are already taking some steps. Our product is relatively strong and it can be adapted to different markets, such as the European market or the US market. As for the regulatory processes, that's one of the biggest barriers that we try to overcome. But when it comes to international expansion, we just need to have the strongest team on the market, and that will allow us to achieve more in foreign countries. Our monthly active users was used to be 400,000. Now it's 1.5 million users. When it comes to active users, we have quite a big MAU, which I really like. Are you talking about the daily audience? No, I'm talking about our weekly average. Weekly average is not that different from the monthly active users, which means that our card becomes the major card for the majority of the clients. And in the beginning of the year, we had the indicator of 1.1, but our metrics changed significantly in the last 9 months. And it took us 7 to 8 years to get to these metrics. I believe that we have a lot more to achieve in Kazakhstan because our growth is not even slowing down. In other markets, it will take time to build same success. It may take less than 8 years. We spent a year and a half to set up the bank in Tajikistan, and we've been engineering lots of products from scratch there. Yes, of course, the degree of digitization in Kazakhstan is much higher compared to the state services, but again, we can make products that would be much better than the products of the competitors. And even if it's not possible to fully digitize some processes, we can still implement these business processes outside Kazakhstan, as there are some business environments there that can be digitized, and our guys get a really unique vision and they're looking for opportunities everywhere. Then I have a very short question. Do we get it right? The model that works in Kazakhstan, the brokers business, banking business, insurance business, show different verticals of lifestyle. So you're planning to expand to the Tajikistan's market and other markets with these businesses. Yes, I'm sure that the super app is quite unique make both in banking standalone or insurance standalone. So it's a universal model that can fit different markets. Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Timur. Arsen, I have a question to you. Our panel is called Super Apps Made in Kazakhstan. Drive is a global company, and I made a joke saying that you are not a decacorn, you're still a unicorn, but from the standpoint of a presence in different markets, you are a leader here. You work in the markets of Latin America, Africa, Southeast Asia, and etc. So, what things are being made in Kazakhstan, and how does the team of InDrive look like in Kazakhstan? First, I wanted to mention that we do not want to achieve certain evaluation. It's not that important for us. I believe that the degree of success depends on your degree of impact. And we have a greater impact on the world. And I think that it is really important for us to have a big MAU. It's about 60 million users in 48 countries. I think that you deserve the round of applause. Your MAU is 60 million users in 48 countries. Evaluation is secondary. We can improve our evaluations later. As for the Kazakhstani context, our business in Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan is a big hub, and it has about 1,000 specialists. And Kazakhstan creates solutions for the rest of the world. So we have become a Kazakhstani product to a greater extent. And given the fact that I'm the business owner and I'm a Kazakhstani national, let's say, our company is a Kazakhstani company. You can give another round of applause for that. I think that we need to have more companies like you in Kazakhstan. Lots of our initiatives start here, including the Super App. Super App comes from Kazakhstan, and most of our initiatives, such as the upscaling of the House of Mother, and you've probably heard about it. We're working with Anar and Aydin Rahimbaev to develop this business even more. And recently, the first House of Mother opened up in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. This is a very important step. Before, we started the Houses of Mothers in Kiev, in Uzbekistan, in Azerbaijan. In September, I met our students from Envision U for the first time. This is our University of Leaders. Once we set things up here, we will probably initiate the implementation of such things in other countries, and it will be the Kazakhstani network of universities that raise leaders globally. And I think that this is a cool idea. We also implement another initiative on anti-smoke, and probably in 3 to 4 years, the air in the city of Almaty will be much cleaner with our initiative. And next year, we plan to start a similar initiative outside Kazakhstan. We're thinking about Tatlahor in Pakistan and Kathmandu in Nepal. We're still doing the market research there. So we're becoming much stronger, having a greater impact on the world. And we are trying to improve the reputation and image of Kazakhstan, which in turn gives us incentives to enter such industries as the tech industry. Arsen, thank you very much. Thank you very much for a very inspiring speech and for specific examples. Going back to the business, your ideal vision of the super app in Drive. I think that a lot of people here have associations with the InDrive as the application for booking rides. I know that you acquired a number of Kazakhstani services, and you did a number of deliveries from Almaty to Astana. Could you please tell us more about the pilot? Can you upscale this business outside Kazakhstan, and what other business verticals can emerge within the InDrive super app? We do not make the super app just like everyone else. We take different actions. It's not about creating a service of urban services or fintech services or anything else. Our super app is a fair play. These are the services based on the idea of integrity and fairness, which allows us to enter any sphere, whether this is edtech or fintech or food tech. We see that large companies try to squeeze out as much as possible of these spheres, but the ideas of integrity and fairness give us more chances to start successfully, and I believe that it fuels us. This is what helped us create a 12-year history and in Yakutsk, for example, it was impossible to create a company that would reach the global scale. Thank you. Therefore, right now, we are trying to enter other spheres where we observe injustice, or we try to resolve these injustices through the technologies. And we're considering food tech. This sphere is quite young. And we also know that in large countries, some people have no access to dark stores. I believe that we have a chance here, so we decided to choose the path of acquisition. We already had a few acquisitions, and one of them was here in Kazakhstan. We acquired a Kazakh company, and we have the controlling share. For example, now you can order the delivery of fresh products in 15 minutes. Please use this service. Thank you. Thank you. And the final question to you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for investing in Kazakhstan. Timur said that more than 185 million US dollars are invested in tech companies, and seeing your involvement matters a lot, because you also took part in the acquisition of Choco that changed a lot of things. Thank you very much. In addition to food tech, what other potential verticals do you envision in InDrive in order to fight the unequal access to technologies? Well, we already entered the fintech. We believe that a lot of people in different locations have no access to a lot of things. For example, local bank or loans. Local banks just don't see any income, therefore they do not provide any loans to people. Therefore, people go to local microfinancing institutions where the interest rate is extremely high, which I believe is very unfair. We can see this information, and we try to offer loans at a more affordable interest rate. Our interest rates are similar to the interest rates of banks, and
we haven't launched it yet because we believe that the debt burden in Kazakhstan is already too high and access to loans is also quite significant. Mikhail, I have a question for you to continue our discussion. Recently, news have broke that inside Kaspi you can buy food delivery from Glova, and it's great that an international service has integrated into a local banking app. That doesn't happen often, by the way. And Timur, and he talked about ecosystems yesterday and today as well. And the gist of this discussion is that it's impossible to survive long-term without an ecosystem, a proprietary ecosystem. So, Mikhail, can you comment on that news and what are you going to do in the future? Are you going to bundle with other international service providers? Yes, thank you very much for your question. And by the way, going back to the terminology, 4 or 5 years ago, such words as ecosystems and super apps were not in use. They didn't have currency. Right now, everybody talks about super apps and ecosystems. Everybody knows about them, and we even view them as something routine. From our point of view at Kaspi, we call our app Super App about 5 years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago approximately. What does that mean? It's a set of complementary services, complementary being key here. But those are services that every user wants to use. And so when we add services on or when we improve them, so on the one hand, it might be an idea that we truly believe and we want to launch, or we get feedback from our clients that they want to see an expanded functionality. And it doesn't mean whether we make that service ourselves or it's provided by somebody else. Food delivery from restaurants was an idea that we have taken interest in. It's not the first time that we've tried to go into food delivery. Before that, we attempted to do it with Shaka Food. But unfortunately, feedback from clients wasn't too good. That's why we stopped our partnership with Shaka Food. And now we've launched a similar bundle with Glova. But Glova is an international service, and they have a very good client-oriented culture. And Glova also was interested in working with us because in Kazakhstan, integration with Kaspi opens many doors for you. And for Glova, their expertise is food delivery. That's why we decided to go for that partnership. We launched it recently. We beta tested it inside, and once we got good feedback from our inside clients, from our people, now we've launched this service to our clients as well. And I hope our clients will like it, but again, feedback is paramount, is the name of the game. If feedback is going to be good, then this bundle will continue. If the feedback is not going to be good, if it's going to be subpar, then this bundle will be discontinued. So that's how we view partnerships with third parties. So yes, a round of applause. Also, in interesting news, in Timur's Inside Super App, you own or co-own such businesses. The same for Arsen. But according to news, you didn't buy Glova. It's just a partnership between two independent businesses who integrate their two ecosystems. So do you think there might be other examples in the same vein? But again, it will depend on the feedback. Our company will work differently. We are not so worried about EBITDA and everything else, so we are more focused on feedback and determining what survives and what doesn't. And we know that food delivery is something that our clients wanted, integration with food delivery services. There is another area, such as ride-hailing service that our clients want to integrate, but we're not so sure about that. Ride sharing services, so you don't have such plans? No, not for the time being. And actually, we have a pretty good partnership with Yandex. Yandex has an excellent team, and they also are very much customer-oriented. And we work together with them for express delivery from Kaspi Shop. And the index of loyalty is about 90, which means 9 out of 10 clients are satisfied with that service. So when it comes to delivery from Kaspi Shop, Yandex is the main partner for us, and we don't want to jeopardize that relationship. And at Yandex, they have an excellent team, and they actually think along the same veins. It's interesting when big ecosystems integrate. At Yandex, they also have a very big ecosystem, and more than 15 million people use Yandex services. And going back to the issue of international expansion, Mikhail, I have a question for you, and I will quote. Mikhail gave an interview to the Harvard Business Review that imagined that Kaspi is Amazon, PayPal, etc., etc. Timur has said that he wants to have this super app proposition for other markets in the world. But given how ubiquitous Kaspi is, that it's Amazon and everything else in one bundle, can it be replicated internationally in other countries? Or Kazakhstan is unique? Here in Kazakhstan, Kaspi is a unique proposition. I'm not sure whether it will be replicable in other countries. Here in Kazakhstan, we have great customer loyalty. I'm not sure that we'll be able to replicate this experience in other countries, especially when it comes to public services. It's unique. Nobody else in the world does that, integration of public services. And it all began with a phone call from Baghdad Musin, let's integrate the vehicle registration and DMV services into Kaspi. And we worked with other government agencies to integrate government public services into Kaspi. Nowhere else can you do that. Can you register a vehicle, get a driver's license, get a birth certificate, get a death certificate? So that's unique. I don't think you will be able to do that in other countries, even legally. And that's why Kaspi, Kazakhstan is our homeland. We began here. Talking about other countries and expansion, in Turkey, we bought that country's second e-commerce platform, Epsiburata. In Kazakhstan, I have this reflex when people start to use the same terminology. So when nobody knew about ecosystems, I use ecosystems. When people start to use ecosystems, I stopped using that word, and now I call it a super app. So again, in Kazakhstan, Kaspi receives about 15 million unique visitors, users. Hepsiburata in Turkey, that's 17 million unique users. So that just by way of comparison. Our countries are friendly. The two countries have a good good relationship, so that gives us also cause for optimism. In Kazakhstan, we began with financial services, then we went to payments, then we went to e-commerce, public services, travel. Now it's also food delivery. Both from restaurants and supermarkets. In Turkey, we will begin from a different starting point. We will begin with e-commerce, and we will use e-commerce as a jumping point to branch out into what Kaspi does here in Kazakhstan. Maybe with the exception of public services, but our ambition is to provide the same spectrum and services in Turkey as in Kazakhstan. And you also have plans to buy Rabobank. It's one of the largest banks in Turkey. Yes, so now we're talking with the financial market regulator and with the Central Bank of Turkey. That bank, it's a Turkish bank, and we will get a license to provide our banking and financial services in Turkey through that acquisition, through that M&A. And again, it's the same that we do here in Turkey, in Kazakhstan. But yes, of course, Turkey is a different market, but the end result will be similar to what you have in Kazakhstan. Yes, the end result will be similar, but Kaspi is progressing in transforming here in Kazakhstan. What Kaspi will look here in Kazakhstan be 5 years from now, even I cannot know and don't know. But in Turkey, again, our ambition is to provide the same gamut of services as here in Kazakhstan. And we actually might be borrowing from our Turkish experience. There are some products that we have in Turkey that we plan to repatriate to Kazakhstan, to offer in Kazakhstan. So that's a 1+1. When you have more than one smart person, you get more ideas than just if you think alone. And that will put wind in our sails and propel our development here in Kazakhstan and in Turkey as well. I think we'll gain from those synergies. Just one clarification: we've talked a lot about SME development in Kazakhstan. That is a very good potential growth point for you. Can it happen that in the near future Turkish entrepreneurs will be able to sell through Kaspi here in Kazakhstan, and Kazakh businesses will be able to sell in Turkey through Kaspi as well? Yes, exactly, and that's what happens. Kazakh businesses import stuff from Turkey and sell it in Kazakhstan, and vice versa. So yes, then trade turnover will be encouraged between the two countries. Yes, the only thing is that delivery will need to be streamlined from Turkey to Kazakhstan and from Kazakhstan to Turkey. Once we've commoditized that and once we've reduced cost of that, then Turkish goods will be much cheaper, available at much cheaper prices in Kazakhstan. Timur, I understand that there are two big verticals where you don't have any presence, both Kaspi and Freedom. That's health care. Yes, you can buy pharmaceuticals, but when it comes to diagnostics and treatment and education, by the way, I don't see Kaspi or Freedom going into those areas, into those, as he calls, verticals. Any ideas for you to go into healthcare and education, just like it happened with electronic mortgages, because you revolutionized mortgages here in Kazakhstan. Any plans to revolutionize education and healthcare along the same lines? It's we have investments in health tech and in edutech. We have investments in those areas, and we have made strategic investments in startups and in companies that deal with digitalization of both education and healthcare. But just again, to repeat myself, in our main ecosystem, we have 11 million unique users. In the super app, we have a few users. because our super app is only 1 or 2 years old, and education and healthcare, they are very important, but when it comes to ecosystem development, we're not talking about products, because ecosystems now play a very important social role, because they bridge gaps where public services are not accessible, or where access to public services is inconvenient and takes a lot of time and a lot of money. So yes, definitely you need breakthroughs here, you need disruption, because we need to have a push in the development of our human capital, and that concerns education and healthcare. We've been marking time. We haven't been making progress here in Kazakhstan in terms of education and healthcare achievements, and we need to break through in order to jump ahead of the curve here. And we will provide smart assistance and AI assistance to guide people where to go, which physician to make an appointment with based on your symptoms, so that you don't waste time making phone calls and asking friends about which doctor to see. That's what our AI assistants will do. We've invested in a startup that deals with manufacturing of health devices here in Kazakhstan. We have high hopes for that. We also have a partnership with Bili Media, and we want to develop the ecosystem of school education, starting from our planner, from the planner, so that our planner will provide information on homework, on grades, etc., etc. So everything will be digitalized. Plus, individual educational plan will be set up. Also, tests and quizzes will be provided, and we will be able to fight cheating, and so that you can get access to education in Kazakh, because right now a lot of educational content is available only in English. Even in Russian, that access is very limited, and in Kazakh it's basically non-existent. And we have several pillars. They are not in education and healthcare. They are not part of our B2C. It's part of our R&D, which we're testing in beta testing. But mass releases will be done by the end of this year or at the beginning of next year. So this is great, and that's a very important thing. We're talking about business, but Timur says that ecosystems must have social functions in order to eliminate inequality, to help the society to be as educated and as healthy as possible. So noblesse oblige, as they say. Timur, I have another question for you. I read your posts in Instagram and in threads. You think not just about the development of your business, but about the development of the country. That's why I have this question for you. We say regulation differs from country to country, and unfortunately, digitalization of public services in other countries is not as high as in Kazakhstan. But looking at the experience of China, China is now exporting loans to other countries, and those loans are tied to Chinese construction companies, Chinese manufacturers, etc., etc. So that's they use weaponized loans to support economic expansion. Can we use fintech for the same purposes, weaponize those fintech services to support Kazakhstan's economic expansion to Central Asia, for example? Yes, we have done that. We are looking at Uzbekistan, and we're looking at Tajikistan. We are now providing fintech and web tech services in Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, and hopefully that also will entail the expansion of other services and other businesses in those markets from Kazakhstan. It's happening as we speak, and we have become a center of excellence for Central Asia, for the Turkic-speaking world, from the point of view of our so, from the point of view of supporting Kazakhstan's economic and cultural and political expansion, and it's important here to understand that China. We can adapt technologies very well, but our regulation is very progressive from the point of view of technology.
And the high level of trust with regards to the adoption of technologies in the society is one of the highest in the world, and it is phenomenal. And the overall level of trust in the financing sector is one of the lowest in the world, surprisingly. So this is something that goes beyond technologies. In China, it's 15 times higher per capita, whereas our GDP per capita is more or less the same. Our GDP per capita is a bit higher than the Chinese GDP per capita, but in China, the number of corporate credits issued is 15 times higher, and they intensively credit their economy, incentivizing loans, and their level is not comparable to our. We are still enduring the implications of the mortgage crisis from 2008 and 2009, and we haven't been fully restored. Whereas Chinese export their trust abroad, they try to build trust within their companies, providing loans to their businesses domestically, and then they make sure that this trust is translated abroad. Yes, we do need Kazakhstani banks outside Kazakhstan, because that would mean that these banks are going to support Kazakhstani entrepreneurs outside the country. But we have to learn how to support Kazakhstani businesses inside our country, and there is room for work. An excellent message, Arsen. We've talked about export to other markets and the state regulation. I know that the strategy of InDrive is that they decided to not go to the US or to the West intentionally. But if we talk about the emerging markets, and if we can go to these emerging markets with our Gulf Tech solutions and other solutions, the countries of Latin America or Southeast Asia, can they be considered difficult in terms of regulatory factors or regulation in general? Actually, in many developing countries, they don't have a lot of laws and regulations. And this can be viewed both as a challenge and opportunity. We see that this gap is being bridged and in many countries of the world, within the next 2 to 3 years, the spheres will get stricter regulated, because we see the reforms of the labor legislation. We won't be that different from what is observed in the US or elsewhere. So probably in the next 5 to 7 years, there won't be any drastic differences. Arsen, thank you. Obviously, due to the geography of your business, you visit most of the countries physically. Yes, I take a ride from country to country. I'm that taxi driver who actually drives a cab and says, I am a business owner, I do it as a hobby. Perfect, perfect. Since you use digital services in Kazakhstan, since you use different applications in Kazakhstan, can you characterize our potential in foreign markets? I know for sure that the intellectual and creative potential of Kazakhstan is underestimated. And it has to be fully harnessed. Kazakhstan has a very active and highly educated population. There are lots of different talents, and people are very kind. I haven't seen this anywhere else. People here are very kind, and they want to make a contribution. They want to make a difference. So I believe that it is possible for Kazakhstan to export technologies elsewhere. Thank you. Thank you. Let me continue then. If colleagues don't mind, I have one more question. You say a lot about some national idea that could serve as a very strong driver of a technological or business development of Kazakhstan. It is based on the generation nation concept. In your opinion, can this be a new idea for Kazakhstan? I believe that we need to have a meaning in everything, or of everything in life. And on the country level, this is what we call a national idea. The words you say sound excellent, but it is something that must be accessible to everyone, understandable to everyone. For example, it must be something that even your grandmother can understand or comprehend. So I believe that maybe it takes a few adjustments to create the nation of development and innovators. I would like to wish every success to everyone in this sense. Thank you. That's a really cool statement. In conclusion, I would like to say that we have here real Kazakhs on stage. I mean that Kazakhstan is a wonderful country because it is very tolerant. It's a multi-ethnic country where different nations can live and coexist together and develop different projects. And I want to wish everyone that the products that we're proud of in Kazakhstan, such as Kaspi, Freedom, InDrive, and etc., Hixel today we'll talk to Hixel. I think that these are the supernovas of our market, and I really wish that we will have more success stories in the future that we're proud of. So I sincerely wish you the best of luck. Let's make the global history. Thank you very much. Thank you. It was an excellent panel session. Dear speakers, let's take a group photo. Friends, we received lots of insights during this panel session. Thank you for inspiration. Thank you for your examples, cases of super apps in Kazakhstan. We had here today distinguished Timur Turlov, CEO of Freedom Holding Corporation, Arsen Tomsky, founder and CEO of InDrive, and Mikhail Lomtadze, co-founder and chairman of the board of Kaspi KZ. Thank you very much.
Коллеги, мы ровно в 13 продолжим. У нас будет Fireside с Ильей Стрибулаевым.
We'll continue at 1 p.m. with Ilya Stribulaev. We'll have a short break.
Сессия басталады. Қазақстан үшін Venture Mindset және спикер танымал Стэнфорд университетінің профессоры Илья Стрибулаев қатысатын болады. Сол себепті бұл алаңнан алысқа кетпей, орындарыңызда жайғасуды сұраймыз. Рахмет үлкен. Құрметті медиа спикерлердің жолын жаппай жіберуді өтінемін. Рахмет. Уважаемые медиа, просим не заграждать путь спикеров. Спасибо большое. Спасибо большое. In a couple of minutes, we will continue other fireside chat session, Venture Mindset for Kazakhstan. And speaker of this session, very popular, Ilyas Tribulaev, professor at Stanford University, guys. Directly from San Francisco. Уважаемые друзья, буквально через пару минут мы начнем следующую панельную сессию. Сессию продолжит модерировать Виталий Воленюк, основатель и директор Digital Business Казахстан. И спикером данной сессии будет Иlyas Tribulaev, профессор Стэнского университета. Прямиком из Сан-Франциско, друзья. Уважаемые друзья, буквально через пару минут мы начнем нашу панельную сессию. Убедительная просьба перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим или выключить. Спасибо. Да-да. Виталия позовите. Виталий, гайда? Виталий.
Если он вас спрашивает,
Виталий,
я
где
скажу, вы
Виталий?
по залу. Он отошел.
На, позвать надо, Стрибулаев зовет,
Всё,
срочно.
сейчас.
Надо сходить, он долго же, он не ответит. Надо сходить в VIP-лаунж. Надо притащить его. Где он? А, в уборную отошел? Бля.
Давайте вы там, типа, штук 3, на всякий случай. 4. Хватит же, да? Наверное. Если что, подойдете еще. Вот прямо по линии. Тоже обижаются люди, они за 700 билетов.
Құрметті Digital Bridge қатысушылары, бірер минуттан кейін біз келесі сессияны бастайтын боламыз. Қазақстан үшін Venture Mindset. Спикерлер дайын, модератор дайын. Уважаемые друзья, буквально через пару минут мы начинаем следующую панельную сессию. Модерировать ее будет также Виталий Воленюк, основатель и директор Digital Business Казахстан. А гостем сессии является профессор Стэнского университета Илья Стрибулаев. In a couple of minutes, we will continue our next session, Venture Mindset for Kazakhstan. And speaker of this session, professor at Stanford University, guys, directly from San Francisco. Встречайте, друзья, Илья Стрибулаев, профессор Стэнского университета.
Илья, спасибо.
So Ilya, thank you very much for being physically here and Digital Bridge in Astana. And when I listened to your speech at the plenary session, just like many other people, what impressed me is that 7 out of 10 largest market cap companies in the world are companies that use VC capital, Alphabet, Meta, Amazon, etc., etc. They used to be startups and they've used venture capital. So we are happy and we are proud that for, at least now we have a unicorn company with a market cap of 1 billion. And how that startup began. Those ideas, those guys that gave birth to that idea, Murat Abdrahmanov and co, they used pre-seed financing to the tune of 250,000, and that lays the foundation foundation for the exponential growth, which goes to show that without VC, it's impossible to have technology unicorns in any country. Just for Kazakhstan, given the size of the market, given the size of population, how much of venture capital should we have? Any metrics of this nature? Yes, definitely 7 out of 10 companies in terms of market capitalization in the world, they wouldn't exist now if America didn't have VC. But there is a more interesting statistic that I also mentioned yesterday, and that's much more relevant for Kazakhstan and other countries. If we compare America's economic growth with the economic growth of other so-called developed countries, UK, Canada, Japan, America has been growing over the last 40 years at least 30% faster. And why I go back to the 1980s? Because venture capital started to develop in America at the watershed of the 70s and 80s. So probably a lot of that additional growth came out of venture capital. So your question, what should be the size of VC in a given country? So the answer is as big as possible, especially now. Historically, venture capital has been a niche. For example, even recently, the total size of venture capital in America, the total size was smaller than just one large pension fund in America. Maybe it's different now, but venture capital still is much smaller than any private smaller than private equity funds or mutual funds, much smaller. But venture capital in America every year invests in thousands and thousands of startups and thousands of deals. Because many startups go for several rounds each year, so the number of transactions is always larger than the number of startups. In Kazakhstan, you have made the first step, and that's a good first step, but at the minimum, you will need tens of billions of dollars in Kazakhstan, or in terms of assets under management, in Kazakhstan and in Central Asia. So that actually, it's a big challenge to all of the investors who are here, so you will need at least tens of billions of dollars of assets under management in the VC market in Kazakhstan for you to reach the same level as America is now. So you're saying that we need 10 times more venture capital in Kazakhstan for us to be anywhere comparable to America. But I would like to expand. Fixed field, that's a very good example. I know the team behind that unicorn, and that is a Kazakh team, that's a Kazakh investor. But Hicksfield actually is an American company. It's not a Kazakh company. Let us not delude ourselves. Initial investments, yes, were collected here in Kazakhstan. Initial investment was secured in Kazakhstan. But Hicksfield became a unicorn in America where they were able to attract tens of billions of dollars. For you to have a fully homegrown unicorn, which not only begin in Kazakhstan, but become unicorns in Kazakhstan, you need to have a full-fledged VC infrastructure, starting from business angels, all the way to what in America we call growth equity, private equity. If we get it all together, that's at a minimum tens of billions of dollars. That's the depth of the market. So that's a very important thing that you've said. Aside from Kicksel, any other teams, any other startups from Kazakhstan that you have on your radar? That is a very good question. My team at Stanford monitors and tracks every company that becomes a unicorn, and also many American startups who are not yet unicorns but might potentially become one. So we track Kazakh companies who might become unicorns in Kazakhstan, or when they relocate to the valley and become unicorns in America. So that means that you track companies with a market cap of 1 billion plus, right? So actually we track every company that receives venture capital. So if you move to America, relocate to America, and you get a round of venture financing, then we track you. But of course, if you become a unicorn, then we track you with prejudice, so to speak. So every year we publish a unicorn report. So that is a publication that is full of analysis on unicorns, on founders and the investors. And pretty soon, a new report will be published, which is called Unicorn Investor Report. That's a very detailed analysis of all the investors, from angel all the way to private equity at the later stage, which have invested into unicorns. And why we've decided to publish such a report? Because many founders, especially if they don't live in the valley, so they know who to talk to, which investors. Everybody knows about Sequoia, everybody knows about Andres Hollis, but in reality there are hundreds and thousands of investors who've invested in unicorns at different stages or at different verticals. And this report will help founders find a good match for investor. You know, we say that in Kazakhstan the market is too shallow to support unicorns, and even talking about Central Asia as a whole, the pool is too shallow. And Hixel, because they moved to the US, they also work in Japan and South Korea, much larger markets. Your advice for our startups: try to grow here in Kazakhstan or just move to the valley from the get-go? That's a very good question. If we look at the history of startups, there have been many different interesting stages, and the latest stage, 15 to 20 years, that was a local market stage. For example, e-commerce or Uber, for example. And in each region there was homegrown startups that met the needs of a certain region. Right now, a new stage is shaping up. A new period is shaping up, where, with the exception of several verticals, which will continue to be local, more and more, especially with the launch of AI, technology is becoming globalized. If we look at the unicorns that became such in 2015, 10 years ago, in the US, more than half of them met local needs in the US. If we look at the unicorns who became unicorns in 2024 and the first 6 months of this year, 2025, more than half of them do not meet any kind of local demand. That means that they act globally. So talking about Central Asia, Central Asia actually is not as shallow as you might think. It's much larger than Singapore or Taiwan, for example. But they are smaller than many other critical markets such as India, China, the US, selected African and South American countries. So in reality, for Kazakh startups to become large global players, you need to go to the global market from the get-go. So that's a very important idea, and that's what we talk about in the startup community, that this move to the global market, it saves you money, it saves you time, it saves you nerves, and it also gives you some kind of cushion for experimentation if you start at the global market. And a question to the audience: have you read the book by Ilyas, Venture Mindset? Please, a round of applause if you've read this book. So actually, it's a pretty good result. More than half of the people in the audience have read your book. I have a question for you. Yesterday, the plenary session, and today we're talking about Kazakhstan's transformation from an extracting economy to a technological economy, where AI will be present everywhere. So your ideas that you push forward for corporate clients, are those lessons applicable for countries like Kazakhstan? I'll give you some examples. For example, say no 100 times, agree to disagree, focus on something. So that's so team first of all. So all of these venture principles, to what extent they can be a playbook for Kazakhstan as a country, as a nation, at this stage? That's a good question. The book actually wasn't written for corporate decision makers, as a matter of fact. It was written for every decision maker, regardless of what they might be. Founders, investors, corporate clients, but also people who work in the public sector, who make decisions only on behalf of the government, regulators. In today's world, regulators who don't have that venture capital mentality, unfortunately, they make a lot of mistakes because of that. Through that, I'll give you one example. You've named very good principles, but a good principle for a regulator to have is principle number 2. It's called get outside the four walls. So if we look at venture capital investors in America, so not that far from Stanford, where I live, we have a very famous road called Sand Hill Road. All the venture capital funds are located on that road. But if you go to Sand Hill Road, 6 days out of 7 in a week, that road will be empty. Venture capital people get together only once a week on Mondays. Why Mondays? Because that's when partners meet. But from Tuesday until Sunday, venture capitalists don't spend time in the office. They usually go to their portfolio companies or they look for new companies because they know that the most interesting ideas won't come to them. They have to chase those ideas. Why is that important for the regulator? Because traditional regulators, they wait for somebody to come to them with a question or with a proposal. They sit and wait. And if we look at the most innovative countries in the world right now, many regulators get outside the four walls. They get out and talk. How, for example, you as a startupper, how many times has a regulator come to you and ask for your feedback? That's part of that venture mentality. So if you know who the regulator is in Kazakhstan, please give a copy of my book in one of the languages, in English, Russian, and Kazakh. Actually, it's available in Kazakh. And make sure that they go outside the four walls, because otherwise nothing will ever change. Thank you very much. And talking about the corporate sector, in your publication, you talk about corporate venture funds, CVC, and in Kazakhstan, we talked about this at different panels. There are not that many strategic companies that buy startups, that invest in startups in early stages, and usually that is explained by the fact that there is no competition. Many companies believe that they are too comfortable at this very highly protective market like Kazakhstan. So do large companies in Kazakhstan, banks in Kazakhstan, do they need to have their own VC departments? The answer is a very simple one, but actually can make it more difficult. The simple answer, yes, you need it if you can grow your venture capital investment the right way. And that if is a very big if. If you build your VC the right way, that definitely they can help your bank or your pension fund. And if you look at all the largest top technological companies such as Nvidia, Alphabet, etc., they all have corporate venture funds, and not even one, but several to foster competition, and that is a very important decision for them. If we look at large companies outside the technology sector, they also have corporate venture funds, but our analysis shows that if those funds are built the right way, that they can definitely help transform their parent companies. Why do you need an in-house venture capital fund? In order to protect your product and your business model. That's number one. Number two is to move aggressively to a new market and to a new business model. And there is a third function, which is also paramount, highly important, which is awareness and information. For example, many global corporations are located outside of America. They send their venture funds to the valley, and they move the venture funds to the valley. And one of the functions of those funds is to analyze the situation and publish reports on what is going on in the technological sector. Because it often transpires that corporate leaders don't know what kind of breakthroughs are appearing on the horizon in terms of technology in their particular sector. So knowing what is going on, that's also a very important function of a corporate VC fund. But unfortunately, many of those funds are not built correctly. Far from it. For example, my analysis shows that 2/3 of corporate venture fund leaders confess that their leaders, CEOs, CFOs, CEOs, that they don't understand the rules of the game in venture capital. And what are those? For example, don't be focused on your quarterly reports. Don't be concerned about quarterly financial fundamentals. Don't expect that your startups, in terms of ROI, will be very impressive and will beat market expectations every quarter. If you don't know the way venture capital works, that will lead to very bad, pitiful results. And actually, if we look at the lifespan of capital venture funds, they, for the most part, go belly up at the end of year 3. So that means that if your Kazakh firms are not yet ready to understand how venture capital works, they don't need corporate venture funds. But my advice is for your big business people to understand what innovation is all about, why they will not always be protected from external breakthrough innovation, and why they need to understand the nature of the venture game, and then and only then set up in-house corporate venture funds. And another question. You work at Stanford in the business school, and Silicon Valley, as we know, grew up around Stanford. In Kazakhstan, a hub that stimulates technology startups is Astana Hub. But how can we marry academia, research, and our small Silicon Valley? Astana Hub, which is called Astana Hub. How can we marry all of that so that our startups become more and more prevalent? That's an excellent question. Number one, critical mass. When you have a lot of people who deal with research and with commercialization of research, then after you've reached that critical mass, then quantity will become quality. So critical mass is indispensable. No way around it. Number two, what separates Stanford from other universities, even in the US? For many years, and especially now, Stanford supports research of commercialization by students and faculty alike. That's what separates Stanford from large European universities. I have some experience working with European universities, and they do excellent research. But when I talk to the faculty, for example, recently I've been to Italy, Germany, and Austria, and when I've talked to chancellors of those large universities, pretty much across the board in Europe, faculty cannot, being tenured professors, to set up a startup. Prohibited. Or to be an advisor to a startup. That's prohibited.
Let me clarify. In how many startups do you work as a co-founder or an advisor? I'm an advisor to all of the startups of my former students, and I am the investor in more than 150 startups of my former students, and at the same time, you work as a professor. But if it was somewhere else, it'd be much more difficult to do so. Therefore, going back to Astana Hub, it seems to me that not only it is important to develop an active scientific work, it is also equally important to ensure interdisciplinary research. If you've ever been to the campus of the University of Stanford, it is relatively small, and I can walk from business school to the School of Law, to the School of Engineering, to the Computer Science School, to the Department of Biology. And this is important because people talk to each other all the time on the campus. And I always see my friend who is a renowned computer scientist who is talking to his friend from the School of Medicine. It is something that would be impossible in many other campuses, such as the campus of the University of Harvard, because the schools are scattered out and they are based in different locations. Some schools are even outside the campus. So we need to develop the interdisciplinary nature of the scientific work, because you sometimes get results quite fortuitously. Because I believe that it is an accident that we met each other. But usually campus is that very place where you meet people by accident. So you just need to get outside your box for the sake of science and its commercialization. Thank you very much, Ilya. We have 2 minutes left, so I have 3 very short questions. If you count the number of unicorns in the valley, how many of them are there as of October 2025? 1,500. So the number is more or less the same. It actually goes up. So far, it is going up. In which niches do you see the emergence of the greatest number of unicorns? In the last 18 months, 50% of all unicorns are so-called AI-first unicorns. But in order to see what verticals will be created by unicorns in 2026, I believe it will make no sense to look at the unicorns from 2024. We need to look at those who get a lot of funding from 150 to 200 billion US dollars. And I see here that those verticals that were not really popular 3 years ago suddenly become very demanded. I already mentioned AI, but it's not something brand new. I believe that everything related to robotics and security or safety or defense will be very popular in the future. Robotics and defense. Okay, and my final question. Since there are lots of startuppers here and we will have the final of the startup battle, what recommendation would you give to Kazakhstani startups? First, develop venture thinking as a founder and several principles of venture thinking would be very relevant for Kazakhstani startuppers, for startuppers in general. Please try to use these principles. Whenever I work with my students at Stanford, and I have about 550 former students that raised venture financing and became the founders of startups. So whenever I help them, I observe certain principles which founders in each and every startup have to take into account. And one of the principles is to be very passionate about what you do, yet be very flexible, stay agile. Those founders who either think about the money all the time or the results will probably be not so much successful, whereas the founders who cannot really accept feedback from their advisors, from their investors, from their clients will not be able to become very successful. So please follow the principles of venture thinking. Be flexible and be passionate. Ilya Stribulaev, thank you very much for being here. Please visit us a lot. Let's give a round of applause to Ilya Stribulaev, dear speakers, dear moderators. Let's take a group photo.
Еще одна очередная вдохновляющая панельная сессия. Спасибо большое за очень много инсайдов, советов для казахстанских
Коллеги, мы сейчас
стартаперов.
продолжим,
Да, Виталий?
Я говорю, мы сейчас будем продолжать, поэтому можно оставаться в зале буквально через...
Please stay here. We'll proceed with another guest in a few minutes.
Продолжаем питч с первым казахстанским юникорном, друзья. Это будет очень-очень интересная панельная сессия. Хотели бы, конечно же, поблагодарить Илью. Спасибо большое, что вы стали участником Digital Bridge 2025. Құрметті достар, бірер минуттан кейін Қазақстанның алғаш юникорнмен танысатын боламыз. Бұл алаңда Алекс Машрабов, Hicksfield AI компаниясының негізін қалаушысының бірі және бас директоры. Digital Bridge 2025, большое количество участников, очень много инсайдов. Люди стоят стоя, чтобы быть частью данной панельной сессии. Огромное спасибо. Вы очень активные. Спасибо большое. Next session, fireside chat with the first unicorn from Kazakhstan, Alex Mashrabov, CEO of Hicksfield AI.
Виталий, буду модерировать. Предлагаю на «ты», так, наверное, удобнее. Да?
Спасибо большое.
Ну что, встречаем новых суперзвезд. Алекс Машрабов, CEO, co-founder Hicksfield AI.
Let's welcome Alex Mashrabov, CEO and co-founder of Hicksfield AI. Let's give a loud round of applause, dear friends. This is the very first Kazakhstani unicorn. Let's welcome. As they say here in Kazakhstan, good job. You did a good job. Thank you very much for being here, for reaching this milestone of 1 billion. And I would like to talk to you about it in details. We know Yirzat Dulatov really well, and I wanted to introduce you to our audience. How often do you visit Kazakhstan? Because I realized that most of the time you spend in the Silicon Valley. Good day, everyone. Can you hear me? It is a great honor for me to speak before this grand audience and to share our experience. Yes, I think that 4 times a year I tend to visit Kazakhstan, but my major place of residence is San Francisco. Very brief answer, coming from a $1 billion company. Okay, Alex, I have a question. I have a personal question. Before Hicksfield, you created a successful startup with partners called iFactory, and you sold it to Snap, the company that created Snapchat. You published the evaluation of 166 million. I'm not going to ask how much exactly you made, but I think that you made a few million US dollars. Just not if it's true. Yes, indeed. I think that this is one of the most successful deals with Snapchat, and I hope that they think alike. Think the same way. It was one of the greatest exits in the region, and this is publicly available information. Snapchat is the public company, and therefore it is able to disclose such information. The amount turned out to be higher because 100 companies of Snapchat increased 5 times during the pandemic. Okay, the deal is done. You got your cash. Then you started to work for a corporation and became the head of the department of Gen AI in Snap. Could you please tell us, since we don't have a lot of founders that are getting down to the creation of new startups, what it takes to become a founder of Hicksfield AI and get immersed into uncertainty and stress once again? Of course, you received a you got a good position, a very prestigious position in the global corporation, and then there was a time of downshifting when you decided to join a new startup. It is a very good question. In Snapchat, I worked with an excellent team of executives. For example, Evan Spiegel is one of the best product designers of the last decade. And he created the new paradigm, the stories, and then other platforms copied it. But he originally was the creator of stories. I worked with Bobby Plotner, with Jerry, other co-founders of Snapchat. Jerry built the Amazon Web Service, by the way. It should be noted here that we added face filters on Snapchat, which were not available to TikTok and Instagram because they worked in the real-time mode end-to-end with the help of artificial intelligence. So I work in the field of video. I've been working there in the last 10 years, almost all of my entire professional career, and I see that an absolutely new market is being now created. It's the absolutely new video market generated with the videos generated by AI, and a lot of, if we look at all social media, cumulatively they make $1 trillion, and half of their income is related to AI, as it is going to be a new player. So you saw the niche and you realized that you needed to occupy this niche. Yes, of course, and it seems to me that it is quite a unique opportunity because that happens once every 30 years probably, because I spent my entire career developing video AI. We literally started with the generation of the 64-pixel image, 64 to 64, in 2014, and now AI-generated videos have more engagement compared to ordinary videos. Therefore, it seemed to me that this is a train that will move forward with me or without me, and I realized that I needed to take this wave. And you're doing quite well. And how did you meet Yerzat Bulatov? Did Nick Davidov introduce you to Yerzat? Yes, he made a huge contribution, and I'm very grateful to him for that. Indeed, it should be noted here that Yerzat has a very strong R&D background. He worked with the content creation and the reasoning of the content. And this has lots of applications in the robotics. He's been working on it since 2018. When I did my research of such people in 2022, there were less than 10 people globally. Less than 10 people. And one of them is the guy from Kazakhstan, Yerzat Bulatov. Yes, he's feeling a bit under the weather. Let's wish him a very quick recovery. But again, guys, you work 24/7. And I'm not just saying about this. You spend days and nights. I've been to Almaty. I saw their team working days and nights. And the team works in the 24/7 work mode. You barely sleep. Yes. And I wanted to maybe disclose some secret. Actually, there are no secrets. Let's look at one of the most successful companies in terms of its growth rate, and this is TikTok. A company shall be worth more than $1 trillion US. In 2010, they were very small, if you remember. TikTok doesn't have any success secrets. They work at least 70 hours a week. They work hard. Or let's look at OpenAI. They work at least 70 hours a week. Or let's look at OpenAI at their initial stages of development. And let's try to see how they came to their success. They also work nonstop. And I'm very glad to see that the working or professional ethics in the team is very high. People are very committed, and we can actually compare this to sport. For example, in order to get higher results compared to the rest of the world, you have to sacrifice something. And I don't know if it fits here, but I'm 30 years old. 10 years ago, I still had hair. We have a unique opportunity. We have an opportunity to build up a $1 trillion company. For example, our cumulative worth in the social media is $1 trillion US. But if we deduct 10% of it, the company will worth $1 trillion. And I'm not saying that it's going to happen for sure. We realized it, but again, not everyone has such an opportunity in a lifetime. When I was working for Snapchat, I remember at one point I didn't really understand what it takes to reach the valuation of 1 trillion. How many people do you have here in Kazakhstan working for Hexfield? 63 people. And I think that in the US, they have you and a few other people. Yes. We are growing in the US as well. Our team consists of 7 specialists, but our main hub is based in Almaty at SmartPoint, and we have a team in California. Cool. Could you please tell us how did you say no to people of Zuckerberg's team? Maybe you are aware of it, but recently this data got published, and the Meta team, the team of Mark Zuckerberg, held negotiations on the acquisition of Hexfield AI. The evaluation was about hundreds of million US. You spent a few weeks thinking, and then you said no to Mark Zuckerberg. Well, hundreds of million US. That would turn you into the superheroes immediately, and your ad would be on all of the magazines here. But what has become a key factor in your decision making when you decided to say no? Well, this topic is the topic that I cannot really discuss in details or in specifics, but I can tell you about what is happening in the industry. We were not for sale. We didn't work with any investment bank. We always tried, whenever we sold, when I sold our previous company, we worked with Solima Partners. It's one of the underwriters of the OpenAI. We don't work with the investment banks. At least once a month, a successful founder comes to us who is 100 times more successful than me. And he offers to acquire Hexfield. You receive offers every month, yes. But we have to understand that whenever we talk about such people as Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk, they see the opportunities that worth $1 trillion US. I'm not talking about our laboratory. We're talking about the video AI-generated video on social media. And in my opinion, right now, we are leaving those 2 companies behind because we compete against ByteDance, Google, and OpenAI. And one shall understand that the valley is relatively competitive. where people try to get information at all means.
Мы все, я думаю,
So we all wish for your company to become of a size where you will be able to take on NVIDIA and become $1 trillion company. And that's what Ilya has said, that it's very possible for the top 10 companies in the world in terms of market cap to completely change. Why not a company from Kazakhstan? But on the downside, what are your risks, potential that might bring down your project? Yes, of course. Actually, it's very important to be very objective about your prospects. I will also talk about those three large companies. I will not talk about OpenAI because they pursue too many business areas and business lines. Because on the one hand, they want to invent pharmaceuticals. On the other hand, they want to have their own social network. That's too different, too large. But Google, TikTok, not only do they have their own AI, but they also have a very good and functioning business model. And of course, taking on such companies and taking over their business niche will be very different. And those companies are building vertical alliance, and we can work where they can work with many smaller players in the market and tie them to themselves. But the loss of venture capital, and Ilya also has talked about this, that in every niche there will be one super large player per niche maximum. It's improbable that there will be more than one player in each market niche that will be valued at 1 trillion or hundreds of billions. The rest of the companies, life will be very difficult for them. One company can grow and become huge. What we've seen in America with Uber, a big company, and everybody else is 50 times smaller. So the winner takes it all. So that's what you're saying. That everybody can just survive. And only one company can thrive. Yes, that's exactly it. As soon as investors see the winner, then they'll pump money into that winner. We also see, in terms of coding, we see companies such as Cursor, which by the end of the year probably will get more than 1 billion in earnings, in revenue. And they have slain the competition, basically. And our forecast is that by the end of 2028, Hicksville also will get revenue more than 1 billion because video AI is slightly behind AI coding. But again, briefly, key risks and how we are going to work with them. Yes, those labs, they have their own distribution. They have 1,000 times more resources than we do. Our only way and to compete with them is to improve our product daily, test out different hypotheticals, and get to know this new reality faster than them. That's the only way. So that's why you spend 70 plus hours per week, actually 100 hours per week. And everybody on your team works 100 hours per week, pretty much. That's actually for you, food for thought. Many people believe that startups is just one big party, but actually that's again 100 hours per week for years and years on end. Yerzat also talks about Figma. That's an IPO. They work with visual content. At the peak, their market cap was 50 billion. Right now, it's 26 billion. But even though it has reduced 26 billion, that's more than Kaspi plus Freedom. But Figma the road to IPO took them 13 years. 13 years of working 100-hour weeks. So, if you want to become a unicorn, you will need to work for decades and decades at 100 hours per week. I would like to see what you will look like in 40 years, when you're 40. Because Cursor, what we've just mentioned, Figma, I believe that their revenue is about 1 billion, and Cursor, with their current growth rates, also will breach 1 billion, and it took them 2 years. So in the period of AI, actually, the time requirements have shortened. So what took 10 years now takes 2 years to breach that 1 billion mark in revenue. And if you work in the area of video content, your expert opinion and your futuristic advice, because you are excellent in terms of AI-generated video content, what will change for businesses where video content is the backbone of their marketing? What revolutionary changes can they expect? And actually, that's one reason why I left Snapchat. So Snapchat spent $6 billion per year on video content. So you're talking about ad buyers. Yes, Snapchat has a big ad platform, and small and medium businesses are unsuccessful in social media because they cannot generate video that reflects their brand, their values, and generative AI, starting from the beginning of this year. And Hicksville actually we put emphasis on that. So actually, the playing field will become much more leveled. Technology will be democratized. So with generative AI, small and medium businesses will be able to compete with larger competitors. Because now with generative AI, they can create video content on par with very large companies with huge ad budgets. So right now it's impossible for small companies to compete against the big fish. With AI, so you can generate a lot of video content. So that's great. So we're talking about large companies, billion-dollar companies with a lot of AI agents, but we'll talk about this with Nick because he loves this. As for experts in the video content generation and video content distribution, what are the good and the bad news? Good news is that opportunities will expand. Before, making 3D animation for social networks was very expensive, and that's why nobody did it. But now it's much more affordable, and we believe new niches will appear. And we believe that in 2028, every second video in social networks will be AI generated. So 3 years from now, you're talking about 3 years from now, yes. But because you come to Kazakhstan regularly, so 4 times a year basically, I would like to ask you, what is your take on the development of our IT system and the qualification of our IT people? So of course we are happy to see that at NU, at Nazarbayev University, that everything is in English, and many experts are ready to work in the West. So I can mention that right off the bat. And growth points. So there is no culture of enterprise sales. So there is a powerful ecosystem in the consumer segment, let's put it this way. We can name here Playrex, Telegram, Zemran, Kaspi, etc. So that's what Kazakhstan has. But when it comes to projects with longer B2B time frames, such as HR startups, such as Replings, for example, there is no such culture because it takes decades. So we need to learn how to sell IT solutions to Western corporations. So that's valuable advice. Thank you very much, Alex. 63 people on your team here in Kazakhstan, and you're growing actively. Irzad Dulat everywhere mentions that people with a good background, with good English, especially if you worked in Big Four. How many people are you willing to hire, and who you want to hire in particular? With what kinds of skills? First of all, we are looking at developers. We need developers. We need to hire developers, but also we are building a full team. So we have a legal department, a financial department. So we need everybody. So we don't have caps. We don't have limits that we need to hire that many people right now. We always hire the best talents. So we won't hire just anybody in order to fill a vacancy. We need to hire the right person, the right talent. So we need to have somebody who can get us deals worth of millions and millions. So your back office will be in Kazakhstan, not just R&D. Yes, of course, our team is in California and here in Kazakhstan. So we don't have any other points. But I mean that you're looking for accountants and lawyers in Almaty, yes. We know that in startups, stock options are popular in terms of compensation. Of course, you cannot tell us exactly what you do. But for example, can I become a minority shareholder in Hicksville if I become your employee? Is it open to everybody, and what are your conditions? So if you look at our company, aside from the 3 co-founders, 10 of our employees now have become dollar millionaires. Because of the stock options, and here we follow available best practices, our base pay. So we follow benchmarks in terms of salary, in terms of labor compensation. We have a base pay that is about 75 percentile, so which means we pay more than 75% of our competitors. But in terms of stock options, we are at 90 percentile, and we are not looking at just Kazakhstan, but also Central Asia, in Turkey and Armenia and Georgia, etc. So for the region, your conditions are excellent. Of course, if we expect extraordinary results from our people, we have to pay them well. We have to satisfy their basic needs. So remember the Maslow pyramid. People have to be able to meet basic needs before they can be creative. And stock options, are they available to your lawyers and accountants or only to the developers? It depends on your function and the role that you play. Not everybody will get a stock option. But I believe that your developer team, pretty much everybody can get a stock option. Yes, that's great, and that is a great motivating factor because of working 100-hour weeks, getting bold, getting gray. At least at the end of that particular rainbow, you'll have a pot of gold. And in conclusion of our talk, thank you very much for coming here to Digital Bridge. You also had a lecture at Nazarbayev University, so despite your 100-hour weeks, you still have fine time to talk to people here in Kazakhstan in your home base. But people like you have done deals worth of 1 billion with a global fintech. We only have one example, and that is you. In hindsight, so what is your advice? So what do people need to do in order to follow in your footsteps? So thank you very much for your assessment. We are at the very beginning of our road. We have good examples in front of us, Cursor, Revolut, for example, and they've built a company that is valued at 70 billion. We are at the very beginning of our road, and I I don't think I am in a position to give this type of advice. I think this type of beginner mindset is something that I have to preserve and that I have to maintain in order to stay successful. So you have to ask yourself a question every day. What new have I learned today? Why do I think that tomorrow I can be more successful than today? Where I need to spend more time, where I need to learn more, where I need to hire people, where I need to delegate. This type of standard questions that everybody asks themselves. Because with generative AI, the speed of change now is just unbelievably fast. And you need to be intellectually honest with yourself. And you need to ask yourself those questions. The larger the businessman, the more modest he is. So that's my take from this chat. So let us wish Hicksville a very bright future. A round of applause to Alexei and to Hicksville. Good luck to you, and I hope that next year we will see you again when you become a $1 trillion company. Thank you.
Алекс Машрабов, Hicksville AI компаниясының бас директоры. Үлкен рахмет. Первый, друзья, первый юникорн, стартап из Казахстана. Мы долго-долго ждали этого появления. Спасибо большое за пример, друзья. Друзья, у нас небольшой технический перерыв перед следующей панельной сессией. Я прошу гостей с первых рядов освободить первые ряда и переместиться дальше. Спасибо большое. Бірер минуттан кейін бұл алаңда келесі сессия басталатын болады. Фаясат чат әрі қарай жалғастырады. Келесі сессия бұл алаңда жергілікті цифрлық сервистардың жаһанды биг-тек пен табысты бәсекелесу жолдары. Панельдік сессияның келесі пікірталастың спикері Тимур Шалекенов, Яндекс Казахстан компаниясының бас директоры, достар. Мы стараемся не понижать градус спикеров, чтобы всем участникам было интересно. Далее у нас панельная сессия продолжается с SEO Яндекс Казахстан Тимуром Шалекеновым, друзья. Следующая сессия. Как локальным диджитал-сервисом успешно конкурировать в мировом биг-тек. Очень интересная тема вас ожидает. Чтобы вы понимали, эти все люди стоят, уже готовятся на баттл. Да? Заранее заходят. Уважаемые гости, согласно регламенту ивента первые 3 ряда для участников с VIP-билетом, поэтому если у вас нет VIP-билета, просим освободить первые 3 места. Спасибо большое. Құрметті достар, бірінші 3 қатар VIP-билетпен келген қонақтар үшін арналған орындар. Билеттеріңіз сәйкес болмаса, орындарды өкінішке орай босатуды сұраймыз. Алдын ала рахмет. Уважаемые друзья, да, продолжаем напоминать по поводу режима. Да, просим перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим или выключить их для того, чтобы не отвлекать наших модераторов и спикеров. Спасибо большое. Келесі сессиямыз жергілікті цифрлық сервистердің жаһандық биг тек пен табысты бәсекелесу жолдары туралы болады. In a few minutes, we will continue our next fireside chat, next session, how local digital services can successfully compete with global big tech. And session speaker, CEO of Yandex Kazakhstan.
Друзья, встречаем SEO Яндекс Казахстан Тимура Шаликенова. Тимур, приглашаю.
Let's meet the CEO of Yandex Kazakhstan, Timur Shalikenov. Well, we have the top-notch speakers today. During the first half of the forum, we had a discussion with the representatives of large ecosystems, just like Yandex. How many users do you have in Kazakhstan? 10 million or more? More than 10 million users monthly, or more than 10 million users go through our services. Cumulatively, we have more than 10 million unique users. So more than half of the country that actively use internet buy your services. Yes, if we look at the active population, urban population in particular, we have a 100% coverage. A short question, is there any more room for growth? Yes, of course. There is a large market. I kindly ask our technical staff to help with Timur's microphone to have a very good sound. We have a lot of room for further growth as the market is large and we occupy a small part of this market. Obviously, in our main product verticals, we feel comfortable, we feel confident, and we like the momentum in which we're developing. But we see that the market is limitless. without any borders. And since you've talked to people that run the startups with the evaluation of billions of US dollars, I think that entering new market is something very interesting to us. We also talked about interesting collaboration within the ecosystem, and we said that Glovo service is now available within Kaspi Super App. And I know that you personally root for collaboration. This summer, a conference was held by Yandex Kazakhstan for business representatives, and let me quote you: "We now compete for attention with big tech." So Yandex competes against Google, TikTok, Meta, and etc. And in order to stay in this supreme league, you have to establish partnerships. And you said that you can become this partner, providing some of the resources and jointly increasing the profit with other Kazakhstani digital services. Are there any examples of such a win-win collaboration in Yandex? And to what extent are our companies open for such a cooperation? I think that there is still some bias about some companies that are not ready to collaborate. Some want to start from scratch, gain their own experience, and invest a lot of money. But I think that it's not the correct strategy. For example, in Yandex Cloud, we provided access to all of our technologies, including the AI-based technologies, because we want to create the final product. We understand that the local integrator that has a very long history of relations with the partners can make a product slightly better because he has an understanding of a product. He spent 6 to 7 years and he knows what the company may need. There are about 60 companies that work with us already, and they may include Arstyle, Yoke, and many other. They create the final product, end product, together with us, and half of these end products are presented at our stand, at our booth. For example, making appointments with doctors and so on and so forth. If the initial stack of voice technologies come from us, then the final story is implemented by a partner in cooperation with us. As for other large companies, for example, Technodome or Колеса, they already use our voice assistants in their businesses in order to digitize their business. For example, guys from Колеса use the voice robots, which is much cheaper, or their call rates increased up to 80%. In Technodome, just because the robot responds to half of the appeals or requests. And it seems to be quite important. If these companies wanted to go through this journey on their own, they would spend lots of time on non-core businesses. But here at Yandex, we encourage openness, and we want to provide full access to our technologies to develop end solutions. So there are different behavior models in the market ecosystem. Timur Turlov was here, and we know that they actively buy startups, they buy companies, and integrate them in their ecosystem. Kaspi does a lot in-house, which is very cool. As far as I understand, your strategy focuses on the maximum collaboration. Barely there is a company in Kazakhstan that can buy Yandex, but in terms of revenue sharing or in terms of using the services of other partners, how do you view the further development of your services as an ecosystem in general? We do not want to tie ourselves up to one kind of work with the partners. We are open for everything. We actively work with a regulator in order to launch our venture fund and in order to turn ourselves into a sleeping venture. Could you please provide more clarifications? When are you planning to launch a venture fund? Well, obviously, the Kazakhstani market is warmed up or maybe even overheated. However, there is still some room for us there, and very soon we're going to present our story, and we'll probably arrange another session like this one and provide more details about the venture fund. Is it going to be launched here in Kazakhstan? Yes, at the AIFC. We are now working on the regulatory issues, and we're almost on the finish line. We wanted to do everything here. Will you share some good news until the end of the year? Yes, I hope so. I'm sure, as a strategist, we still have this window of opportunity. For example, recently we launched the service of the recharge. We have the recharge service that allows to rent power banks. We are ready to offer different types of collaboration, and of course, for different projects, it may mean different things. Founders look quite differently at different stages of their development. Some believe that they are mature enough and they want to go outside, and if there are win-win stories, we are ready to act as the strategists. And we see how the AI native startups are growing, and of course, we want to take part in this race and become one of those minority shareholders. Of course, whenever we see a full collaboration opportunity, we see a business that would complement our business, then we will offer a founder good opportunities for collaboration. You are ready to acquire, you are ready to become a minority shareholder, and you are also ready to use different models such as the revenue sharing. Sure, sure. Yandex is 28 years old, but if we go back in history, the key deals were achieved through M&A, merger and acquisitions. Super, that's great news because Murat Abdrahmanov spoke at one of the panel sessions, and he said that there are not so many strategists, and he looked at Timur Turlov at Kazakh Telecom with Baghdad Musin, and if Yandex becomes one of them, and we talked about why corporations launch venture funds. I believe that this is really great news, and if an ecosystem such as Yandex becomes an active player in the market, it'd be even better. We talk a lot about artificial intelligence these days, and for Yandex, it's probably a core business because you use AI every day, and you have large data sets, you have 10 million active users, you have big data in Kazakhstan and globally. Can you share some examples? Just like with any other topic, AI is on hype. I was at Astana Hub battle yesterday, and everyone there spoke about AI. This topic is hyped, and everyone speaks about AI. Can you provide any specific examples of artificial intelligence within Yandex Kazakhstan that was able to improve something, that provided some tangible results? Well, we're probably an AI native company because we started to use AI before it became mainstream. Yandex Alisa started to talk long before first reports about AI got published. So we treat AI technologies in such a way that we don't want AI to be developed for the sake of AI. We want to use AI to resolve simple tasks. For example, people used to develop their own playlists, and if you as a user created your playlist, it is impossible to make any changes, but we decided to start our own wave to better understand users, their parameters, the regions that they come from, as well as the preferences of these users by analyzing a great number of different parameters. So this allows us to see that a certain share of people that use my wave are growing rapidly, is growing rapidly, and this was possible thanks to our recommendations. If you try to scroll down your Yandex Go and look at the newsfeed, it is fully formed based on your preferences, and of course, artificial intelligence here gives good recommendations. Of course, from the standpoint of the city mobility, AI analyzes hundreds of different parameters so that your taxi arrived as soon as possible. And the search needs to be changed. For example, many people here see how aggressive we are in our fight for the market share, and we are quite successful. We get about 10% in 1 year, but the competition comes from our core competitor, but GPT is also getting a huge share in the search engines with their streaming platforms. And we decided to give our neural response when it is possible to start a dialogue and there is no need to go to some websites to get basic information. You just get this information in the dialogue format, and the service is free of charge, just like every search engine used to be. And here we fight for the attention of the users, and it is exacerbated or it gets even more complicated. And AI is supposed to become our partner. Of course, the internal business processes are built up in a very deep or profound way by AI. And do you have any target indicators or the share of code to be developed by AI within Yandex Kazakhstan? It depends on the team. It may vary from 5 to 25%. Is it your target? It is what we already have. However, we started to treat data sets differently. We started to treat analytical boards differently. If previously we thought that there should be a dashboard for any feature, and we have thousands of different dashboards which can show different parameters to you. At the end of last year, we realized that this shouldn't happen anymore. AI decided to reboot this, and now in the dialogue mode, I can form my schedule by just using prompts or doing inquiries, and this significantly changes the work of the analytical departments. Their work gets to reboot completely, and it is necessary to recomprehend this work. Well, okay, then are there any projects where AI did not provide the desired results? Well, when it comes to preparation of presentations, reports, letters, we use AI and frees up the time that employees spend on it, but it doesn't change the approach to business. So, I personally find it very difficult to look at how it is being changed in the P&L. We just need to ensure the mass adoption among all people, so that AI has become a part of our daily routine. For example, how people open their emails or computers or connect to video conferences. If it grows gradually, we will see the results at one point. So you do not see a clear correlation in your P&L that if you integrate AI, the profit goes up. I would say that I see these results in the products, but in the business processes, when preparing presentations or other materials, it is not that noticeable or visible right now, but the quality definitely is increasing. We're just moving a new level. And with regards to products, the P&L results are getting better. Yes, absolutely. And my way for Maya Volna is a good case in point. I believe that without it, we wouldn't have the market share that we have right now. So improving the system of recommendations, the growth of LTV leads to the to better or improved P&L, yes. And we work on reducing our delivery time. This work would be impossible without artificial intelligence. One, this is good news that you get measurable results, and I believe that if you received good measurable results, then others will be able to do so as well. Another important question that was voiced today as well, and Arsen Tomsky mentioned it a lot.
And Timur also mentioned that large ecosystems also have a large social burden that not only can they make money out of AI, they can and should improve the lot of everybody, of every citizen. And recently, news broke that you've launched a service where you can order an ambulance online and you can track where the ambulance is without the need to call and overburden 911 operators. What else can you improve through AI for people here in Astana, in Almaty especially? What else you can make better? Ambulances, actually, that's my favorite project because we can see how our technologies save life because reaction time shortens and there is less need to make repeat phone calls. We're trying to digitalize traffic lights. Yandex works in more than 700 cities of the world, and Kostanay was the first one where we have digitalized traffic lights. So that's our approach. We can collect the best available technologies and implement them here in Kazakhstan. And once we have covered all the traffic lights in Kostanay, now we can shorten commute times, we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and the social uplift here will be also significant. What about Almaty Astana? Why Kostanay? I'm pretty sure traffic jams in Kostanay is not as bad as in Almaty and Astana. So now it's Aktyuber, the next, because I'm from Aktyuber, so I always push for Aktyuber whenever a project is launched in Kazakhstan and where the pilot city is selected. But in Astana, we will need to talk with the regulator. Yesterday, we presented this to President Tokayev. President Tokayev was very enthusiastic, so hopefully that will give us the green light, the pun intended, to roll out this platform in the rest of Kazakhstan. Also, there is a service to track public cars, such as snowplows, for example, to reduce fraud. So this way, City Hall here in Astana can track the location of each snowplow. We use GPS trackers, so first of all, you'll be able to reduce fraud in terms of fulfillment of contracts and also use of fuel and compensation for fuel. We also can determine the speed of snowplows, and we know that beyond 4 kilometers per hour, snowplows cannot do their job. So when we see that these snowplows travel at faster than 4 kilometers per hour, that means it's fraud. And that's this type of transparency where technology can create a quick win just from digitalizing what is already available. So stage one will be public services, and stage two, the real world. What we are focused on here. Excellent. So you can continue developing such services. I think you have the resources and the expertise, and the rest of the stakeholders. We have a couple of minutes left, so I will try to rattle off my next questions. You also informed the President that 105 of your drivers have paid 7.2 billion tenge in taxes. And gig economy is a fact of life for employment. How we are working with the authorities here? Can you make it very simple for your drivers to pay their taxes through Yandex.Go? We have few good news here, less good news here, because the new tax code is a fact of life. It definitely will hit all of us hard, but we haven't approached this issue yet. What is the difficulty? What is the challenge? The fact that the new tax code will launch in January 1st, and you cannot combine different activities. If you sell something, books for example, you cannot become a taxi driver, a cab driver. That's it. You will not be allowed. And right now you can do that and you can pay taxes, but from January 1st that will be prohibited. So you cannot be employed somewhere and at the same time be a part of the gig economy. I don't think that is right. about 20% of our drivers combined, and we have nothing to offer these people because we know that under the new tax code they will just fall by the wayside. How many taxi drivers and delivery people do you have? It depends. It depends. So right now about 300,000. 300,000. So that is the population of a large city. So if 20% out of that will be squeezed out, that's a big problem. Delivery people, they cannot be self-employed. The new tax code just doesn't see them anymore. And we believe it's a problem because delivery people for many services you just cannot do. They are main people in our company. They are the linchpin of our company, and our approach is to make paying taxes as simple for them as possible. For them, on their behalf, we've paid 7 billion tenge this year, and many of them received pension contributions into their IRA in individual retirement accounts for the first time because now we are making tax payments on their behalf. I don't think it's right to force tax drivers to do full accounting or to hire an accountant because they won't be able to afford one. I don't think that is the right approach to make it more difficult. So you can actually be a tax agent for such people. We're already doing that for people who work on our platform. But our objective is to make sure that there is no double reporting. Then we pay, and then our drivers are also paid. They also pay because they receive a tax certification from the tax authority. And it is very possible that starting from January 1st, even if we pay taxes for our drivers and delivery people, they will also receive tax invoices from the tax authority and will be compelled to pay taxes again. So it will be double payment. Why force drivers do accounting and pay taxes independently if we already do it for them? So I think that's a very good idea, what you said. Venture capital mentality in regulators is something that has been mentioned, so they definitely need to think about this because here with the tax authorities that definitely was a fail. How many people do you have and how many people on the payroll and how many people do you have in Almaty from Kazakhstan? We have a big hub in Almaty. For the most part, these people work for the market of Kazakhstan but we're talking about just the Almaty office. We have an Astana office with a small team, but we're here. But you're growing, right? Yes, of course, we are growing because such services as Yandex Cloud, for example, we had 0 people. Now we have more than 50. We're seeing a niche, and we would like to make money out of that niche because it's for the time being remove all the bottlenecks inside our company. Excellent, excellent. I have a heap of questions for you, but we're limited for time. But as a person who studies Kazakh, you're also doing a lot for the development of Kazakh language. So thank you very much for supporting the development of the Kazakh language. Thank you very much, Timur. Good luck to Yandex Kazakhstan. And hopefully next time at Digital Bridge, you will talk about your next big deals. And a picture, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this panel session.
Классная дискуссия. Огромное спасибо. Далее, Виталий, прошу прощения, без брейков мы сразу же продолжим. Следующее будущее, следующая сессия AI будущее. Что за горизонтом? И спикером данной сессии будет Ник Давыдов, сооснователь Давидов VC Достар. Аплодисменты. Аплодисменты, друзья.
Привет.
Hello? So I'm very happy that you come to Kazakhstan often. So what? Yes, I've come here for the third time in 2 years. So 2 more visits and I will get a TV as a gift. Because I've been told that after 5 visits to Kazakhstan, you get a big TV set. So you've been here at Astana Hub in 2023. You've been to Almaty. You went to Almaty for Digital Almaty, and you're now back in Astana. And actually, I will go to Almaty one more time this year because founder of founders will be in Almaty. Do you like Kazakhstan? Yes, I don't like traveling to Kazakhstan because it takes a long time and connections are difficult. In Almaty it's much warmer, but in Astana it's colder. Because I like the cold in Astana much better because there is much more air here and you can breathe. In Almaty you cannot breathe. I thank you for pondering to hear to our people here in Astana because people in Astana love to hate on Almaty. So we also talked to Alex from Hicksville, and we also talked about your role in that project because you brought Alex with Yerzat Bulat together. Yes, they had known each other, but they had never worked together. And I said to Alex, Yerzat is exactly who you need. They had a conversation and chemistry happened. When between co-founders you have immediate chemistry and they began working. And I actually told them that we will build them for that, for our services, matchmaking, so to speak. Hicksville, that is a very faithful collaboration. I would like to move to our questions. So we talk about AI. In 2023, you came to Astana Hub. We talked about OpenAI, ChatGPT. Maybe not so much, but still. You scared a lot of people at that time in 2023. Nick Davidov, we live on the cusp of robot communism. So if you were not here in 2023, what is robot communism and can we really expect communism robot otherwise anytime soon? Just a little bit of background. In terms of economic theory, planned economy is bad, but it's much more effective in terms of resource allocation because there is no competition. Everything is decided centrally what to produce and when. It didn't work because the theory of ideal market didn't work. AI can enable you to solve this problem, not for the whole economy, but partially. Social economy actually can be put under management of AI. Right now, the state, for example, that has a lot of social obligations. In America, food stamps. 7 million people receive food stamps. In Israel, a large number of Hasidic Jews who live on the largesse of the government. In Sweden, welfare is also very strong. For such systems, AI can improve resource allocation. And AI can produce some of those resources. For example, if we can build houses with robots and it will cost 10 times less, so why have competition here? So we can nationalize house construction and deploy robots and build cheap houses for the needy. So actually it's quite logical if you think about it. That's what's written in the book Homo Deus. In planned economies there was not enough data for adequate planning, but now with AI, with big data, actually you can plan correctly and avoid the cost of competition. In 2023, in the Ministry of Digital Development, all medical data were put in the same data lake. in order to track how many people access drug benefits and how much should be procured to make sure that everybody's needs are covered. And I think that will be done. So are we any closer to robot communism compared to 2023? Not that much closer, but acceleration is exponential. The rate of change is scary, really frightening, because the last 2 days more happened than over the last 2 months, and over the last 2 months more than over the last 2 years. So we're flying into that future, blind, so to speak. We're on the collision course. So now that you're back in Kazakhstan, what globally has happened in terms of AI? What is the source of enthusiasm and what is the source of frustration for you? Not so much frustration, I guess, because I had a feeling that people will use AI for God knows what, and for bad actor things, and that's exactly what's been happening. Recently, my account was almost hacked, and I will tell you this story. A journalist wrote me from Bloomberg, at least that's how we introduced himself, from Bloomberg, a real journalist. So how about you talk to us and we'll feature you on Bloomberg? So he sends me a link to a video call without video. Just a voice call. So the interview was very interesting. Actually, it was much better with than with bona fide journalists. And at the end, he said, how about we video you, how you use your internal agents in order to embed that video into our article. And at that moment, the AI transcriber that was recording and it goes into Zoom, and I have a notification. Zoom asks for permission for control of your computer, and in Polish for whatever reason. In Polish, not in English and not in Russian. I guess people didn't understand that I could read Polish. Because I can understand Polish, I can read Polish at the very least. So I then went to ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT told me that was a North Korean hack group, and they had stolen 200 millions from venture capitalists. And I talked to AI that generated questions without human interference, without human involvement at all. So 7 trillion, that's actually larger than the trade balance between China and the US. So $7 trillion per year, that's the cost of cybercrime. But he actually is very safe at Top Bridge. So I agree that the dark side and everything else.
The players say that fraud is being democratized, and we know that there are vice and virtue, but there are really good tools to implement your bad intentions. What has inspired you most in the field of AI? Well, first of all, it's the creativity of people. People can come up with really cool things, and we have become human beings just because we are able to create tools, and AI is a super tool in this sense. Is it actually very useful? Yes, of course. Now, let's begin with the new drug, which was invented with the help of AI. Doronichev is not here, unfortunately, but his bioptic is quite successful, and 6 drugs were invented by AI at different stages of idea approval. And these drugs are used to treat very serious diseases. Robots are functioning quite successfully, and these are really cool robots. And of course, our portfolio company, Perplexity, with their browser, is the source of wow effect for me. And we made it available to all users yesterday. You've invested in this company at early stages. We are the investor number 6, and Perplexity now is worth of $20 billion. Round of applause. So, if we had a direct flight from the US to Astana and Almaty, it'd be much easier for you to fly here more often. Absolutely. There is actually a funny story. told by Stribulaev when Russia tried to be on the global arena of innovations back when Medvedev was a president. He flew to Stanford and he asked local students, Russian-speaking students, what would help improve the exchange of innovations. And the students were like, it'd be nice if there was a direct flight from Moscow to San Francisco. And Medvedev was like, is there no direct flight from Moscow to San Francisco? I think I got a direct flight. And this is a funny story. Which connecting flight did you have? I flew through Turkey and then I'll fly through Seoul. It's going to be a very real round trip. Just beware of North Korean hackers. We talked to Mashrabov and he talked about the generation of the video content. It's going to replace a lot of people, and AI creates lots of opportunities for small and medium enterprises. These opportunities were only available to large corporations in the past. So here is the popular statement. The president had the session of the Council for the Development of AI, where it was said that the company of several founders, or even a solo founder company, will bring billions of profit. Why don't we have them right away? What's the bottleneck, and when will we see the emergence of these billion-dollar companies with just a few founders or just a few personnel? They are emerging already. For example, the investments from Alex called Solve Intelligence, and they create inquiries for patents. The company has the headcount of 7 people, and they're reaching their unicorn status quite quickly. You still understand that there is a huge competition, and in terms of competition, you need people, and companies just become smaller in size. If you needed to have a company of 500 people before, oh, by the way, another good example. In Agile, there used to be this concept about the size of a team, 2 pizza teams, in other words. Ideally, they can create a product sitting in one room, and they spend a lot of time in this room until they are done with the product. Facebook, for example, became revolutionary in the sense that there were 12 to 15,000 people that worked for Facebook, but they were divided into 2 beta teams. So they worked on products, tested these products with 100 users, 1,000 users, and so on and so forth. Perplexity is like an AI native company. There are 400 people working there. They grew really fast. But now they don't have 2 pizza teams. They have teams of 2 to 3 people with some design-based thinking. They have some basic skills, and they can wipe code. They use AI in order to write code. Sometimes they write codes manually, and then they can be based wherever. It is possible to work from different parts of the world as long as you have 2 to 3 people in your team. And that leads to the decrease in the headcount of personnel by 2-fold. If we talk about other companies where the HR department consists of thousands of people, well, the numbers are going to change very soon. We still need people because they perform, we need talents, but we don't need tens of thousands of people, just like in case of big corporations. Yes, of course, because AI doesn't replace people. People with AI replace people without AI. And if AI replaces people, maybe they're replacing the jobs that are miserable. For example, I used to work for a call center. I was supposed to make 100 calls a day. I would call system administrators trying to make them buy Cisco. And the system administrators are people that don't like to talk to people. So it was quite difficult. And the work was miserable. So I realized that the first thing that the AI shall do is to save people from such miserable work. Cool. You know, again, you're visionary. thinking means something. You are saying that the companies will become smaller in terms of their headcount of personnel, but I think that the business models will also change drastically. Because if we look at Fortune from 20th century, Exxon and GE, General Motors used to be in Fortune 500, and it was clear what products and services they produce and sell, and they were one of the top companies. Right now, those 7 companies out of 10 that Ilyas Tribulaev is talking about, he says that 7 out of 10 get financing from venture capital companies, Amazon, Meta, Alphabet. Well, still, with them, we see new players, emergence of new players that generate chips, or we have OpenAI. I don't see any people in OpenAI. I only see artificial intelligence. So what new business models will we see in the future? Well, not only we see the emergence of new business models, we see the speed of emergence of business models. And these platform-based things that connect people to people start moving in a different direction. And there is a concept called dead internet. This is the internet where people do not create content or consume content and they just live in their bubble. This is gradually happening because people start to consume content and create content via AI, and at one point they will become a bit isolated. So if we spend more time with ChatGPT rather than Facebook or Instagram, that doesn't mean that we are inputting content, we are just communicating with it. Yes, Facebook was first, it took traffic from media. Facebook said everything will be here in Facebook, but now ChatGPT is getting traffic from the rest of the internet. What's the point to go to Google, open different web pages, whereas Perplexity will do it for you? Next thing, when my assistant, ChatGPT, Perplexity, or Grok starts talking to your ChatGPT and arrange a meeting at the forum, setting time and date, that will be a revolutionary thing. Yes. What about NVIDIA? Is it like a new infrastructural monopoly, or how can we call it? They're actually vertically integrated companies. If we break down the AI technological stack, it begins with electricity, chips, cloud, foundational models, and some application used by users. So it's like an operating system. NVIDIA realizes that if they stick with chips, they will live the life of Cisco. When internet went really big, Cisco was in its prime, and then the dot-com bubble happened. Therefore, NVIDIA has its own foundational models. It doesn't have LLMs and consumer models that compete with OpenAI, but they have robotics models that produce different creative solutions. They have their own cloud-based solutions, and these companies try to conquer the entire vertical. You can become a monopoly as long as you control a very important part. NVIDIA controls this bottleneck. It produces chips. CUDO is the technology that allows to process neural networks on the video card. And 99% of AI is there. Others try to imitate. But they understand that they will still be a commodity if they do not get closer to users. As long as you control your distribution, or as long as you reach your users, you will always remain successful. Do you have $1 billion? No. Me neither. But if I had $1 billion and I wired it to your account, and you were supposed to split this $1 billion into 4 different cells, and there are such cells as the electricity generation, chip production, cloud technologies, and financial models for different applications. How would you distribute this $1 billion among those 4 cells? That's a good question. And a very good note for the SEC, it's not an investment recommendation. You always categorize it by the categories of low risk, high liquidity, and low liquidity. So there are four main cohorts, so to say. Our electricity is the low risk, high liquidity cell. So we put most of it there. If your portfolio is non-risky, if you do not plan to risk all of your money, let's say you have a business, you do something else, and there are other areas where you can take risks, I would put half. So $500 million you would put into the electricity cell. Yes. And data centers. I would combine electricity and data centers because they have a similar profile. There is also another interesting problem. For example, Nebius is worth $27 billion US. It's the western part of Yandex that got separated from it. They concluded the contract with Microsoft recently, and Microsoft buys their cloud that costs $20 billion. But the point is that they buy video cards, they invest a lot in buying video cards, and then they write them off from their P&L every year, reducing by 1/6 of the price. So it gets amortized, in other words. But NVIDIA produces more and more models of video cards, and it is doing it much faster. So the chances that these video cards that they bought right now will be still in demand in 6 years are very small. Let's say there is a risk. So the rest, other $500 million, I would split between public companies. It's high risk, high liquidity cell, which is being done by Meta or semi-public companies when you can quickly sell stocks. For example, OpenAI and Perplexity stocks can be sold very quickly, and I would invest 20% into the application layer because most of it is not there. Cool. So such country as Kazakhstan can invest in infrastructure, in the development of data centers, energy generation, and earn a lot during this AI race. AI consists of three pillars: data, computing capacity, and talents. When I was here in 2023, I only saw talents here. But then the government started to actively collect data and create data lakes. And now I see two more clusters here. Kazakh Telecom has its cluster, and the Ministry of AI and Digital Development has its own cluster, which is super important because the country that doesn't have its own computing capacity and GPU is the country that has no nuclear arsenal, because it affects both security, sovereignty, quality of life of any country. So we've been doing all the right things in the last 2 years. Yes, 100% confident about it. Thank you. You talked about Czech. You paid attention to Alex and Yerzat. Did you enter Hexfield? I'm the first investor there. Murat and I are one of the very first investors. So Murat came after you. Yes. As far as I know, he invested in the Yerzat's company, and Yerzat then transferred this investment to Hexfield. Okay. Well, you are one of the very first investors of Hexfield. Well, Hexfield has a lot of parents. Okay. Let's put it this way. You were one of the very first investors that gave money to Hexfield AI project. Yes. Murat says that he gained 60x. Maybe you made a lot as well. Well, since it's not sold, we haven't made anything yet. But hypothetically, if there was an exit, then you would have lots of profit. We've invested in 130 companies in 4 years, and 4 of them are unicorns, which means that they're worth of billion and more. I remember you invested in Solai. That's the company with the Kazakhstani founder in the field of logistics. The startup didn't really achieve any success. It got written off, but it's quite normal. Do you have any other projects with Kazakhstani founders in your portfolio? I always pay attention to such startups, and we mostly invest in repeat founders. out of 130, 128 of them are repeat founders. But in Kazakhstan, this industry is relatively young, and Kazakhstan didn't have a chance to launch a lot of startups. But as for Freedom and Kaspi, their founders are starting something new. They always go to the valley to start something new, and I think that there is a great future ahead of them. I think that it is possible to create the technical team in Kazakhstan, but sales must be built up elsewhere. In the US, for example, where the clients have money. That's obvious. I think that our Silk Road is leading us to the Silicon Valley. Well, my final question, how will our startup ecosystem change? You say that you have 4 unicorns in your portfolio. Let's say 2 years later, when you arrive at Digital Bridge, there was 1 more unicorn, just like Hexfield AI. What will happen in Kazakhstan, in our ecosystems, thanks to the emergence of unicorns? Lots of venture investors will arrive in Kazakhstan with their capital. I will judge by what happened in Israel 12 to 13 years ago. Israel had first small exits when the people started to pay more attention to 8200. That's their Intel service. Wait, but I think that they had... It wasn't the system then. But then the company paid attention to those talents that have a perfect understanding of cybersecurity, so they started to buy lots of small companies. The founders would go to the Silicon Valley, start operations there, and then they would come back to Israel with lots of experience in how to create such products, and they would sell these products 20 times at a price that is 20 times higher. And the American fund started offices in Israel in order to find such startups. Google came, as well as Microsoft came to Israel, and they started to invest in infrastructure, and they started to invest in education, build data centers that brought lots of cash to the economy. And actually, tech can significantly improve the quality of life. Cyprus is a very good example. It's the country of 1 million population. 200,000 IT specialists moved to Cyprus, mostly from Belarus, Ukraine, Russia. And those were quite rich IT specialists. Not all of them, but they brought their businesses to Cyprus. And Cyprus is the 2nd or the 3rd largest growing economy in the Eurozone, just because the businesses go to Cyprus. Which means that we will see the number of investors and the number of talents growing exponentially. Yes, if the market remains free and if the respect for the ownership is still there, venture capitalists, just like I said yesterday at the summit, they're like canaries in the silos, in the mines. If a bird is dying, then it means that there is no oxygen there. So if the venture capitalists are leaving your country, then there must be something wrong going on in your country. But if they keep arriving in your country, for example, Galim from LiveSpeed arrived. He represents the giant fund with 20 billions under their management. The more region is being paid, the more attention is being paid to the region, the more knowledge is moving towards that region. And knowledge comes with money. Making unicorns is important from the standpoint of creating a favorable environment. Yes, I think that the current situation is quite positive. Thank you very much, Nick Davidov. It was very interesting. Thank you.
Друзья, так, по традиции общее фото. Это фотографы. Супер сессия. Спасибо большое за большое количество инсайдов. Супер классная дискуссия. Модерировал все эти сессии. Да, спасибо большое, Виталий. Рахмет үлкен. Керемет модерация, керемет спикерлер, сұрақтар, пікірталас. Өте күшті өтті. Үлкен рахмет, Виталий. Спасибо большое, Виталий. С вами был Виталий Волонюк, основатель и директор Digital Business KZ. Супер классная модерация. Спасибо большое. Мы готовимся к следующей сессии, друзья. Келесі панельдік сессияны бастауға дайынбыз. Ол сессияның тақырыбы жасанды интеллект дәуірінде әсерлі масштабтау. Спикерлер ол Арсен Томский, InDrive компаниясының негізін қалаушы және бас атқарушы директоры. Ал Панельдік сессияның модераторы Эльмира Обри, Foodie AI компаниясының негізін қалаушы. In a couple of minutes, we will continue our next session, Scaling with Impact of the Age of AI. Special guest of this panel session, Arsen Tomsky, founder and CEO of InDrive. Эльмира Обри, основатель Foodie AI. Слово предоставляю вам. Спасибо большое. You turn.
Hello, everyone. We're going to have an excellent session. I love to see a full audience, a capacity crowd. You know, on the cusp of AI, we have a very stark choice, human or machine. And it's very important for business to have a human face. AI changes the environmental, social, and economic landscape of the world. And we need to make sure that everything is human-centered. Our guest today is a visionary who was able to scale up his business from a small town. It's a super app that is operational in 48 countries of the world. And Arsen also made a choice to fight inequality. Arsen, thank you very much. Many people have talked about technology and the importance of AI and the impact of AI on the world. And it's not just a technological crunch transition, but we're talking about machine autonomy, when machines make decisions where they replace humans to a certain degree. And I would like to ask you, how are you going to roll out AI at InDrive, and what kind of implications that will have for prices? How can we put AI to the service of your consumers to bring down costs and to make the experience much more user-friendly? So right now we use AI in about 20 different areas and directions, and every year it happens more and more. AI gives us the opportunity to personalize experiences, and so that people can make the choice from 5 or 6 cars, and it will be much more effective. Or in terms of safety, people who commit crime, especially in Latin America where crime rate is high, they try to fool the system. They put on glasses or fake mustaches, and the AI can definitely deploy face recognition and tell immediately that that is the wrong guy. That's a bad guy who is trying to get behind the wheel of a vehicle in order to hijack people for ransom, for example. Even now, that's a reality, but 5 years from now, it will become even much more prevalent. It will become routine. Currency right now is different. Data is today's currency, and technological giants are accused of being monopolies, data monopolies. How can we make sure that large companies use data only for valid reasons, and how to remain ethical without losing the business edge? It's important here to recognize that sometimes unethical behavior is triggered by stress because people expect big businesses to report good quarterly results, better and better quarterly results. And if they don't do it, people lose jobs. And that's why people squeeze the lemon, so to speak, as I call it, in order to get as much revenue from every client. And they do all they can. Recently, I've seen that Uber, for example, has been sued because in order to subscribe to the loyalty program, and it costs money, it's a paid subscription, you needed to push 3 clicks. But in order to unsubscribe, you need to do 32 clicks, and go through 23 different screens. So that's the essence of unethical behavior. So sometimes it can be that bad, sometimes it can be even worse. So again, businesses try to squeeze the lemon, to squeeze the client dry. And that's a signal for us to show that we are ethical. We don't do that. We don't squeeze people dry. And it happens often when somebody becomes a monopoly, a business becomes a monopoly, and then pretty much the sky is the limit for them as in terms of what they can do to hoodwink customers. But we build ourselves on being ethical because for the longest time, we didn't have access to any resources, and we needed to generate good word of mouth, so to speak, so that people will recommend us to their friends and family members. And becoming more ethical, becoming more equitable is one way for us, is the way for us to generate good word of mouth, as I call it. I hope that we've created something new here, and I hope that step by step, as we grow, as we become stronger and present, even more present, as awareness grows around the world about our company, that we will become a role model and we will become a new archetype of ethical technological company. Thank you. ENG is a company, one of the few, by the way, that people recommend to their friends and family members. And aside of word of mouth, you also generate a ripple effect through your energy. You give back to the society. So how do you implement this model in the how do you feed that energy back into the market, back to society? So our objective is in 5 years to impact the lives of at least 1 billion people. That's difficult to do because that is a huge target, and it's like trying to boil the water in the ocean. And to do that, you need special systems. I call them impact scalers, where even a small team can have an outsized impact. So in such areas as IT, art, media, or public regulation. And in all these systems, we create full-time teams of experts who have subject matter expertise and who work systemically to reduce inequality. We have 6 of such teams, of such target areas, where we would like to reduce inequality. For example, violence against women and children. And side by side, by deploying the impact scalers, by deploying our available resources and my personal resources, I believe that we'll be able to have an outsized impact on the world. And I believe that the true measure of success is when you impact the world. It's not how much money you make, it's not your market cap, but how you impact the world. Life is given to you to make a difference. And you need to lead a good and interesting life. And interesting life, something that will give you energy to go on, is when you make a positive impact. That is the best drug, so to speak. That is the best high. So Arsen is a very good leader and very honest. InDrive has rolled out different initiatives around the world and Envision new about education, Aurora, which is support of women, business women in different parts of the world in the development. And it looks like, Arsen, you as InDrive and you as the CEO of this company, you're building an ecosystem whose objective is to make a positive impact on the world. Why is that so important for you to support those people who, for whatever reason, haven't been valued adequately by the market? So it has to do with the fact that we define inequality as absence of equal opportunity. So when somebody abuses their power, those two are our definitions. And when you don't have social mobility, that's also inequality. And our objective is to reduce it. And through such initiatives, we hope that we will provide upward social mobility for as many people as possible. Envision U. It's not just for children in rural areas. Envision U is our university. U stands for university, where we will be educating leaders of the future. I believe that progress happens on the back of two people, geniuses and leaders. It's impossible to educate a genius. You are born with it, and that's it, because geniuses are few and far between. But it's much more realistic to educate leaders of the future. And that's what we're doing, and that's what we're attempting to do with Envision U. And in September of this year, I met with our first-year students in Almaty, and that was so miraculous for me. I talked to the students, talked to the faculty. They're so bright-eyed. I got so much energy out of them. And in the fullness of time, we'll create a network of 6 such universities. And to me, it's clear that among our students, we'll already have future Lee Kuan Yew's, Mahatma Gandhi's, JFK's, and people who will change the world for the better. So what is your selection criteria for people for matriculation, for students for matriculation at your university? How do you select your student body? It's a separate intellectual challenge how to identify, because we're talking about somebody who is only 17 years old, how to identify leadership qualities in somebody so young. And the task is complicated by the fact that there is just not one leadership style, but there is a multitude. Because if you had known me when I was 14, you wouldn't have called me a leader. I was a nerd. I was a geek. Somebody who had a speech impediment, somebody who stuttered. People made fun of me, to be perfectly frank with you. And now, look where I am. So it's difficult to recognize leadership in somebody who is only 17 years of age. And AI can help here because AI can see what we cannot see, because AI can identify invisible patterns right now. And plus, also, we will go for today imitation games, but without damaging the psyche and the self-respect of these children. Even if they are not selected, we need to make sure that they come away from this experience with their head held high. So we have our work cut out for us, but that's what gives me the energy boost. So that's what gives me the energy to wake up in the morning and face the day. Instead of just raising our EBITDA 7% every quarter, because to me that is not a worthwhile pursuit. That is not an objective worth having. It's not something that can truly energize you. So that's why look for something that transcends money as your motivation. So just go. Drive is developing in terms of product and geographical reach. You're going to your fifth geographical market, and you tie it all to social injustice and social justice. How do you help your drivers in their lives? We protect them with our mission is that we charge small fees, smaller than anybody else. Everybody else charges more fees. Here in Astana, Yandex, I think their fee is 27%, Uber is 50-55% or even more. Recently, I've been to Sao Paulo, and I saw that in rush hour, they raise their prices twice. And from that excess money, they retain Uber, 85%, pretty much everything. That is completely unjust. We don't adjust our prices to rush hour or to road conditions. We don't try to monetize such difficulties, and plus we try to support drivers through a number of initiatives, for example, by providing cheap credit. In many locations, drivers cannot get a loan because local banks don't see them. They don't see their revenue. That's why they have to go to loan sharks, where interest can go to thousands per annum. And that's what we do in order to combat injustice. But the main challenge here is that in about 20 years, most online taxis will move to driverless cabs. And what those people are going to do, how they're going to make a living, that is a very big question. We will try to retrain them, or they can just buy driverless cars. And so those cars will be making money for them, and they will be owners. So we will see what can be done in order to solve this issue, but it's not it's going to happen tomorrow. We still have some time. So talking about energy, many people have said that AI is energy hungry. So talking about global transition, energy transition to AI. You, as a driver of your business, how can you support such an active lifestyle and go everywhere and be everywhere, and at the same time be a good CEO that leads by example? People don't want to work for a business where the CEO is only concerned about making more money. Nobody wants to work more for somebody else to become richer. So for the most part, it's business owners are already rich, so it doesn't work. So you need to find motivation beyond money, and that's how you can motivate your people. If you can reduce domestic violence or if you can reduce air pollution, that much more effective in terms of motivation, and that's my way. I believe that we are a totally different archetype of technological company. And our whole history over the last 12 years goes to show that this works. Emphasis on people works, so use it. And in conclusion, two fast questions. You're one of the few people who invest in startups and then you tie them into your ecosystem.
Yes, of course. Several companies invested, and several other companies already acquired some parts. And of course, our fund is going to grow. We will probably increase our fund next year. In conclusion, what is business to you personally and to InDrive? I think that it is about being honest to people and to oneself, and it is about continuous development of oneself and of the world around you, and it is about not inflicting any damage on anyone else. It was very helpful. Thank you very much.
Рахмет, керемет сессия. Общее фото. Да, общее фото. Уважаемые друзья, аплодисменты. Это был Арсен Томский, основатель и главный исполнительный директор компании InDrive. И отдельное спасибо Эльмире Обри за модерацию. Спасибо большое. Құрметті достар, бұл аланда, дәл осы аланда бірер минуттан кейін керемет сессиялардың бірі басталғалы жатыр, және сессияның спикері танымал спортшы Сол Кэмпбелл. In few minutes, guys, we will continue our fireside chat, another session in AI, special topic, AI in sports, training performance and the global audience. And we have special speaker, special guest in this session, popular Сол Кэмпбелл, достар. Сол Кэмпбеллдің жанкүйерлері тұрып Сол Кэмпбеллді күтуде. Керемет сессия, шынымен өте тәжірибелі спортшы. Қазір өзінің инвестициялық мансабымен танымал спикер. Бұл аланда эксклюзив, достар, эксклюзив. Уважаемые гости, хотел бы сделать небольшое объявление. Если есть стоящие спикеры с VIP-бейджиками, гости, спикеры, вам доступны первые 3 ряда этой сессии, поэтому, пожалуйста, можете размещаться. Гости VIP-гест, вам доступны первые 3 ряда этого зала. Просим размещаться на места с бейджиками VIP-гест, друзья. Егер залда VIP-гест бейджигінің өкілдері болса, бірінші 3 қатар сізге арналған, сол себепті орындарыңызды тауып жайғасуды сұраймыз. Құрметті достар, уважаемые гости, да, просим не давиться. К сожалению, действительно, Digital Bridge 2025 произвел фурор по количеству, рекорд по количеству участников. К сожалению, в зале недостаточно мест, поэтому просим соблюдать культуру, очередь и не толкать охрану. Убедительная просьба. Құрметті достар, шынымен өте қызықты сессияның бірі, бірақ кірер берісте охрананы етермей мәдениет ұстанамыз. Үлкен өтініш. Digital Bridge 2025 – это рекордное количество участников сегодня на Digital Bridge 2025. В павильоне, к сожалению, в Generative Hall недостаточно мест для всех гостей. Просим прощения заранее. Оплачу. Ладно, тогда не надо. Тогда не надо. Да, потом. Уважаемые гости, также хотелось бы поделиться правилами участия в зале. Просим отключать телефоны, либо ставить на беззвучный режим, чтобы не отвлекать спикеров. Құрметті достар, сіздерді өздеріңіздің ұялы телефондарыңызды дыбыссыз режимге ауыстыруды сұраймыз. Үлкен рахмет. Speaker. Very nice, guys. We are ready to start our new session. AI in sports.
Human spirit meets AI coaching.
AI in sports session, training, performance, and the global audience. And please welcome on stage.
Раз.
Hard work matters, but the right guidance changes everything. This is the future. Human spirit meets AI coaching. Global 360 will take you from the streets and the fields to the stadiums.
Hello, everyone. So what is the first thing when you think of Sol Campbell? Obviously, when you think of Sol Campbell, the first thing comes to mind is solid defending, winning trophies, endless games, performance, discipline, and full dedication. But today, Sol will be talking about swapping, tackling, defending, tackling forwards around the world to actually launch an AI app, which will help and revolutionize how sports is done, especially for young generation who wants to improve their skills, who want to become an elite athlete. And it will be an interesting session. My name is Talgat Dosanov, and I will give a brief introduction who I am and why I'm sharing the stage with Sol. Sol and I, we've been friends for over 20 years. He was Arsenal captain at that time. I was working for Kazakh company in London. And for over 20 years, we are good friends. It's his 5th visit to Kazakhstan, 4 visits in Almaty, 1 visit in Astana. And I basically met all his teammates during this his long career, and it was an incredible journey for me and an experience for me as well. But today I will be interviewing my good friend, and he will be sharing experience on what he thinks was missing during his process of training, what needs to be improved right now to make an athlete even better. So, Sol, my first question to you: you had an incredible career. What was missing when you had like training process in the past? What could have been improved?
I think the first thing for me is thank you for inviting me here. I'd like to say hello to everybody in Astana, Kazakhstan. This is the first time I've been to Astana. I usually go to Almaty. But for me, it's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be in this forum and, given the platform for Digital Bridge. So I think for me, the first thing is the learning that I had is a little bit different to people experiences now. I think I'm a street footballer, so I learned a lot from the streets. That's kind of almost disappeared a little bit in England. It still exists in South America, Africa, some really poor parts of Europe. They still have that street football scenarios going on. But I think for me, AI going forward, I think I could have definitely used the AI when it came to physical output and getting more out of my body and understanding the limits I had on my body. And I think AI could have definitely helped me in those scenarios. I think every single player is indifferent. There's always, you're not perfect. The world's not perfect. And there's always parts of your game that you can improve. And this is what we're trying to achieve, and we will achieve, with giving high-level coaching around the world, AI-powered, building towards a better future for players, regardless where you are, a click of the phone or a fixed camera. That's what it's all about, allowing the world, children, even professionals, that access to high-quality training, but AI-powered.
Thank you, Sol. So a little bit of your background just before you become a pro footballer. We all know that you grew up in some rough areas in East London, and obviously it was a difficult time. It was a very difficult choice for you to become either a professional footballer or maybe some other career or just stay on the streets. So what does it take to become an elite athlete?
I think there's certain ingredients you need. You need to have that competitive spirit inside you. You need to find the why. Why are you doing it as a young kid? Because you're going to have some ups and downs, and sometimes you need that love of your sport, or football in my case, to keep me going, because nothing's perfect. You're going to get bad days, you're going to get some good days, but the main thing is, as long as you love the game and you keep on training and you compete and you want to develop, you want to learn, that's the key. Keep on learning, keep on developing, keep pushing. Be a good person at the same time, concentrate, have plenty of rest, which is very important. But the main thing is keep practicing scenarios, and keep playing. And if you make a mistake, that's okay, but make sure you learn from that mistake and keep going. So for me, learning and mucking up and not doing too well and having a really bad game, or a bad week or a bad month in football, that's the key sometimes. You need to have those days to appreciate when the good days come along. And also, you need those days to drive you on. And you need to have those days to test yourself that you truly, deeply love the game.
Sol, just one last question before we move to your presentation. Be honest, what's tougher to manage? A Premier League game or developing an AI app?
You know what? There's similarities between both of them. You need to know how to build a team. And you need different components, you need different players for different positions. And like with a tech startup, tech company, you need to understand that everybody has their level, everybody has their attributes, and everybody can contribute. As long as they're contributing to the same goal in different ways, and you get at the end of the line, you become successful, that's what it's all about. I think they're equally the same, but different. But it's the same thing as building a team. You need to understand, different frequencies, different mindsets, people, different religions, different work ethics and things like that. So you need to balance them all out, and that's what success is finding the right people for the right positions and to give them that authoritism, give them the space to grow, and also challenge them in a good way so everybody feels a part of the team and everyone feel wanted, appreciated, and that's what it's all about, making a team, and that will eventually be a successful team.
Yeah, thank you, Sol. Just before we move to presentation, here is your clicker. Maybe you can change the slides yourself.
This is technology. So for me, this whole project has started 2 years ago. I studied technology when I was 14, 15, 16. I had to leave technology because I had a 20-year career in football. But I've always had the passion of technology and design. I recently came off 2 years ago. I went to Harvard University. I studied there for an intense course. It was a sports, media, and business course, which was fantastic. Surrounded by elite sportsmen and women, and people from different backgrounds in all sorts of businesses around the world. So that was, for me, something that moved the needle, studying there. And then recently I presented this saying with one of my co-founders who's from Kazakhstan at Stanford University, which was, again, incredible and very privileged to be a part of that. So it's all about democratizing elite sports and making access to players and kids around the world by clicking a button, video, or a fixed camera. So this is where I want to pass on my knowledge to everyone, allow every kid around the world to have quality training, regardless where they are around the world. Yeah. So you can see I've played a few times for my country. Barely 20 years. You can see my Harvard University time. 23 letters in my whole name. My full name is Solzier Jeremiah Campbell. I know everyone knows me by Sol, but it's Solzier Jeremiah Campbell. 2 Premier Leagues, 4 FA Cups, 1 league. It's a shame about my Champions League. Runners-up against Barcelona 2006. I wish it was a winning one, but sometimes you got to take the knocks and go again. It's really hard for me. And I've played over 650 games in my whole career. So I'm all about durability. I'm all about making it work and building a team. And when I go into a project, I go all the way, and I'm honest about it. And that's what I want, to build a company like this. So as we said before, what it takes to become an elite athlete, there's many things as well. There's self-reflection, there's a frequency, there's a connection, there's physical, there's ball control, the behavioral work, the mental. There's so many things that it takes to become an elite athlete. And it's not just elite athletes, it could be an athlete who just wants to get better. And this is what this app is going to do and will do. And then you've got the odds against you. It's, it's 5 kids out of 10,000 is going to make it. So it's pretty, not the best, but there's always a chance. But there's 260 million players registered around the world at different ages around the world, which is great, it's amazing. But the numbers are against you. But I think with this app, you can make it a bit shorter. And if you want to get better at your whatever you're doing in football, you can get better. And this is for men and women, so it's for both. Here it is. It's a coaching app. When you look at it, when I had my career, there's one coach to 20 players. This is the problem it's going to solve. With players Managers, they're concentrated on the first 11, but what are the other players are doing? They're falling by the wayside. They're dropping back in quality time. This is what it's all about. To give the problem back to a system can help the other 9 players or other 5 players who need that extra help, which is very, very, very important. Because you never know. Those 9 players or 8 players or 5 players who don't get that kind of attention by the coach because he hasn't got the time, he's worrying about the next result, this is the problem. This is a solution. You never know. Those 5 players could become one of the best players in the world. But they will never have that situation if the manager is under pressure and he only has got time for 11 players. This is how we can solve these problems. When you look, there's 1.6 billion players, kids at 15 to 16 around the world. There's 70% of them are not in the best areas, very difficult from fields, from connections, and then you got 40% of those are grassroots. So the market is huge, it's big, and it's ready for something like Global 360 to enter to help out. Here you got all the skills. And this is for me. This is a big thing for me. You know, when you truly know your language, you start to dreaming in it. You know, this is what it's all about. When you start to, your consciousness, the frequency, actually going deeper in the learning of coaching, that is where you truly develop. That's where you can solve problems. Then you can go back on the training field or back to PE or whatever, and the combination of this will help you. That deep, deep, deep learning is very key. I think that's what you've got to tap into, and that's where the football and these apps are going to go in the future. They're going a little bit deeper. Here it is. You've got all this, stay connected. 24/7 learning around the world, regardless of where you are around the world, different time zones. This app will help you get you to the top, whatever your top is. You know, someone wants to stay in the Premiership or Serie A, experienced player. There could be a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old who wants to get better into the team. This is what this app will do, and we're building it. You see here, you've got different kind of pay structures, which allows anyone with any type of currency to come in, anyone who's got different type of pay structure. This will allow people around the world to be able to access it, regardless of your pay structure. There's a message encryption in there to allow to build a community. When you want a team, you want to build a community. Everything about now and the future is about building a community, and that's what I want to do. So be able to talk freely, communicate, exchange ideas, exchange playbooks, which we're going to create. The playbooks are amazing things. We allow you to have a playbook from 10 years old to 30 beyond, to be able to control, record all your movements, all your plays, your best plays, your worst plays, and then you can kind of communicate and transfer these ideas. A coach can look at it and say, hey, 5 years ago, you was going through this problem. This is how you got out of the problem. Okay, because sometimes when you're playing in a sport, you forget. You forget what you did 5 years ago. Some people forget 1 year ago. But this will help you to go with you. An electronic playbook goes through your whole career and beyond. When you look at the market, you've got the 23 billion at the moment now. So by 2034, we're talking a $117 billion market. That's huge, gigantic. When you look at the sports leader, yes, Europe, yes, America is there, and Asia Pacific, 18%. But then when you look, you've got Asia Pacific, it's doubled. This area is going to be gigantic. It's a fabulous time to invest into Global 360 or whoever. This, eventually, once you've got the whole basis down, all the movements, we can easily morph into other sports. So it's very flexible. But at the moment, I'm just concentrating football because I've made my name in football. So I know what I'm talking about. Here's the list. These are a mixture. There's New York, there's obviously London, there's people from Kazakhstan. So this is the team. We've got football, we've got knowledge, we've got all sorts of people here, and they're experts in their fields. that's the main thing. I said, put people in the right positions if you want to become one of the best teams in the world. Thank you. If there's any spare time for questions, have we got time?
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes, but maybe we'll have too many questions, so I'll just ask you a couple. Is this app just for professionals only, or can it actually help, for example, someone like me to improve my skills to score goals or defend in the Sunday League?
Yeah, eventually it will be. At the moment, for me, it's all about allowing anyone to access. Yes, it's going to take a little bit of time to build up all the data, but I'm already looking into attaching myself to Academy, and then we'll be able to bring all the knowledge, all the data, everything into the system to allow the system to learn. And that might take a while, but the main thing is I'm going to attach myself into a academy, football academy, and that will allow the knowledge and the data to grow. And this will help. This will help a professional. This will help someone who wants to get better. This will help a 12-year-old who's got a problem in a certain situation. This will solve problems. Lifelike imagery, almost like a movie, this will help you. And then it will go deeper into the consciousness. That's where the deep learning is. And that's the next level of coaching.
Who would win, Sol Campbell with AI training tools or Sol Campbell in his prime?
Who would win what?
Who would win the game if it was Sol Campbell with his AI training tools or Sol Campbell in his prime?
I think if I could combine my journey with this helping me in certain aspects of my game, it will beat me. It will beat the old me, because the technology is always moving on. Techniques of training, fitness work, mental ability, things like that. That's all moving in the right direction. It's all being captured and to help the next generation. So if I had my lifestyle plus the AI training to help me in scenarios, I'd be definitely even more fitter and definitely more ready for scenarios, for sure.
Thank you, Sol. And since we have 3 minutes now, maybe we just talk a little bit on more general terms. First of all, how do you like Astana? How do you like Almaty? What brings you here? Maybe when is next time you plan to visit?
I don't know if there's a rivalry between Astana and Almaty, so I don't want to get involved in that, because I've already had that before in my career with Tottenham and Arsenal. So I love Almaty. I've only been here a few days in Astana, but it looks a beautiful place here. It's not very old, so in a sense that it's growing. There's some beautiful the people of Kazakhstan are beautiful anyway. But yeah, I've not been here long enough, but I'm sure I would love to come back again.
Yes, we have a lot of young people today. Maybe you can share a few advices to them how to not only become a professional, maybe athlete, but maybe to become a professional in their own career. What do they need to do?
I think the main thing is you have to have discipline. Discipline is everything, that discipline, that consistency in whatever you're doing, in studying, in training, how you act, how you behave in certain scenarios. I think that is key, really. Consistency, being a good person, but also, know when to stand your ground. That's very important. Have your boundaries in place as well. But for me, competing, making sure the will to win. There's nothing wrong with winning, but also respectful whilst you're doing it, and that's key. And that's character, that's class as well. That's you have to have that as if you haven't got that, watch other people who have got that, and maybe you can learn. And also study people, study movements, study how people behave in certain scenarios. Ask questions as well. You've got to be inquisitive and curious as well. That's key as well.
Yeah, definitely. And From my own perspective, I've seen the whole squad. I've seen a lot of players through Arsenal. I met everyone during the unbeaten streak. And one thing that struck me the most was full concentration. They were all fully concentrated on the game, mentally strong. And I think it's very important, especially since I saw some of our athletes, players from our countries who take it like for granted, who don't take it seriously. I think it's super important to stay focused, to stay always motivated. Sol came as a second youngest captain for England national team, and he came up from a rough area. I think it was a complete shift of the paradigm at that time, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think, it does. As I said, it doesn't matter where you start; it's where you end. The old saying. But that, as your journey is continuing, you have to make sure you're going to have some bumps in the way. No one's got a smooth kind of journey all the way. But you have to learn. There's going to be sometimes ups and downs. But the main thing is you have to learn and develop. And whatever you do, you have to love whatever you do.
Yes, and we ran out of time. I just wanted to thank the organizers. This event is amazing. Some of you know that during this event we have some global big events on fintech, on sports, happening in other countries like Singapore, Korea. And this time we saw the superstars from sports, technology, and other areas. And I think it's super important that this forum is progressing. And I hope to see my friend Sol again next time in Kazakhstan. And wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Sol Campbell, former England and Arsenal player, investor and speaker. Thank you very much. Amazing session. One group photo. Amazing session. A lot of insights. People are standing here to be part of this amazing fireside chat. Thank you very much again. Құрметті достар, қошеметтеріңіз Сол Кэмпбелл. Керемет сессия болды. Спорттағы жасанды интеллект, жаттығулар, тиімділік және жаһандық аудитория деген тақырып. Ал құрметті достар, бірер минуттан соң бұл алаңда көптен күткен Хаб Батл, Астана Хаб Батл басталатын болады. Бұл сессияда төрайым жасайтын қонақтарымыздың ішінде өте танымал IT саласындағы беделді адамдар болады. Уважаемые друзья, буквально через пару минут здесь начнется Астана Хаб Батл. Астана Хаб Батл. Среди спикеров, среди членов жюри представлены заместитель премьер-министра, министр искусственного интеллекта и цифрового развития Республики Казахстан Жаслан Мадиев, основатель и главный исполнительный директор Индрайв Арсен Томский, основатель MI7 Ventures Мурат Абдрахманов, председатель жюри сегодняшнего Астана Хаб Батл, основатель и SEO Telegram Павел Дуров, еще один председатель жюри, председатель правления АО «Казахтелеком» Багдад Мусин. Құрметті достар, бірер минуттан кейін Астана Хаб Батл басталатын болады. Жюри, қазылық Астана Хаб Батл Әділғазы алқасы. Қазақстан Республикасы премьер-министрінің орынбасары, жасанды интеллект және цифрлық даму министрлі Жаслан Мадиев. InDrive негізін қалаушы және бас атқарушы директор Арсен Томский. MI7 Ventures компаниясының негізін қалаушы Мұрат Абдрахманов. Қазылар алқасының төрағасы, Telegram компаниясының негізін қалаушы және бас атқарушы директоры Павел Дуров. Және Қазақ Телеком компаниясының басқарма төрағасы Багдад Мусин, достар. Құрметті достар, бірер минуттан кейін Астана Хаб Батл бұл алаңда басталатын болады. Буквально через пару минут на этой сцене. Астана Хаб Батл 2025, друзья. In a couple of minutes on this stage, Astana Hub Battle. Құрметті достар, телефондарыңызды өкінішке орай вспышка қосуға болмайды. Вспышкасыз түсіруге, фотоға түсіруге болады. Уважаемые друзья, без вспышки, пожалуйста, фотографии, видео без вспышки.
Пол, 6, 7. 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 5, 6. 5, 6. 5, 6. 5, 6. 5, 6.
Нет, подожди. Ему пока нужен. Подожди. Пусть осенит. Ладно, подожди. Вот это свое работает. Да, читай потом мне отдай просто. Я туда наверное.
Don't wanna sound full of myself a room, but you ain't looking at no other dudes. Cause you love me. I'm sorry. So you think about a chance. You find yourself trying to take my dance. Maybe cause you love me. So then we try. And I slow down because you were used to how fast we touched. Fast we touched. And we locked eyes. I knew I wasn't there and I was gonna tear your ass up. So then we tried. And I slow down because you were used to how fast we touched. Fast we touched. And we locked eyes. I knew I wasn't there and I was gonna tear your ass up. I know that I'm carrying on. Never mind if I'm showing off. I was just frontin'. You know I want you, babe. I'm ready to bet it on. Unless you get it on. But you know I want you. You should stop frontin', babe. I know that I'm carrying on. Never mind if I'm showing off. I was just frontin'. You know I want you, babe. I'm ready to bet it on. Unless you get it on. But you know I want you. You should stop frontin', babe. You should stop frontin', babe. You should stop frontin', babe. Trying to be the best girlfriend you could be. You sneak and look at me. I love it. Then you give your other girl a shot. Tell her you gon' call her, ask how it was, and she's gon' love it. Oh, so then we tried. And I slow down because you were used to how fast we touched. Fast we touched. Then we locked eyes. I knew I wasn't there and I was gon' tear your ass up. So then we tried. And I slow down because you were used to how fast we touched. Fast we touched. Then we locked eyes. I knew I wasn't there and I was gon' tear your ass up. I know that I'm carrying on. Never mind if I'm showing off. I was just frontin'. You know I want you, babe. I'm ready to bet it on. Unless you don't care at all. But you know I want you. You should stop frontin', babe.
We got another one for real. Every time your name was brought up, I would act all nonchalant in front of an audience, like you was just another shorty. I put the naughty on, but truth be told, you threw me for a loop this whole. I'm too old to be frontin' what I'm feeling, then selling, acting like you ain't appealing when you are, stunning like you ain't my only girl when you are. I'm ready to stop when you are.
Carrying on. Never mind if I'm showing off. I was just frontin'.
Раз. Раз.
Один, два, три. Пять, шесть, пять, пять, шесть, один, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, пять, шесть, пять, шесть.
Құрметті достар, Астана Хаб Батл бастауға дайынбыз. Уважаемые друзья, мы готовы начать Астана Хаб Батл. Хочу поприветствовать члену жюри. Қазылар алқасы. Құрметті достар, Құрметті достар, Астана Хаб Батл 2025 бастауға дайынбыз. Қазылар алқасы. Қазақстан Республикасы премьер-министрінің орынбасары, жасанды интеллект және цифрлық даму министрі Жаслан Мадиев. Индрайв компаниясының негізін қалаушы және бас атқарушы директоры Арсен Томский. MI7 Ventures негізін қалаушы Мұрат Абдрахманов. Қазақ Телеком компаниясының басқарма төрағасы Бағдат Мусин. Және Қазылар алқасының төрағасы, Телеграм компаниясының негізін қалаушысы және бас атқарушы директоры Павел Дуров, достар. Ведущий ивента Нурлан Сабуров. Уважаемые друзья, хочу поприветствовать вас и уважаемых членов жюри. Сегодня у нас представлены заместитель премьер-министра, министр искусственного интеллекта и цифрового развития Республики Казахстан Жаслан Мадиев, основатель и главный исполнительный директор Индрайв Арсен Томский, основатель MI7 Ventures Мурат Абдрахманов, председатель правления ООО «Казах Телеком» Бағдат Мусин и председатель жюри, основатель SEO Telegram Павел Дуров.
Уважаемые гости, внимание на экран.
The moment has come. It's time to act. A single leap changes everything. No limits. Fear is only a shadow cast beyond the flame of desire. The brave move forward. A step into the unknown where winners are made. Make your move. Make history. Make the world remember. Astana Hub Battle. The leap into your future. Prepare for battle.
Встречайте, ведущий Астана Хаб Батла Нурлан Сабуров.
Добрый вечер, дамы и господа. Здравствуйте.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I would like to welcome you here at the final of Astana Hub Battle. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Good evening again. Rather good afternoon again. Astana Hub Battle is a platform to decide who is the best in startups. At a platform where new stars are being lit. We're talking about a pot of gold to the tune of $150,000 US that can be won by the best startup. This year, the geography of applications covers Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Mongolia, the US, and the UAE. We received more than 180 applications for participation. 80 were selected for the semi-final. In the semi-final, each startup was given 1 minute to talk about their startup. That was difficult, that was challenges, but because of our competent jury, we were able to shortlist 14 startups for the final. And today we will hear from the finalists. And the fifth finalist is the winner of AI Sana pitch. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to all the sponsors who have contributed to the prize fund. There will be 4 nominations. Each will be valued at $25,000 US. Social impact, discovery of the year, exponential growth in ticket to the future. On top of that, there are 3 additional nominations from our partners, i.e. investment to the tune of $25,000, grant from Kazakh Telecom of Arabi OG EU, and also $25,000 and from Yandex Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan startup over a grant of $10,000 for the use of cloud technologies in Kazakhstan. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to everyone who's contributed to the prize fund. And of course, determining our winners, the best of the best will be the task of our jury. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's greet all of our jury members, Minister of Artificial Intelligence, initiator of Kazakhstan's first supercomputer, and one of the architects of state digital transformation, Ruslan Madiev. Chairman of the board, Kazakh Telecom, innovator in tech, innovator in public digital public services, Bogdan Musin. Entrepreneur, public figure, and CEO of InDrive. InDrive is an international service with more than 200 million users in 7 countries of the world. Arsen Tomsky. And chairman of the jury, legendary entrepreneur of the world on the world scale, founder of Telegram with more than 1 billion use, founder of 2 unicorn companies, a symbol of innovation in IT. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Pavel Durov. Now I would like to address our jury and also address our guests. Despite the fact that it's a battle, that it's going to be a fight, let's create a friendly atmosphere. It's because of this event, our young people, and not just from our country, will be enthused and will be energized to develop their projects in the future. That's why I would like to address our jury, so that people who've come here to support the team, also somebody who's come here to see Pavel, just to make sure that he exists really, that he is not a fiction of our collective imagination. So I would like to address our jury. If you would like to say a couple of words before we begin, to the benefit of our participants, I've seen them, they're very nervous. They are a nervous wreck. Maybe a couple of words of encouragement before we begin. Ruslan Madiev. Dear participants, dear guests of the International Digital Forum, I would like to welcome all of the participants today, all the guests, all the jury members, first and foremost, because it's a tradition that has become an annual event to invite young people, the very same people who are full of energy and who are building Kazakhstan's future now. That's why I would like for you to enjoy today's final. And the participants, please don't be nervous. Just think about your project and everything will be A-OK. Thank you very much. Dear participants, our dear guests, our participants are preparing right now. That's why for them it will be important to hear a couple of words of encouragement from legendary Pavel Durov. Pavel, please. Your fans are all here in force. So question number one, have you tried Beshparmak in Astana? No. So good luck, everyone, and I hope that it will be interesting. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, so let's talk about the housekeeping rules for today's final. And finalists, please keep attention. Pay attention. You have 3 minutes. After that, there will be a bell. And you won't be able to speak after that. You will be given 2 minutes for answers. So overall, 5 minutes for your presentation and for your questions and answers. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to all the participants. So they are ready. And friends, are you ready? Yeah, my friends, I will go into your midst. Everybody standing up, even though many bought tickets for pretty much like for my concerts. Dear friends, I propose that not only do we applaud, but we create a friendly ambience, even though it's a competition. That's why, as one, let us wait good luck. Let us wish good luck to our finalists. And let's begin Astana Hub Final 2025. And our first team, that's a platform from Dubai that develops innovation for optimization of parking in the interest of sustainable future. Team number 1, X-Space Technologies. Uh, 125,000 years. Just imagine that only in Dubai people spent that much time to find a parking space. Good afternoon. My name is Marat. I'm founder of X-Space, and I will talk about why that happens and how we propose to address the problem. Because drivers cannot book a parking space in advance, that leads to consequences. People lose a lot of time, and they become subject to fines because of incorrect parking. At the same time, thousands of private parking spots stand empty, and businesses lose about 1 million a day because of that. Plus, parking spots don't have digital instruments for dynamic pricing and to improve client experiences. They lack interfaces for that. X-Space resolved this issue. It's the first mobility ecosystem in Dubai. We have already launched our platform in Dubai. What we will do for the city of Dubai, we will improve predictive traffic. And for electric vehicles, now we're developing deep tech, which is a center of management of driving. And so it will be a digital protocol, a digital inventory of all the parking spaces available in Dubai, and so navigation also inside. buildings. Our business model includes a free version and a subscription-based version. And we also can place ads in the free version. So we will launch at the end of May of this year. We have about 1,300 active users, and we have already connected about 10 locations in Dubai. Together with the City Hall of Dubai, we are part of business accelerators here in Dubai and in Astana. We also took part in several events upon invitation of the Dubai City Authority. Right now, we don't have direct competitors in Dubai. Potential competitors such as Patronica, they cooperate with us. We believe that this market is valued at about 500 billion dirhams, and we believe that we can get at least 1% of that. So thank you very much. You're out of time. You are out of time. X-Space Technology. And if our jury members have questions on the project, please, now you can ask them. So we will launch at the end of May. So only 4 months have passed. Now we're just looking at our through-and-through analytics. So we believe that customer acquisition costs about $25-30, but only 4 months have passed. We cannot talk about LTV with any kind of validation, but we believe that it's about $300 per year from each client, and I believe each client will stay with us for more than a couple of years. So we reach break-even point after about 2 months. Thank you. I've seen a lot of such startups. What is the difference between you and the rest of the gang? Can you give me an example of a similar startup? I just don't remember off the top of my head. Yes, in terms of parking spot bookings, there are similarities, but they haven't been successful in Europe and the US. But that is bread and butter. But we plan to move deeper into deep tech because, driverless cars won't be able to park tomorrow without drivers. They will need to talk to the public infrastructure, and we will support that dialogue through our cloud solution, so the driverless cars will be able to park. So if that is it, ladies and gentlemen, I have one more question. No? So thank you very much. X-Space Technology. The future is with us. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget that our time limits are sacrosanct. Please pay attention to the timer. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our next finalist, Himo Labs.
It's an AI-powered platform for the risk detection with personalized action plan. 8 years and $50,000 is the time and money that I spent to find the reason of my health problems, and no one else should have to suffer like I did because of the gap in preventive approach. Every second adult has metabolic issues based on the official statistics. They might have mild symptoms like fatigue, frequent infections, headache, and they don't do usually nothing, and they wait until it develops to the severe problems, and it will cost a lot then for treatment. And we help with that. Solution is the annual checkups mild symptoms checker with early warnings of the risks, and based on the blood test, we gave actionable lifestyle plans. Which includes diets and nutrients recommendations. Everything is based on evidence and research results, and also statistics. Based also in medical protocols, so we short list of additional blood tests if required. Our model is from $60 you pay for annual checkups and personalized action plans. Clients are average income adults. B2C market is huge based on our assumption every second person has a problem that we could help with. It's in Central Asia, MENA, USA, Canada, and Indonesia. Sum is $400 million, it's 1%. Competitor analysis, we have risk and disease co-occurrence prediction, personalized assessment of the body condition, and improved health with personalized recommendations. Traction is $4,000 in 5 months. Free diagnostics is performed for 500,000 people, and for 300,000 people, we detected early stage risks. Paid diagnostic for 70, and for 5 of them, we prevented severe health problems and saved them treatment costs per year up to $30,000. Roadmap is we started May last year, and we want to achieve by the end of December $1 million by obtaining the new model, by developing it, and going to the US market. Actually, we are going to US this month. Top team, we are sisters, more than 45 years of experience in medicine, software development, statistics, and genetics. My sister Lazat, she has a top-tier journal publication in Nature and Science. Dana, 13 years of experience in medicine, medical advisor at Lilly Johnson Johnson. I myself developed safety automotive models for Daimler, Audi in Germany, and AI Copilot for PLC engineers. I developed thousands of ML models, worked as a research fellow. And let's make affordable and accessible to everyone the prevented approach. Be the first to say yes. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Could you please stay here in case our judges have questions?
It's Kazakhstan, yes. And currently we are going within the Go Abroad acceleration program to the US to check our hypothesis this month. This and next month, yeah.
What models are you using? What models, I mean, the OpenAI or Gemini, what are you using?
We use OpenAI, but we have RAG architecture, so we have our own database created by our own specialists. So our model mostly don't hallucinate because of our architecture and gives recommendations based on that.
Ну что ж, дорогие...
Well, dear friends, let us support Hemo Labs once again, practical digital assistant for a timely or early detection of or diagnosis of diseases. Let's move on. Our next team focuses on child development, everything within one app, Yaya.
My name is Lauren, the founder of Yaya. As a mom of a toddler, finding the right activities for her mental and physical development was stressful, often a waste of time and money with multiple memberships. The lack of centralized information made this even harder. On the other hand, kids centers struggle to fill in with the kids due to poor marketing and different to reach parents like me. That's why we created Yaya, all-in-one kid development, where parents can book a variety of activities from swimming to art, piano, and English lessons, and much more. Why clients love Yaya? They can save time, money, and we provide personal plan for every child. Why partners choose Yaya? We handle marketing and sales for them. We bring in clients for them, providing surveillance system and increasing revenue for them. This is our traction. In 2 years, we generated over $5 million. Over 5,000 clients booked 500 activities to 800 partners through our app. And we started in Kazakhstan, where 35% of population is children. And we're planning to get to $60 million of this market. This is our solid growth and traction, but we are planning to become a unicorn. For that, we need 50,000 clients paying $100 per month. How are we going to reach it? Through our Yaya Plus model, where we're going to charge subscription from partners and from clients. And we're building individual program for every child based on AI. We're gonna track every activity from child, and we're planning to suggest successful paths from the childhood to the university. And we're building ecosystem for families. We'll be partnering with tutors, kindergartens, and schools. And we're planning to scale to emerging markets such as Southeast Asia and MENA region. And we'll be partnering with the banks. We're gonna build high-value LCV systems. And all of that backed by a strong team with 10 years experience in traditional businesses, building memberships program, scaling startup to international markets. And we received 700 investments from 500 global and smart investors who are helping us to grow. This is our achievements from US to Singapore. And now we're raising a seed round. So please join us in shaping the future of our children with Yaya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see that our judges have questions.
Retention strategy, because children, they age out of applications quickly.
So the idea is to develop well-rounded. Today, child, he wants to play tennis. Tomorrow, he wants to speak Chinese. So we provide all of that in one app.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, let's thank Yaya team. All in one app. Okay, we're moving on, and I'm ready to announce our next team. Artificial intelligence that ensures honesty and integrity for knowledge verification in the field of training of HR and state organizations. Trust exam team is dealing with it.
All right, let's go. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Nirali. I'm CEO, co-founder at Trust Exam AI. So, the $115 billion global exam industry has a huge shadow market built on cheating it. Cheating has become transparent, viral, and even venture-backed. It's just a $20 subscription service. As a result, airlines training competent pilots, hospitals hiring qualified nurses, and even governments license unsafe drivers. And this is precisely why we're building Trust Exams AI, to transform any room into a secure testing center with simple everyday things like a laptop, a smartphone, or a CCTV, making it completely cheating-proof. 5 years ago, we launched in Kazakhstan, now powering country's 2 largest national examination, serving millions of Kazakhstani citizens every single year. Then we moved to Silicon Valley, where we were recognized by highly acclaimed Stanford University StartX program. And this is just the start. To date, 4 million people have already used that service. An additional 2 million people are already committed to do so this year. With our new UK joint venture, we're now certifying UK taxi and bus drivers, with plans of servicing the whole nation with 4 million exams a year that are worth 300 million British pounds. Well, talking about the money, in 2024, we hit $1.4 million in ARR. This year, we're on track of doubling that revenue while staying entirely bootstrapped. But what makes us unique? What makes us innovative compared to our competitors is that we have trained our proprietary AI on more than 1.2 million exam sessions and attained great functionality like detection of hidden devices, suspicious microbehaviors, emotions, and even Gen AI use all in real time. However, beyond the commercial traction, Trust Exam delivers and drives equal access to opportunity. We have actually helped more than 120,000 free charitable exams to underprivileged and rural kids to attend their Olympiads, competitions, and etc. I would like to especially point out how we support a Kazakhstani Competitive Programming Federation, where we help rural kids to gain access to their AI coding contests through our system and platform. As a result, best in scale security, our scalability, best functionality, we're successfully scaling across US, Canada, UK, targeting large government contracts that worth billions. Well, we've proven this works at a national level. Now we're scaling it globally with Trust Exam. Hey, But hey, if honesty doesn't work out, we can always switch sides and earn money more there, right? Of course. But it's okay. I believe in humanity. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Ну что ж, спасибо большое.
Well, thank you very much. I think that it's high time for us to ask our questions.
Sounds good. But do you have the competitors?
We do have competitors. One of our competitors, for example, HonorLock. We have met with her exited co-founder of HonorLock, and she was pretty surprised by our functionality and how we were able not to stay in just simply like servicing universities. Universities only make up a small percentage of our clients. We're servicing whole governments. So she was really surprised how we, such a small team, were able to do something that multi-million-dollar corporations couldn't do.
Cool. Thank you.
Пожалуйста.
The government and HR adoption is usually slow. So how do you accelerate sales cycle?
That's a perfect question. Our clients actually are main drivers. We never had a marketing department, we never had a sales department. Our clients, through the word of mouth, actually brought us new clients. For example, in Canada, where we serviced one client and they brought us 5. So I believe if you give attention to your clients and take care of their needs, they're going to be drivers of your revenue.
И я думаю, финальный вопрос.
And I think one final question.
Some pilots in the public service centers about the driver license. I mean, did you defeat the problems there about the cheating and the corruption and the driver licensing problem?
That is a great question. So business we're in, it's an amazing business because our competitors, they earn money on average $2,000 per cheated test. So it's a huge business. They always incentivize to come up with something new, different. So it's always going to be a race between us and them. So, but I love this game because I'm personally a cybersecurity graduate. So for me, it's always like cat and mouse game. I try to catch the bad guys. I'm trying to be the blue team, they're a red team, but it's always a great fun. So yeah, I love what I do. So basically, I think it's going to be forever like a race.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, Trust Exam, thank you very much for a very informative presentation and for your confidence. We're moving on. Next team develops the operating system on the basis of AI for small and medium enterprises. It trains digital employees that work 24/7. Dear friends, let's welcome non-AI. Hello friends, my name is Ashat. I'm the founder of Moon AI. We create conversational AI that really works. $1.2 trillion is the amount lost by small and medium enterprises annually all over the world. And the reasons are quite simple: slow responses, large routine of business processes, and high turnover in personnel. As you know, the evident solution to this problem is the AI agent, but 82% of all small and medium enterprises that try to integrate AI agents fail because of the hallucinations and the leakage of information, and we resolve this problem. At this stage, Moon AI serves as a platform that can be operated by a person without a technical background. Everyone can integrate their AI agents, and the security is above 98%. We give real business results. We reduce expenses and increase the conversion to sales. And we have more than 170 companies in the market of Central Asia and globally that trust us, and this number keeps increasing on a monthly basis. All of these clients are united by the single funnel of sales that you see on the screen. Up to 80% of our correspondence with the clients is handled through AI agents. We managed to achieve an average growth of 20% every quarter, and after changing our business model, our growth reached 360% every quarter. We use the Muse-based SaaS model where client pays for each conversation, and the average check is $200 and the LTV is 1,100%. We are developing under the freemium model when in certain verticals the client can independently create their AI agents We have a network of partners that allows an exponential growth. Our team consists of 19 people. I lead the business team. I have 10,000 hours of experience in business, and this is my second venture history. As regards our team of engineers, this team consists of senior engineers with vast experience in AI. We attract $400,000 of investments. Most ventures covered $200,000 of investments. And thanks to these investments, in 1 year, we will have a 7 times increase, and we will increase this gap between us and our competitors, and we will enter the US market where we already have our first pilot projects. Friends, thank you very much for your attention. Just keep in mind that Moon AI is not just another good software, it is about the real democratization of technologies for businesses. Thank you very much. And of course, we have questions. What's the dynamic of MRR? On average, MRR is increasing 35% from month to month, and it's actually happening very quickly, but at minimum it's 35%. As for our unit economy, our customer acquisition is high, and the LTV is $1,800. The ratio of LTV to customer acquisition cost is 1,100%. What makes you different from other services that can be received through ChatGPT? That's a really good question. Thank you very much. Actually, there are a lot of analogs or similar services, and such solutions provide accuracy of 85 to 90% when you can just use proper prompts. We have a deep dive into business processes, and thanks to that, we can provide accuracy of 98% and above. That is what makes us different. Well, thank you very much. Dear friends, this was Moon AI. Next team represents the web platform with therapeutic games based on AI for the purposes of rehabilitation after a stroke that traces the movement of arm with the help of the web camera. Let's meet Flexion AI. Well, today more than 100 million people suffer from the implications of stroke. Most of them are at home without any hopes for rehabilitation. Flexion AI changes this reality. We make rehabilitation available and affordable to everyone. Every fourth person in the world has a risk to have a stroke. And it's one of the prevailing diseases all over the world. Even though the rehabilitation in clinics is quite intensive, 80% shall continue this rehabilitation at home. However, patients are not motivated to do this rehabilitation. They are isolated socially, and even if they're willing to have a rehabilitation, they don't have proper equipment in place. Therefore, we are developing online rehabilitation. We've integrated artificial intelligence, gamification, and social elements for patients to be able to have rehabilitation for 5 to 10 hours a week. Let's look at how it works. As you see, a patient is interacting with our platform, and the web camera integrates the movement of patients into the gaming process. It is possible to move your hands and arm. It is possible to do a lot of things in the virtual reality, and by playing, patient rehabilitates. You can ask, what's the point? You don't have to have any special equipment. It is enough to have a web camera. Therefore, our pricing policy is much more affordable compared to our competitors. We already had the pilot trials here in Astana, and patients and doctors loved it.
And doctors have noticed that in virtual reality it's much easier to do some exercises for our patients. I am a professor of neurobiology at Nazarbayev University. We have a huge experience in medical research and in commercialization of research. That's our team. We would like to tap the American market for home rehabilitation. Why? Because most of our competitors focus focused on the B2B. We would like to go for B2C. That's why this market niche is empty, it's unoccupied, and we would like to claim it. Our testing has taken place in two phases. We received grants and support from rehabilitation centers here in Astana, and in stage 2 we received VC financing and funding. We've launched clinical trials here in Kazakhstan and also at the University of San Jose in the US. We will receive authorization from the FDA to sell our product in the US. And I hope that during my presentation you will have seen that our team can make rehabilitation affordable and accessible to everyone, anywhere, anytime. Thank you very much. Do our jury members have questions? How do you measure your impact? The impact from your technology. The impact from technology. So the nature of rehabilitation, what we're talking about. So if you go to a doctor's office or to gym, you need to do a lot of exercises and you need to spend a lot of time, and it's difficult to keep motivation because research shows that the more you exercise, the more recovery you will achieve, and research shows that first 6 months are crucial. Was that your question? No. How do you measure the impact of your platform? As you will have seen or will not have seen, we have a diagnostic part where we track motor function. Do you understand what I'm saying? So how do you do that? How do you measure it? What is the unit of measurement? So the simplest example, how many cubes, for example, can you move from one side of the table to another side of the table, and what is your ideal effect that you would like to achieve? So right now we're doing clinical trials in order to gauge what is ideal, what is not ideal. So you're doing it right now. Okay, thank you very much. So do you have any traction? Right now we work with B2B, so we work with rehabilitation centers. We haven't gone B2C yet, so we're just applying for an FDA license to sell our product B2C in the US. Thank you very much, Alexander. So you're through with your presentation. And we move on. Our next finalist is EOI ecosystem. Methodology and AI for preparation of future researchers and engineers through AI-based STEM education. Cyberpack AI, our next finalist. Welcome to the matrix of Kazakhstan's STEM education. At some point we believed that was the peak of technology. Matrix also was released in 1999. So we still have revolution in the movies, but in reality we have mortar and brick schools. So there are two ways. Blue is that you believe that everything is okay, and red way if you believe that 99% of students will never go for anything innovative. For us, that's not a choice. Cyberpack is a STEM platform for schools. Soft is the center of our ecosystem, so do research like a scientist. STEM curricula for grades from 1 to 11. Having AI assistants, be a researcher from idea to publication. Compete as a champion. Step 1, win in an international competition, and where the student and not just a mentor wins. web platform and full analytics for administrators. Other at AI as a feature, we built our ecosystem around AI. The professor licenses research and the engineer will collect projects and the mission of Cyberpark is to make STEM education accessible to every student regardless of where they live. 160 children create projects and portfolios and compete in competitions. Our market is 1 billion. Europe, Middle East and North Africa and Kazakhstan. So B2B is subscriptions to schools to tariffs from extracurricular to curricular activities. Why us? Because STEM is very difficult, but we can scale it up with the basic STEM skills. Our plans, 3,000 schools in 3 years through adaptation of methodological materials to the education system, trade agents and automation of 3D printers. But all of that is impossible with our team. Saburjan Mustafin, CEO, founder of a STEM school with 7,000 students. My name is Madin Saetov, CEO, CPO Makhjan Beskatov, four-time world champion in robotechnics. You don't make a choice. You already made it. You're here to understand why. So the question is, are you going to stay in illusion or are you going to create the world with us? Number one, you got to know our product. Number two, you know that this product works. And number three, welcome to the Matrix. Thank you very much. Mr. Madiev has a question. You put emphasis on schools, correct? Yes, that's correct. And schools, as you know, their budgets are limited. And they cannot go left and right. And many schools already have their own STEM labs. How are you going to fight, combat, and overcome those problems? Our answer, we're the only solution in the world that provides STEM ecosystems for schools. There are competitors that provide engineering solutions, but very often they don't have a methodology for training of faculty members. So we provide a turnkey solutions. To answer your question, number one, annually schools spend $8 billion on renovating their science labs. We can be part of that budget. Thank you. So yes, we have from 7 to 70 schools right now, and monthly growth is 70%. ARR is 70K. Yes, so we also work with B2B right now. So our partners are Haliberry, Astana, Prometheus School, Harvey School, etc. Thank you very much for your questions, Mr. Abdrahmanov, even though you're not using the mic. So out of those 70 schools, B2G, what percentage is B2G and what is B2B? Percentages, 70 to 30. B2G is 70, no, B2B is 70%, the rest is B2G. So, dear friends, I see that Cyberpark AI, you've passed with flying colors. So let us bid adieu to our Morpheus from Matrix with the blue and the red pill. So, dear friends, we move on. Our next team deals with smart parking. So, OpenSpot helps car owners and real estate owners to monetize every square inch by providing paid parking in busy cities. Dear friends, round of applause for OpenSpot.
Hello, everyone. I'm Trey. I'm the founder of OpenSpot. At OpenSpot, we have solved the on-street parking. We are building the next big, simple thing. In the US, drivers spend 17 hours searching for parking and 13 hours trying to pay for it because reservation apps don't reserve anything. And it costs Americans $73 billion per year. So why does it matter? Many cities suffer from overcrowding, too many cars, and we provide access for OpenAI Telegram to directly access the reservation spots. We allow millions of mini apps to provide reservation services. We are, in the first time in a century, we are revolutionizing parking. We provide services for the drivers, so drivers could stress less, and we increase the revenue for the property owners, and we allow cities to flow. Open spots integrated inside OpenGPT, ChatGPT, and Telegram, so users can just type in, find me for our parking, and then it books, it pays, and it's physically yours. Many apps don't have hardware level, so they can't physically enforce any reservations. That's why our competitors are our partners. They provide us traffic, and we also provide them the service, so that millions of mini apps can use our service to sell more inside the apps. Our parking sector is a huge one. Our obtainable market is $7.8 billion. Right now, we are building a relationship with the city of San Francisco, with the city of New York. Also, we are talking with the city of Almaty. Right now, we are selected and entered at the Berkeley University, and we are building a relationship with the San Francisco city and the mayor. And we are also integrating robot taxis, Waymo, so that they could book their parking in the centers of the cities. Right now, we have 1.5 million in orders, and we have served 30,000 drivers in less than 4 months. We are raising 600,000 press seats, and our team includes experienced team of ex-Google project managers. And we are supported by the Japanese government, Silk Road, Astana Hub, and our strategic advisor of multi-billion-dollar West Texas Gas Corporation. So we are the next big simple
Дорогие друзья,
thing.
время вышло. Дорогой Трей, мы вас благодарим.
Apologies, you're out of time. Your 3 minutes are up, and now you have 2 minutes to answer questions from our jury members. So should they have any questions?
Yeah, so I can speak Russian. So we have, right now we have live 55 units that we launched in the middle of June. It's less than 3 months now. And then we generated, today we just passed the mark of 30,000 users. And we increased the traffic to the office buildings. Our first locations are B2B companies, and we increase the traffic by 250% because usually drivers just leave their car all day and they have no traffic to the building. So after this tech, the average time decreased to 1 hour, 2 hours. So the real customers come in.
What city?
Thank you.
What city?
Есть еще вопрос, пожалуйста?
Yeah, in my home country, Mongolia, right now we are building at Berkeley University at the lab of AI cars, the first demos where we are presenting it to the mayor of San Francisco, and we are competing to install them on the curbside on streets of San Francisco.
Got it. Thank you.
И финальный вопрос, пожалуйста.
What is the cost of this hardware device?
So right now, our cost in USA is around $2,000. It includes the installation. We are raising proceeds to start manufacturing it in USA, so we can decrease our cost to around $1,000.
Ну что ж, дорогие друзья, на этом...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our Q&A session for this particular finalist. Open Spot, thank you very much, and we would like to emphasize that this is a team from Mongolia. So round of applause to our neighbors and friends. Rahmet, Kazakhstan. So thank you very much. And our next team that it's a startup from Kazakhstan that develops wearable centers for sport and rehabilitation based on AI. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mirai Tech.
Hello, you might think we have $1 million here. Actually, it's something even better. Maybe the next unicorn. We are Mirai Tech. We are preventing injuries and unlocking athletes' potential. My name is Gulnur. I'm a CEO and founder, professor, scientist, and I was developing next generation sensor for the last 5 years. The problem Mirai Tech is tackling is the hidden cost of the injuries. Across Europe, big 5 leagues, they usually spend 2.5 billion for the lower limb injuries. And here comes the Mirai Tech, the new biomechanics sensor technology that defines the diagnostic within 5 minutes. Rehabilitation is shortened, and we see 17 diagnoses with our machine learning. So the technology is already validated. It's next generation sensors and motion sensors to the body. We do all the analysis of the sport athletes. So if you use Mirai Tech, you'll see something like this. It's player profile, biomechanics insights, smart report, and personalized recovery plan, personalized training plan. In terms of competitors, this is like huge companies such as Catapult, Start Sport, Playmaker. They use completely different technology. It's GPS trackers, and Mirai Tech is a new sensor-generated sensors, and they actually prevent injuries and see all the biomechanical insights. So you can see these big guys are already in the unicorn stage, so that means market is huge. So Mirai Tech has all the chances to become the next one. So in terms of market, only for 3 countries is 10.2 billion. And Mirai Tech is not only about football, it's about all the sports where we have the lower limb injuries. For the business model, currently it's B2B. So we sell devices plus subscription. And second option is a checkup that we do. So we were completing Silkway Accelerator Google for Startups program at Astana Hub, and within 3 months we did a great traction. We signed the contracts with our elite football teams. We started negotiating with football clubs in Poland, Spain, Netherlands. We got our first investment. We applied for Passenger Football Club Accelerator and hard commitment for contracts within Kazakhstan. So it was all possible through our very strong team of engineers, material scientists, machine learning specialists, electronics, sports rehabilitation, business development. All of us together made this technology come true. Okay, so for the traction, we are expanding to Europe. We are working on the mass production, scaling to other sports. 26 wearable hub is in our program as well. And later we plan strategic talks with the sport big guys, big companies. We are raising 1 million to transform the sport, and here why we're going to use it. So Mirai Tech, science that disrupts sports and rehabilitation. Thank you very much.
Дорогие друзья, Mirai Tech, спасибо огромное за свою идею. Я думаю, подобное.
Thank you very much for your ideas. I guess this rehabilitation will be required for Karat from Almaty in near future because they lost ignominiously to Real Madrid. So any questions to the presenter? I guess if everything is clear, we can move on. Mirai Tech, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're actually halfway through. We only have a handful of finalists left. So, next interactive presentations in minutes. So, just you upload a document, and the system will generate slides in 65 languages. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Oina AI.
My name is Bagdolit. I am the CEO and co-founder of ONA AI. And firstly, let's just deep dive in the world of presentation statistics. I'm sorry, there is a problem. The president. Okay, let's go. So I'll tell you the statistics. There is a 35 million PowerPoint presentation that is created on every day, and the 500 million people that watch presentations on daily basis. And the problem is that on average, people, they spend 3 hours to create just a simple presentation. If it's a professional presentation, it can take up to 20 hours. And as a result, only 21% listens after the 10th minute, and there is no data. And imagine, what if I'll tell you can create presentation just in 3 minutes and engage up to 80% of your audience and get detailed analytics? Meet Oina. We create AI presentations that engage from the very first slide. So how does it work? You just prompt your presentation, create me a presentation about this, choose the number of slides, choose the language. We support 65 languages, including Kazakh, Russian, and English. And voila, your presentation is ready. But we don't create just simple presentation. We create interactive presentation. We have over 9 types of interactive slides, starting from open question, ending by quiz. And after all, we give detailed analysis after the performance, user answer, feedback, comments, and their reactions. So what about the market size? We know the presentation software market size is very huge, but we don't focus on all the users. We focus on those who create presentation on a daily basis, especially in education, such as teachers, professors, educational institutions, with a total available market of $16.5 billion. And we believe that in the next 3 to 5 years, we will achieve $30 million in ARR. And what about the competitors? There is two types of competitors, the one that allows you to create presentations, such as Canva, Gamma, and PowerPoint, but they are static. And the ones that allows you to create interactivity, Quiz, Kahoot, and we decided to combine both of them in creating AI interactive presentation software. So what about the business model? We have a simple SaaS subscriptional business model for the B2C, depends on different plans, and right now validating a new business plan for the B2B. And what about the traction? We just launched publicly on August. We have $2,500 in MRR. We are invested $162,000, and we are the alumni of Accelerator Startup Wise guys. And also, we have received $150,000 credit from OpenAI. And what about the roadmap? We're planning to achieve 20 to 30K MRR by the end of the year, planning to close our pre-seed for $500,000, and also achieve $3 to $5 million IRR in the next 3 years. And also, what about the investment request? Right now, we are raising $350,000, 160 already closed to close our pre-seed for $500,000. So thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Дорогие друзья, Oina AI презент.
Dear friends, Oina AI presented its idea, and we are ready to hear your questions out. If there are any questions, if everything is crystal clear and you're not interested in details, okay, Mr. Madiev, please.
Beyond the teachers and schools, how do you plan to monetize it with the SMEs, businesses, and other corporations?
Yeah, we actually have we create more educational presentations. So right now, beyond the schools and the universities, we're planning to collaborate with the corporate universities also. So we also have educational centers. And beyond the B2C teachers and the professors, we have a different type of ICP. But mostly 90% of our users right now are teachers. So we help them spend less time on creating presentation, making classes more gamified and data-driven.
Maybe you must embed your solution to the LMS, learning management systems.
Yeah, probably. We are planning to make integrations. Since we launched only in August, we have a lot to do. So the backlog is very huge. But probably there is a task to implement it, integrate with LMS.
Ну что ж, друзья, я думаю...
Well, dear friends, on this positive note, we can finish our Q&A. Oina AI, thank you very much. Let's move on. This platform creates AI agents and digital engineers for the automation of processes in construction and engineering. Dear friends, let's welcome AI engineer. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to introduce AI Engineer Project, the first industrial AI agents, new rules of the industry game 4.0. My name is Dina Fatih, and I'm the AI Engineer CEO. I already took part in the designing of different facilities, and I commissioned lots of facilities. I'm aware of the chaos that may be created inside, and this colossal experience helped me find the right model which would turn AI engineer into the first industrial unicorn in Central Asia. This enormous experience helped me find problems and see where large corporations and businesses lose billions of dollars. That is why we engineers are ready for another industrial revolution. Let's see how it works. Large corporations deal with the standard package of documents, ERP, that helps manage data. There are information systems that just refer to regulations, and there is the e-document circulation that transmits data. But we found a new solution, which is the industrial AI agent. Let's welcome them. We developed 8 modules which cover the full cycle of production, starting with tenders, procurement, up until the finances. And they both work with each other, and autonomously they are very flexible, very strong, and very fast. How does it work? It is necessary to look at the tender with 53 billion tenge. AI does this in under 2 minutes. It is necessary to keep the project profit at 30%. We've already tested this in the real facilities. It is necessary to reduce the speed of design. We've already achieved the results of 30%. This is the new age of industrial revolution, manufacturing industry. The market volume accounts for millions and billions of US dollars. We cover extraction, exploration, and oil and gas. Why are we growing exponentially? It is really important to understand that one facility may attract thousands of suppliers, and we expand in all areas of engineering. Our results in 8 months, with our own resources and efforts, we managed to enter the Kazakhstani market. We are holding negotiations with Astana Motors, and they're considering the pilot. We concluded an NDA and the agreement on intent, and these are the real numbers. We've concluded the official agreements with 4 companies, and we have the commercial pilot at 1.5 billion. 800 million is the average cost of lot. 500 billion tenge is the total project cost. And this is our team, but again, there are engineers behind me, and we are ready to work. Thank you very much for your attention. Please stay here. I'm a bit nervous. Okay, Mr. Abdurrahmanov, please. Do you have income? Yes, we do. It's 13.6 million of sales in 1 month, in 1 year. 3.6 was in December, and 10 million is the worth of another document that was signed in September. We're in the process of signing other agreements. We held negotiations, and they said that first the trials need to be held, and then they'll see. Do they pay for a certain project volume? I really like big and fat checks, so I try to go to large companies that can afford themselves paying these big fat checks. They pay for 1 year for integration and for the use of our system within a 1-year period. What's the duration of onboarding? Depends. For example, we work for 3 to 4 months with large corporations, as they consist of many departments. If it's just the average general contractor with the turnover in capital of 5 to 10 billion tenge, then it takes from 4 to 5 weeks. It depends on the company and working capital. Because large companies, I cannot really tell you about those companies that we've signed the NDA with, but there are departments on cybersecurity, lots of different departments that require a lot of quality from us. Dina, you only have 30 seconds left, and there is a question from Mr. Madiv. What do you do with your cybersecurity? You work in critical industry. That's the most important question. We are engaging specialists in cybersecurity, and will probably work with the company servers. We'll work with the Kazakhstani servers, as this is the requirement from the corporates. And this is one of the important rules in Kazakhstan, and we're moving towards that already. Well, let's thank Dina. I would like to note that it is always great to see both builders and Formula One racers. Early diagnosis of brain diseases and search for drugs with the help of AI to slow down or reverse the aging of brain. Dear friends, the team of NeuroGuard AI focuses on this problem. (19, 25, and 33). These are the early cases of patients that were diagnosed with Alzheimer. My name is Asim, and I'm the neurobiologist. Today it is considered that Alzheimer affects only elderly people. However, the statistics provide the opposite information, and we try to look at it from a different angle. There were studies that prove the direct correlation between the epilepsy and Alzheimer's. What am I trying to say? Patients usually are at the age of 17 and above, and they have a higher risk of getting Alzheimer. That is why today there are two socially significant diseases, and our product helps with early diagnosis and with the tracing of the development of disease.
Our biggest strength is our people. On the medical side, as you can see, we have one of the best neuroscientists, researchers, radiologists, and neurologists with experience of 30 years in the industry. Also, one of our co-founders is a clinical researcher herself. I serve as the bridge between US and Kazakhstan because we're conducting partnerships there as well. Also, when we were in Silicon Valley last time, we were able to attract one of the top specialists to our team.
We are a new generation facing cognitive decline accelerated by an AI boom. Yet medicine and algorithms are too far behind. People literally lose their brain cells. That's why we've developed NeuroGuard AI. It's fast, accurate software which detects diseases as Parkinson, Alzheimer, and dementia within just 3 minutes of AI processing. So how does it actually work? So the doctor sends the MRI scan straight out to our service. Within just 3 minutes of AI processing, he receives a fully scanned and detailed brain scan of the patient. So literally, we are replacing 3-4 hours of the hard work of the doctor within just 3 minutes of processing. Within just 1 year of development of our project, we achieved the support by such big companies as NVIDIA, Lambda AI, and Google. And we are also supported by the biggest university in Central Asia and US. Sounds pretty interesting, huh? So the market is enormous, it's huge, and is growing every day. And I wanted to finalize my speech with a very interesting fact. So within our 1 year journey, we achieved all of this without any proper fundings. We use our own money, our own ambitions, and a strong desire to change this crucial world. Thank you very much for your attention, and stay with us.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, NeuroGuard AI, I think that we are ready to ask questions. Please, Mr. Madiev.
Pre-revenue stage yet?
Yeah, we're at the pre-revenue stage.
Yeah, and how much are you looking for?
Right now, we're looking for our first year of development, $300,000, and a full cycle of development around $2.5 million.
Okay, and with the 2.5 million that you're looking for at the pre-revenue stage, how can you propose? What can you propose to de-risk investments?
So we are proposing our strong R&D team, and we are actually showing that our model is actually very revolutionary, and we can actually find the disease within just 3 minutes of the brain processing. Thanks for the question.
пожалуйста, господин Абдурахманов.
please, Mr. Abdrahmanov.
And how you get it?
So currently we have a 40,000 data set. We actually gained it from the ADNI data set and Enigma data set.
What is the difference? I mean, I can send my MRI to the ChatGPT and get the consultants from there.
Можно я отвечу на русском?
Let me respond in Russian. Actually, I am the radiologist in Shashkin Clinic. It's the special clinic that specializes in neurodegenerative processes, and I saw a big potential, so I decided to support my friends. What's the point? We just get one simple image. We upload this image in the platform, and it provides us with all digital information on the basis of which, as a radiologist, I come to certain conclusions. I also noticed that epilepsy, for example, as for the epilepsy, I got the images of patients with epilepsy before and after surgery. I compared these images and I realized that the software is really working well. About 80% of our patients, of my patients with their medical history and medical records, prove that as well. So I think that we can start to focus on Parkinson's disease. We can measure the Parkinson's index on the basis of which the neurologists start to differentiate different degenerative diseases. It is high time. Thank you very much, New Regard, dear friends. I think that we can give a round of applause to all of our projects that are focusing on the development of healthcare with the help of AI. We're moving on. Our team creates the platform for dental clinics and medical centers. The system automates processes of accounting of patients as well as financing and marketing. Let's welcome here on stage MacDent. Hello everyone, my name is Mahbal and I'm the founder of the ERP system of MacDent. We are market leaders. Every fourth dental clinic in Kazakhstan already uses our system. We develop in the markets of Uzbekistan, Russia and Kyrgyzstan. Also, right now we know that the dental market loses $15 million annually when patients fail to treat their teeth. And in our system we have unique data of 3.5 million patients. In the last year, we've analyzed the behavior of 10,000 patients that had to go through comprehensive treatment. And on the basis of these data, we developed the unique algorithms of artificial intelligence that helps patients build up the individual correspondence or communications as well as the treatment plan. We already increased the profit by 45% by saving the money of our patients, because timely treatment is always about caring about your health. And this is going to be the very first ecosystem in Central Asia for the dental segment. Voice assistant of the early diagnosis systems, the scientific and national center will help us develop effective protocols based on the experience of practicing doctors. We also have a very high customer retention rate, and our profit is more than 40%. We spent last year analyzing the market of Southeast Asia and Middle East and North Africa. I visited different dental exhibitions, spent 6 months in Malaysia, and I realized that we have similar problems everywhere. Within the next 3 years, we plan to cover 15% of the market of the Southeast Asia with the annual capital of $105 million. Thus, we will also develop our ecosystem in Central Asia. Our main competitive advantage is the unique algorithm that allows us to work with different treatment plans, because we deeply examine every every specialty, and our team is fully equipped. We have talented people from IT businesses, dental industry are businesses based in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. We need investments to enter foreign markets and to develop our ecosystem here in Central Asia. MacDent is not an ERP system. It's more than that. We are the future of the dental industry with the brand new level of treatment of one's teeth. Thank you very much. Makpal from MacDent, thank you. If there are any questions about this project, please go ahead. Mr. Tomsky, what's your mission? Our mission is to focus on health and to focus on smile of people. So we help patients save their money when it is possible for you to avoid more serious treatment with the implant of new teeth and just treat the cavity. I think that I lost 15 million on my dental care. It is good that someone is voicing this problem here and now. I just wanted to make a comment.
So I think Makpal, about a couple of months, also she has this question, how to strategically develop in a different direction. So you took on board a couple of my recommendations. So thank you. So definitely we're seeing that there is a connection with a jury member, so you're definitely going to get one of the prizes. Mobile applications and Parkinson's disease early diagnosis and treatment. The system uses neural networks to identify first signs of the disease. Please welcome Meyer Schild. Many of you are over 40 years old, and I have bad news. Soon you might have Parkinson's disease. I am Meyer Schild, which is focused on early diagnosis of Parkinson's disease. Many people will get Parkinson's disease, 30,000 of them here. The disease is becoming younger and younger, which will devastate government budgets. Surgeries are very expensive, just like our treatments, and all of that is funded by our tax money. But there is a solution. You can treat at early stages using medication. You go to our application and you use your finger movements in order to confirm or validate the diagnosis of Parkinson's disease. With Shashkin Clinic, we have a training module which will reduce the progressive nature of the disease by 30%. We use a free premium model, paid diagnosis and free training that many people use by paying only $5. And also we would like to introduce a referral system so that every clinic that will onboard our client will get some money. But of course our costs are very large as well, $10,000 US in order to get access to data, but we need to get even more data in order to increase accuracy. We have other devices such as a bracelet, for example, to reduce tremor, so that people don't have to take levodopa. We have 50 active users, so we look at different forms of Parkinson's disease. We also have conducted free screenings in nursing homes and retirement communities. We have competed in different competitions. Our presence have been noted by mass media, national and subnational. But we don't want to rest on our laurels, so we would like to increase the accuracy of our Parkinson diagnosis by using external signs such as gait, and also increase our market 5 to 10 times by also going for Alzheimer and dementia, temporal frontal dementia. Our mentors are from Astana Medical University, from the hospital, Presidential Hospital, from Shashkin Clinic, and Meyer Schild is not just diagnosis. It also means that you will get years and years of healthy life. That's why vote for us, and you will get the social impact. So, do we have questions from the jury? If there are no questions, then yes, please, Mr. Abdurrahmanov. So is that your school uniform? Yes, because we are year 12 from Nazarbayev Intellectual School. Bravo, bravo. So I think that question was addressed to me. By the way, yes, it is my school uniform, by the way, even though you didn't ask. So Manshield actually chose a very good tactic. They scared everybody and then proposed a solution. So Mr. Musin, and from the government, are you getting any support, or are you moving along just with your own money, from your own money? Right now it's just our own money, but if we're going to get any government support, we'll be only too happy to get any. And especially working in the regions where there are no Parkinson doctors at all. So of course we're going to move on. What did you want? Okay, no more questions, I guess. I take it. So everything is clear. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, round of applause for Manshield. So dear friends, we are at home stretch, and our final team, a tech startup which uses AI for professional guidance and psychological counsel to enable students to live up to their full potential. UA Global AI. Hello, my name is Camila. I'm from We Global AI, which is a platform for academic and psychological support for school students. Just imagine a 15-year-old girl from a small school, from a small town, just your average girl with average grades, but that's what we see on the outside. On the inside, she is suffering from depression. She even has tried to commit suicide, but nobody knows about this, and nobody will know unless she talks to a psychologist or to a psychiatrist. School psychologists work with 500 students at the same time without any tools for early diagnosis. That's why students face depression face-to-face, one-to-one. How can we help such students? We will provide a unified platform for school psychologists where AI will go through large data, and in order to find out school children at risk, and also all the paperwork will be generated automatically. This case of Aruzhan is a real case from a small town, and we worked with her for 2 years. She was identified by using our system, and she also has been doing self-harm by cutting herself. And now we are also working with 200 students with deep depression that nobody even suspected about, even their parents. So our students receive our mobile application where they can go through profiling and answer questionnaires, and also they can get academic advice, so which universities they can apply to, what they want to study at the university. By using this block of information, we can sell educational services such as English language courses, admission to universities, etc., etc. So this platform is a gateway for future upsell, and upsell is our main revenue stream. So we have right now received $2 million, and we work in Kazakhstan. For the last year, our objective is to increase coverage in Kazakhstan. We grew from 8 to 800 paying schools. Upsell of educational services, we begin with our own services. We have our online school English for the English language, and also IELTS and other exams that we can prepare, help prepare students to. We have received about 130,000 in revenue. And our conversion rate is about 22%. Our team also includes Bulata, for example, who is a serial entrepreneur. He worked in Kazakhstan for 5 years. He's come back to Kazakhstan for the implementation of this program. I also worked for WebTech for 5 years as well. We're looking for partners in order to scale up here in Kazakhstan and also bridge international markets. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your information. Questions are from jury members. Mr. Madiev. So you have 48 people, as I've noticed, and you are at the status of bootstrap. How are you financing your operational expenses? So we have B2C, our business, so all of these educational services, we have just begun upselling them to students who are on our platform. So we work in parallel B2C on performance only, and that is the money that we use to cover our operational expenses, our OPEX. So that means schools don't pay you anything. No, so we have a subscription about, so it's shown here about $800 to $2,000 US. That is a subscription fee. We get money out of that. So that's about 1,000 tenge per student. So schools are not our main revenue stream. Our main revenue stream will be educational services upsell. And how about integration with current LMS systems, Kulimki, Blend, etc., so that you can integrate into the systems and you can grab information from them. Actually, that would be great, but we're now working on the product itself. We're fine-tuning this product, and our objective is to scale up to more schools. But actually, if you can definitely identify suicidal ideation and depression among students, I believe that definitely we can force LMS systems that are installed in schools to embed and integrate such solutions into those systems. If you really can't diagnose suicidal ideation and depression. So on this positive note, we can bid adieu to this product, to this project with Global AI. So an excellent idea. So to support school children, because we didn't have a school psychologist in our school. So we asked for all the finalists, and every startup was interesting and deserving of every prize. So let us ask our jury members to step out for deliberations, and we will see you all in about 30 minutes, where we will announce the winner of Astana Hub.
Don't think of yesterday, and I don't look at the clock. I like to boogie woogie.
Súbele al DJ. Súbele al DJ. Eso es. Chiqui bombón. Eso es. Chiqui bombón. Eso es. ¿Qué? Súbele al DJ. Chiqui bombón. Súbele al DJ. Chiqui bombón. Súbele al DJ. Eso es. Chiqui bombón. Eso es. Chiqui bombón. 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 ¿Qué? Súbele al DJ. Chiqui bombón. Súbele al DJ. Chiqui bombón. Súbele al DJ.
Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. It's going down. 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 It's going down, 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 down. It's going down. It's going down, down. It's going It's going down. It's going down. It's going down. ファーストクラス飛んでいる空へパチパチシャンペーン楽しむ From the first day 変わらないセレブのために大きなキラ From the glamorous The glamorous The glamorous glamorous From the glamorous The glamorous glamorous From the glamorous The glamorous The glamorous glamorous From the glamorous Glamorous, 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 all them things so mean and big. Chaperones and limousines, shopping for expensive things. I'll be on the movie screens, magazines and bougie scenes. I'm not clean, I'm not pristine. I'm no queen, I'm no machine. If you ain't got no money, take your broke ass home. Glamorous, 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 glamorous. Supermade so that much much champagne. Tanoshimu from the first day. Kawaranai serebu no tame ni oki na kira supermade so that much much champagne. Tanoshimu from the first day. Kawaranai serebu no tame ni oki na kira. Keep me warm at the same time. When we get high, we will break down. We're just watching from the same time. But that don't change when it break down. Then we will down the same crime. No, we don't hate when it rains down. We're more or less the same crime. Ooh, 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 where did it go? Where comes your close? Call it with my phone. Everyone crying. Where did it all go? Same time. Get off my horse, and I can't let you go. You are the one who makes me feel so real. Yeah, yeah. Oh, what am I supposed to do? Oh, what am I supposed to do, baby, when I'm so hooked up on you? Then I realize that you are somebody else's That day in September, I'm sure you can remember.
Дорогие друзья,
Dear friends, how are you feeling? Excellent. It is the moment that we've been waiting for. We are about to announce the winners of Astana Hub Battle. First nomination. Before we begin, I suggest that we introduce our finalists once again because they're very anxious right now. They're being very nervous. So let us give us a round of applause to our finalists. Nomination from Yandex Kazakhstan. Startup Spotlight from Yandex Kazakhstan. I'd like to invite Mukhambetova Janar. A round of applause, dear friends. Good evening. I believe that the Astana Hub battle was held on a very high level. Congratulations.
On yet another fantastic Astana Hub battle. We're so proud to support the startups and entrepreneurs of Kazakhstan and proud to see you guys grow beyond our market and scale globally. The Yandex Kazakhstan Startup Program gives access to technology and is open to every startup here tonight, and we hope beyond. The winner of tonight's category is the startup that we believe in. It's called Flexion.
дорогие друзья, давайте еще раз поаплодируем. Первый номинант от Яндекс Казахстан вручается команде Flexion AI. Друзья, давайте поаплодируем. Дорогие друзья, я вам предлагаю остаться. Вы можете здесь, да, дорогие участники. Все номинанты, которые получают свой приз, я попрошу вас оставаться на сцене для будущего общего фото. Друзья, для вручения в номинации Ticket to the Future инвестиционный привлекательный стартап, а именно инвестиция от Astana Hub Ventures в размере $25 тысяч, я приглашаю на сцену Мадиева Махжана. Дорогие друзья,
победителем номинации Ticket.
The winner in the nomination Ticket to the Future is Moon AI. Friends, let's welcome Moon AI here on stage that wins in the nomination Ticket to the Future. Please stay here on stage. We will take a photo. Another nomination on social impact, the best social startup. Arsen Tomsky, please welcome on stage.
Global.
Dear friends, congratulations. Dear guests, let's be more active and let's be loud. Let's give a round of applause to our winners. They overcome a very long journey. We wish them every success and the best of luck. Let's show more emotions. Hands up. We Global AI. Dear friends, we have another nomination from MI7 Ventures. Let's invite Murat Abdurrahmanov here on stage. This is our next nomination from MI7 Ventures. And of course, we want to know who is the winner. It's Mirai. Mirai, we're waiting for you here on stage. Congratulations, and let's take a group photo. Please stay here on stage. Mirai wins $25,000 from MA7 Ventures. Thank you very much. Murat, thank you. Well, we've just heard the brief joke from Murat. Everyone laughed. Well, our next nomination from Kazakh Telecom, from AI Farabium GBU, the cloud, worth of $25,000. We invite the chairperson of the board of directors of Kazakh Telecom, Baghdad Musin. Please welcome. I hope that our GPUs will help this company grow. Magdent is a winner. Magdent is a winner in this nomination. Let's support them with the round of applause. As I said, we have zero corruption in this battle. Everything is very fair, very rational. And moreover, I saw that Baghdad was sharing this award with the company behind the scenes. Okay, dear friends, we're moving on. The winner in our nomination, Discovery of the Year. Let's welcome, with a loud round of applause, Jaslan Mateev here on stage. I think that it's not surprising. It's Mindshield. Mindshield is the winner, dear friends. Mindshield is the winner of this nomination. Look at how happy they are. You can throw away your smartphones. With this money, you can buy new phones. Dear friends, let's give a round of applause. These are the youngest participants of this final, and they received their prize. Thank you very much. Tomorrow they'll have to go to school, and they'll be the most popular ones in the school canteen. Well, okay. Our final nomination, Exponential Growth. The award size is $25,000, and it will be announced by the legend Pavel Durov. Well, dear friends, it was the most important nomination. Congratulations. Let's take a group photo, which is going to cost twice as much as the prize. Friends, congratulations. Let's give a round of applause to our winners. Let's give a round of applause to Trust Exam. This is the happiest smile that I've ever seen in my life. He wants the seconds to last forever. Well, dear friends, I declare the final of Astana Hub battle closed, adjourned. We invite our nominees and the judges here on stage to take a family photo. This is a historical moment, and we witnessed the combination of inspiration, technologies, and artificial intelligence. And last but not least, we saw lots of energy. Round of applause.
Победителям за их труд и пожелаем им огромных успехов в своих начинаниях. Ну и я упаду на хвост. Общая фотография. Ей! Друзья, ну я думаю, сейчас будет самым логичным предоставить слово, финальное слово на сегодня нашему дорогому гостю. Дорогие друзья, под ваши бурные и не смолкающие аплодисменты Павел Дуров.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. incredibly impressed by what I witnessed today. Great results. Unfortunately, not everybody got a prize, but there were many startups that were almost as good as the rest, and I hope that they will succeed in the future. I was not just impressed, I was very inspired by some ideas that I witnessed today, and I hope everything comes to fruition. The reason I decided to give this nomination to this gentleman is his incredible presentation skills. Actually, his pitch was so good that I think I should take a master class from this guy. And the other thing is, I understand your startup is bootstrapped. Yes. So they didn't take outside investment. And I think this is the right way to go. I also didn't take outside investment. And Telegram is 100% owned by myself, which allows us to remain independent. So I wish your team to retain your independence and keep growing, and exponential growth should continue forever.
Thank you very much. Дорогие друзья, ну что ж.
Well, dear friends, thank you very much. Thank you all. I would like to thank the participants and the jury members. We're saying our goodbyes. It was the end of the Astana Hub Battle Finals 2025. It was Nurlan Saburov. Thank you very much.
When you're Everybody love the sunshine. Folks get down in the sunshine. Everybody love the sunshine. Folks get down in the sunshine. Everybody love the sunshine.
Нет, скажешь.
Уважаемые гости, спасибо большое за участие и за присутствие. Нам нужно готовить зал к следующему дню. Просьбу покинуть зал. Уважаемые гости, спасибо большое за участие в Астана Hub Battle. Просим всех покинуть зал. Ждем всех завтра. Уважаемые гости, спасибо большое за участие в Астана Hub Battle. Просим всех покинуть зал для подготовки к следующему дню. Благодарим за понимание. Құрметті қонақтар, шарамыз өз мәресіне жетті. Ертеңгі күнге дайындық жүргізуіміз қажет болғандықтан, залды босатуларыңызды сұраймыз. Түсіністік танысқандарыңыз үшін рахмет. Дорогие гости, просим вас покинуть зал. Нам нужно готовить зал на завтрашний день. Спасибо, что пришли, спасибо, что были с нами. Большая просьба в скором времени покинуть зал. Дорогие гости, просим всех покинуть зал в связи с тем, что нам нужно готовить зал на завтрашний день. Спасибо, что пришли, спасибо, что были с нами. Ждем всех завтра. Құрметті қонақтар, іс-шарамыз өз мәресіне жетті. Ертеңгі күнге дайындық жүргізу қажет болғандықтан, залды босатуларыңызды өтініп сұраймыз. Түсіністік танысқандарыңызға рахмет. Бізбен болғандарыңызға қуаныштымыз. Дорогие гости, пожалуйста, большая просьба покинуть зал. Нам необходимо подготовиться на завтрашний день. Ждем всех завтра.